It was late in the evening and the sun was slowly setting in the west, casting its lingering glow onto the land lucky enough to feel its retreating warmth. Two figures could be seen traveling along the road that lead from the border of Kawa no Kuni, river country, to Tanzakugai, a small but lively town that was a fair distance from Konoha. One of the figures was a tall male standing about 6'4". He seemed to be in his early 40s or so, although he carried himself as someone half that age. He had extremely long and spiky white hair tied into a ponytail along with two shoulder-length bangs that framed both sides of his face. Red lines ran down from underneath his eyes to his jawline, and a unique head protector with the kanji of oil was emblazoned across the metallic object firmly rested upon his forehead. This man was Jiraiya, the famed toad sage of the Densetsu no Sannin, legendary 3 ninja, a former student of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Sandaime Hokage, 3rd Hokage, Shinobi no Kami, god of ninja, and the professor. Jiraiya is also the author of the popular adult fiction book series called Aika Aika and is a self-proclaimed super pervert. The man walking next to him was roughly 5'11" and looked to be in his early to mid-20s. He wore the standard Konoha ninja uniform, a green flak jacket appropriate for his rank, along with a short-sleeved and high-collared white coat with red flames adorning the edges that reached just past his knees. He had bright blue eyes and spiky blonde hair with bangs that stretched down to chin length and surrounded both sides of his face. He was considered quite handsome by the female populace of his native village and even beyond that, to the point that some instances of infatuation came from his physical appearance alone. This man was Namikaze Minato, the famed Konoha no Kiroi Senko, Konoha's Yellow Flash, Yandaime Hokage, 4th Hokage, and former student of Jiraiya. The two famous shinobi were on their way back to Konoha after successfully negotiating and signing an alliance with Sunagakure no Sato, village hidden in the sand, and its leader the Yandaime Kazekage, 4th Kazekage. Normally, it would be considered strange for a kage of any village to be traveling in such a small party since, whenever it was suitable, he would be accompanied by at least a squad of umbu or other shinobi of jonin level. However, this obviously wasn't just any normal traveling duo. With both being kage-level shinobi, the thought of even planning to attack them when they were together would be seen as complete lunacy by a majority of the strongest fighters out there in the elemental nations. They were both considered among the strongest in their own respective generations, maybe even the strongest depending on who was asked, and would only be stronger as a cohesive unit made up by a longtime teacher and student. In short, a protective detail was virtually unnecessary since an attack on the two was practically suicide. Well, Minato, at least we made it to Tanzakugai. Guess we won't have to sleep out on the forest floor tonight. Jiraiya spoke jokingly with a smile and a slight nudge to his pupil's side. Minato let out a small chuckle. I suppose you're right, he replied before looking a little wistful. And even with the Hiraition no Jutsu, flying thunder god technique, to travel faster, I'd rather take a little time to relax and stay away from the paperwork back home. Celebrating a new alliance by checking into a nice hotel and going to a bar in the town sounds like a perfect excuse, doesn't it? The blonde nudged back good-naturedly. Now you're talking, the toad sage exclaimed in enthusiasm. Sake sounded perfect at the moment. Hell, we might even get you lucky tonight, he said cheekily as he smacked Minato on the back, making the blonde slightly buckle in his steps. Soon enough, the two shinobi found an adequate hotel and booked a room immediately after entering the decently sized gambling village. It wasn't that much longer after that they went to the best bar near their hotel and unexpectedly met up with a familiar face enjoying her own free time. The person they found in the bar was a woman with blonde hair, of which was tied into a long ponytail that reached down to her lower hip with chin-length strands framing both sides of her face, a diamond-shaped mark imprinted on her forehead and striking brown eyes. If she were standing, she'd be about 5'4" with a frame that was covered by a green haori with a kanji for gamble on it. Underneath her robe was a sleeveless gray kimono shirt along a dark obi around her waist and matching her short pants. However, her most prominent features were her extremely sizable breasts, which were about 106 centimeters according to Jiraiya's keen intellect. She's what most individuals would consider extremely attractive. The toad sage's eyes lit up in pleased recognition. Hi, it's been a while. I didn't expect to see you here tonight. The woman that Jiraiya called out to was none other than Senju Tsunade, the Slug Princess and only female member of the Densetsu no Sannin. Along with being the last living member of the Senju clan, she was also the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, the Shodai Hokage, first Hokage, and grandniece of Senju Tobarama, the Naidame Hokage, second Hokage. With her aforementioned role in the Densetsu no Sannin, having the Sandaime Hokair as a teacher along with Jiraiya went without saying. Besides those bigger facts about herself, she was also credited by most as being the most beautiful woman in the world, which was of no surprise to those who have gazed upon her. It was also thanks to her efforts in healing and curing poisons that Konoha was even able to win the Second Great Shinobi World War, earning her the title of being the greatest Iryo nin, medical nin, in the elemental nations. When Tsunade turned to see who called to her, the woman expected to see a debt collector. However, she was instead greeted to the sight of her old teammate Jiraiya and his former student and current Hokage, Namikaze Minato. "Jiraiya, Minato, what are you two doing here?" asked Tsunade as she set down her saucer of sake and turned around on her barstool. "Minato and I just arrived in town just a little while ago. We just trekked through Kawa from Suna after negotiating an alliance between Suna and Konoha," replied Jiraiya with an almost hidden smile. The famed medic noticed the corner of his mouth twitch upwards. "So I take it that the discussions went well since you're here? Celebrating, maybe?" queried the Slug Princess. "Yeah, they ended fine, great actually, although the whole process was tough thanks to the Yondaime Kazekage. He kept on trying to make the alliance favor Suna more instead of making it equal to both villages. It also didn't help that he made several snide remarks about Konoha being too soft and weak," replied Minato with a frown. He didn't like the Yondaime Kazekage much. He often found him to be a rather cold and uncaring individual, especially with the way he ignored or passed off his pregnant wife, 3-year-old daughter and 2-year-old son as if they meant little to him. It was at this point that Minato finally noticed the young teenage girl who was quietly sitting next to Tsunade. The girl in question looked to be about 15 and was holding a little piglet in her arms. Her name was Shizune, Tsunade's apprentice and the niece of the female Senju's late lover, Kato Dan, a renowned shinobi of Konoha. When Minato saw her, he greeted the raven-haired adolescent kindly, causing a slight red tint to appear on her cheeks. Quickly trying to shake it off, she then bowed and greeted him respectfully by referring to him as Hokage-sama. Minato merely brushed off the official reception and told her to call him Minato, not by his title since they weren't currently in Konoha and he wasn't in the mood to be too businesslike. This only caused Shizune to blush deeper at being able to call probably the strongest shinobi alive in such a familiar way. The two males then went to sit down next to their new company with Minato sitting in between both of the older shinobi. Once both were secured on their own barstools, Tsunade continued the conversation. "So, who's looking after the village while you're away? Please tell me you didn't leave the village in the care of those old fossils Koharu, Hamura, Danzo, or anyone else on the council?" she asked. She never did like those 3 power-hungry old farts, what with them acting like they knew better than everyone else no matter the situation, and would often try to usurp the authority of others, especially the Hokages if they didn't agree with his decision. While they couldn't officially do anything, they could definitely bring on the guilt and play on people's emotions to get the rest of the council to change their minds. Danzo was reputably exceptional at doing so. "Nah, we left Sensei in charge until we get back," said the white-haired male. Tsunade nodded absently while twirling her saucer. "So, Minato, how is life being Hokage?" she asked before taking a savory sip of her sake. The younger blonde clicked his tongue in an exasperated fashion. "Hard, especially with all the paperwork I have to do and all the meetings I have to attend with the council. It doesn't leave me any time for a social life either," replied Minato as he took a sip of his own freshly ordered alcohol. "What about that cute little redhead Umbu girl from Yuzushigakure? Village hidden by whirling tides. You were seeing? Kushina. Wasn't that her name?" Jiraiya inquired with his chin being held by a calloused hand. "It kind of didn't work out. I wanted to start a family with her, but 2 years ago she told me that she wanted to focus more on her career rather than having a relationship," Minato answered with a heavy sigh. "Sorry to hear that, brat," Jiraiya said regretfully. He personally thought they were doing well, but sometimes it just wasn't meant to be. Minato only brushed Jiraiya off, saying that it was okay and that he was over her anyway at this point. So, drawled a now slightly tipsy Tsunade. I guess that means that you're back on the market for all those eligible ladies out there who want to be the next Mrs. Namikaze, she finished with a smirk. I guess you could say that, and would you be among those ladies, Tsunadeheim? Asked Minato with a small and playful smirk as he took another sip of sake. Ah, you wish, brat, laughed Tsunade as she took another large sip of sake from her saucer before refilling it. Over the next 4 hours, the three talked about all kinds of various topics, switching back and forth from what came to mind in relation to Konoha and just about anything about the world in general. Not much of what was discussed would be remembered due to everyone's mental state being affected by the continuous alcohol intake, but they were enjoying themselves nonetheless. Of course, the young medical apprentice wasn't one to dabble in such activities for very long, mostly because it wasn't her thing and somebody had to be the rational and coherent one between her and Sensei. That's why Shizen had left 2.5 hours prior to take care of the piglet at her own shared hotel room before turning in for the night. As she left the bar's doors, she could only hope that the three would behave themselves since sticky situations weren't afraid to rear their ugly heads into the lives of eccentric shinobi, especially of those where alcohol was involved. Just past the 4-hour mark, Jiraiya had passed out drunk on the bar counter with drool leaking carelessly from the corner of his mouth. Tsunade and Minato continued to talk with one another, however, and easily ignored the snoring and drooling toad sage. As they talked, they continued to down more sake, becoming so intoxicated that the two Kage-level shinobi began to flirt with one another. You know, Tsunade, I had the biggest crush on you when I was a genin, Minato slurred, wobbling a bit even in a seated position. Tsunade snickered slightly with an immediate hiccup following. Well, I'm honored, Minato-kun, Tsunade replied in the same fashion. The two continued to flirt back and forth like this until Tsunade suddenly said, maybe we can have our own little party, back at my room, to celebrate Konoha's new alliance with Suna, giggled a fully inebriated Tsunade like a little schoolgirl. Lead the way, Haim, said the equally intoxicated Hokage. Soon enough, the two drunken shinobi staggered away from the bar, leaving the passed-out Jiraiya to his lonesome as he let out a few lecherous giggles from an apparent dream he was having. He would later be promptly thrown out on the street soon after they left when the bartender decided to close up. The two blondes reached Tsunade's room at the same hotel where Minato and Jiraiya were staying at and entered the room. The instant the door was closed, they quickly and drunkenly began removing each other's clothing and proceeded to examine one another in a disorderly yet heated passion. For most of the night, moans, grunts and giggling could be heard coming from Tsunade's room, sounds that didn't quell until very late into the night. Next morning in Tsunade's room. Late the next morning, Tsunade slowly woke up with a groan due to the massive hangover that she was currently feeling and the light blaring from the sun in her eyes, prompting her to turn over on the bed and face away from the window. Ooh, my head. That's the last time I celebrate with Jiraiya and Minato like that, thought the weary Tsunade. After a little stretching and trying to blink away any mental and physical blurriness, she froze and came to a stark realization. She was naked. Then she heard a groan next to her. Ever so slowly, she turned her head to the space on the bed to her right. Trepidation quickly filled her gut more and more with every fraction of a second that went by in the process until her brown eyes gazed at the bare back of a man with spiky blonde hair. The reaction was instantaneous. H, screamed Tsunade as she jumped out of the bed and pulled the bed covers with her to cover her modesty. As soon as she pulled the blanket, the man next to her jerked over the side and fell off the bed, crashing onto the floor and causing him to groan again, this time in even more pain than his own previous and quickly interrupted hazy awakening. After a quick moment or so, the mystery man slowly sat up from the other side of the bed, holding his head from the painful hangover he was sporting and from the large bump that was forming on his head after hitting the unforgiving bedroom floor. It was as the man's head peeked over the mattress that Tsunade realized who the man was. Minato? Tsunade shouted. Minato cringed at Tsunade's loud voice, easily increasing the throbbing pain in his head. It was when he gained his bearings and looked at Tsunade's shocked face that a confused look swept across his visage. Tsunade, what are you doing here in my room? He bluntly asked. Your room. This is my room, you idiot. I should be the one asking that, not you. Not to mention, why are you naked in my bed? exclaimed Tsunade, and she pointed at him angrily with a shaking finger. Huh? Sounded Minato as he looked down at himself and saw that he was indeed naked as a jaybird. Upon realizing this, the young man's face turned bright red before he quickly grabbed a nearby pillow to hastily cover little Minato. What happened last night? The last thing I can remember is the two of us drinking and talking while Sensei was passed out. Minato groaned as he held his head from the lingering pain. The last thing I remember was, Tsunade drawled as she tried to remember what had exactly happened. When the memory hit her, their activities came back in a series of fast flashbacks, making the female Sannin suddenly turn bright red in embarrassment just like her fellow blonde. Weirdly enough, as Minato watched Tsunade's face turning various shades of red, he too began to remember what they did last night, causing him to blush even brighter than before if that was even impossible. Quickly enough, an angry Tsunade focused all of her attention at Minato and pointed accusingly at him. You damn bastard! You took advantage of me when I was too drunk to think straight. Minato broke out of his momentary embarrassment. Me! I wasn't the one who was flirting like a hormonal fangirl at the bar. You were the one who started it all. Minato retorted defensively. Don't you dare try and blame me. You admitted it yourself that you had a thing for me since your genin days last night. That's why you decided to take advantage of me when I was vulnerable. Hey now, I wasn't the one who invited me into your room. It was all your idea to come here, so if there was anyone who was taken advantage of, it was me. You had your way with me like some doctor and patient roleplay in the bedsheets against my will. For the next 10 minutes, the two continued to try and place the blame on one another, but eventually they reluctantly agreed that it was both of their faults. It wasn't long at all that they then hurriedly got dressed and decided that they would keep what happened a secret between the two of them, especially from a certain super pervert they both knew. If Jiraiya ever found out, he would never let either of them live it down and would most likely become another installment in his next book. After a few minutes, Minato quickly left Tsunade's room and decided to head back to his own on a lower floor, hoping that Jiraiya hadn't woken up yet. That is, if his sensei made it back. Just as he was about to open the door, an all-too-familiar voice cried out to him. Hey, Minato! When Minato turned around, he saw his sensei coming towards him from the stairs leading to the ground floor of the hotel. Jiraiya continued. Glad to see that you're up. I figured you'd still be sleeping like a stone from all the fun last night. You were about to come look for me, weren't you? Jiraiya asked as he came up to the blonde. Yeah, that's right, sensei. Minato let out nervously while secretly and immensely glad that Jiraiya apparently didn't make it back to see that he was absent from their shared room. The Toad Sage's face then gained a skeptical and semi-serious impression. It seems that I was left passed out in the bar by myself. I was even thrown out on the street where I just so happened to wake up a little bit ago. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes at the young Hokage. So why didn't you bring me back to our room last night? Well, you see, the thing was, stuttered out a nervous Minato as he tried to come up with a believable excuse, and failing quite miserably at that if his facial expression alone was anything to go by. It was at this time that Jiraiya detected a certain scent coming from the young man's person. Minato, what's that smell coming from you? Jiraiya closed in uncomfortably close and began to sniff his clothes. Is that perfume? He asked curiously. Minato began to get even more nervous as he silently cursed himself for not showering. It was extremely easy to deduce that he must have gotten some of Tsunade's perfume on his clothing when they were becoming familiar with each other. He knew that if his sensei recognized the smell, he would quickly understand what happened last night, something that Minato was confident would end his time among the land of the living. To only affirm Minato's growing fears, a knowing and very perverted smirk appeared on the Toad Sage's face. Listen, sensei, I can explain, began Minato as he tried to dig up anything from his reliable intellect to get him out of this situation. What's there to explain? Jiraiya exclaimed with a surprising amount of gusto. You got lucky with some hot young lady from the bar last night, didn't you, brat? He asked with his smirk growing in confidence. Huh, was Minato's intelligent response, not expecting this sort of response from the older man. Well, maybe in hindsight it shouldn't be all too surprising. Come on, Minato. I can smell the perfume coming off your clothes. There's no need to hide your manly triumph. If you had just told me that from the start, I would have understood. So who is she? Was it that smoking hot barmaid that winked at you last night when she served us our drinks? Or was it one of those sexy young ladies at the nearby table who were eyeing you? Come on, you can tell me? Probed the massively grinning Jiraiya as he nudged his elbow into Minato's side proudly, wanting to hear all the details for his next book. Yeah, you're right, Sensei. I guess I can't hide anything from you. Minato responded after a moment before letting out a silent yet huge sigh of relief. Jiraiya was getting a little too close for comfort there. So are you going to tell me all about how it was, or who you were with? Jiraiya continued to nudge Minato even more, hoping to get as much details as possible and grinning like the pervert he proudly was. Deciding to change the subject quickly, Minato acted fast. Maybe later, Sensei. How about we get going? If we leave now, we can reach Konoha before nightfall. Minato took the initiative by heading towards the stairs where Jiraiya thankfully followed. As they walked down the steps, Jiraiya, in his full-fledged super pervert mode, followed closely behind him trying to get any juicy information. Come on, brat. You gotta give me something. Is she a blonde, a brunette, maybe even another redhead? Is she a moaner or a screamer? At least tell me if I know her. Come on, at least give me that. Jiraiya pleaded. Minato just ignored his sensei's wishes, all the while thinking, if only you knew, Sensei. If only you knew. 1 month later. Tsunade was lying down on a bed in a hotel that she and Shizen have been staying at for a while, with the latter using medical ninjutsu to run a medical scan on her master. The medical apprentice's hand was resting above Tsunade's navel and sending small pulses of chakra to examine any irregularities. She was doing this not only because her abilities were critically needed right now, but also because she was the only one that Tsunade trusted without question. After Shizen finished her scan on Tsunade, she confirmed what Tsunade believed when she realized that she missed her period. She was pregnant. Tsunade bolted up from her laying position and quickly started to put on her clothes back on. When I find that bastard, I'm going to kill him, revive him, and then kill him again. Tsunade angrily raged in her mind, her face obviously conveying the roaring emotions without even trying to hide them. Shizen, get ready to leave. We're heading for Konoha, Tsunade ordered heatedly. This of course shocked her apprentice, but it wasn't due to her master speaking in such a way at her. It was because she had said that they were going to Konoha, the very place Tsunade swore she would never step foot in again. But WWWI sensei? Stammered a shocked Shizen as she hurriedly tried to get her things in order. Because I'm going to kill the father of my child for knocking me up, Tsunade replied angrily while finally storming out of the room for her sporadic homecoming. It was a typical and peaceful day in Konoha. The sun was shining, the birds were singing, and there was a nice, cool, gentle breeze coming in from the west. At the main gate of this currently tranquil shinobi village were 2 Konoha Chunin who were happily relaxing in their assigned post. Taking advantage in the serenity surrounding them, they enjoyed it all by leaning back on the 2 rear legs of their chairs and rested their feet on the desk of the entrance booth. Ah, this is the life, isn't it? Said one of the Chunin, enjoying the huge lack of traffic going in or out of their village. Yeah, nothing to do but relax, enjoy the sun, and let life pass you by slowly, said the other with a content sigh. The first guard barely opened his eyes from their closed position to stare at a passing cloud. True, but I would still give a lot for something interesting to happen, he pondered. You know the old saying, be careful for what you wish for because you just might g-dash. The second started, but immediately stopped when he felt the ground shake beneath him and nearly fell from his chair. When he regained his bearings and opened his eyes, he saw something that made him pale and freeze with fear. Senju Tsunade was back in Konoha after so long, and she was stomping towards them like some wrathful giant. For every step she took, the ground would crack in small spider web-like patterns, leaving a vengeful trail behind her. As she headed towards them, they could practically see a black aura emanate around her that spoke of slow, agonizing pain and death. But the thing that freaked the 2 Chunin out the most was the disturbing red fire in her eyes that would have sent even the bravest and mightiest Kage-level shinobi running for the hills. Scurrying behind Tsunade was a young teenage girl with short black hair who was carrying a small piglet in her arms. She seemed to be trying and failing to calm down her vengeful master with her unheard and frantic words, but they looked to be for naught. As she and Tsunade passed by the Chunin, they saw that they were staying on the main path heading towards the Hokage Tower. They also could have sworn they heard Tsunade saying something about killing some poor bastard along with all the different ways she was going to do it. As her form disappeared and joined the general populace in the distance, the two trained soldiers of Konoha quickly broke out of their stupors. The second Chunin paused before saying, "Didn't I tell you to be careful what you wish for?" The first just nodded dumbly and said, "Who do you think pissed her off that much to come back here?" "I don't know. But may Kami have mercy on his soul, for Tsunade-sama will not." Both men shivered at the thought of what the famed Senju Kunoichi would do to her unfortunate target, and began to silently pray for the man who was about to painfully enter the next life at the hands of a vengeful slug princess. They could only imagine what would have also happened if they asked her to sign in the logbook. In the Hokage office, Minato was currently sitting at his desk discussing some matter about the village with Hiruzen and Jiraiya, who were sitting across from him. However, their talk was cut short when he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, causing him to visibly shudder. It was easy for the Toad Sage to notice. "Hey Minato, are you okay? Something wrong?" "I don't know." He looked to be deep in thought. "I just felt as if someone had walked over my grave," he replied. Before either Hiruzen or Jiraiya could reply to Minato's comment, they heard loud noises coming from the other side of the double doors to the office. "I don't care if he is in a meeting with Kami himself. I'm going in there and you can't stop me," shouted an angry female voice that was unfortunately familiar to the three men. Immediately the three started to hear various noises coming from behind the closed doors. There seemed to be some scuffling, random things breaking and maybe even bones breaking, a man screaming in pain and a woman screaming in abject horror. Even after years of violent experience under their belts, none of the men were prepared when the double doors were knocked off of their hinges due to one of the Umbu guards from outside being thrown into it with a righteous fury. The elite shinobi then continued his flight and smashed through the window that was behind Minato and overlooking the village, the double doors chasing after him towards the streets below and causing the three men in the office to duck for cover. As they raised their heads after a moment, they were greeted with a sight that would have put the Shinigami to shame. A vengeful-looking Tsunade with fires of unholy rage burning around her form and licking away at the ceiling. The sight was made all the worse for Minato since Tsunade locked her eyes firmly onto him. Minato could swear that if looks could kill, he'd be nothing more than a smoking crater where he sat. Behind Tsunade, the three men peered out into the waiting hall outside the Hokage office and observed her path of hell. The place looked as if a bomb had gone off with cracks, dents, and holes on the floor, ceiling, and walls. They saw the secretary desperately run and disappear around the corner, trying to get as far away from the walking hurricane as fast as humanly possible while the other Umbu guard was groaning in pain on the floor. None of the men could blame him since he now looked like a human-sized pretzel with his arms and legs clearly being broken and bent in a position that were simply not natural. They would do good to remember to send him a card and some flowers in the hospital. Directly behind Tsunade was Shizune, who had grabbed onto the back end of the Senju's green Heiori in a futile attempt to hold her back. Since the young Medicnine's sandals were continuously being dragged along the debris-ridden floor, the men guessed any of her efforts were no match for her master. Tsunade finally ended her hunt when she raised her hand and pointed accusingly at the blonde Hokage. "There you are, you bastard. When I get my hands on you, I'm going to rip out your balls through your ass," roared the furious Senju, causing the three men to subconsciously take a step back in fear and cover their manhoods at the mental image their minds had conjured up. Suddenly, two more Umbu who were hidden in the rafters of the office appeared in front of Minato to protect their Hokage. "Tsunade-sama, please stop your advance towards the Hokage or else we'll have no choice but to use fork dash," spoke one of the Umbu but froze mid-word when Tsunade locked eyes with him and saw nothing but promises of pain, suffering, and a dash of living hell on earth in those honey-colored orbs. Tsunade turned her glare to the second Umbu, and the man could swear that her eyes were drilling holes into his head. She then spoke in a tone that all but guaranteed pain and death if he did not listen and obey. "If you and your friend here know what's good for you, the both of you will move and stay out of my way. Because if you don't, I will do far worse to you both than what I did with your friend back there when he tried to stop me." Without removing her gaze from them, She pointed back at the still groaning umbu behind her that was now a human pretzel. In which case by the time I'm done with you, the medic neens won't be able to tell the difference between your asses and your heads, and you will both be choking on your own balls. When the two umbu looked at what had become of their comrade, they quietly gulped behind their masks, looked at one another, and deeply pondered their choices. The first option was to try defend their Hokage with their lives like any true umbu member. But of course they would most likely be killed or suffer a worse fate than the one their twisted comrade had endured. The second choice was that they could move aside and let Tsunade through, where she would proceed to dismember and most likely kill their Hokage. But they would live. The choice was clear. The two umbu silently nodded in agreement, and as if they could read each other's mind, they turned to Minato, who was looking at them in silent curiosity before they spoke in strange unison. "Forgive us, Hokage-sama, but we enjoy living too much and having our body parts the way they are now," spoke the two umbu together, at which point they both used a shunshin to get the pretzel-shaped umbu and then used it again to make their escape. None of their comrades would blame them. Cowards, the both of them. What happened to protecting and serving the Hokage with your lives? Minato thought angrily. Although at the way that Tsunade was looking at him, he was starting to think that the two shinobi might have had the right idea, since he was wishing that he was anywhere but his office at the moment. As Tsunade walked towards Minato with the intent to reach over his desk and begin wringing his neck, Jiraiya bravely or foolishly, depending on who was asked, placed himself between Minato and the wrathful Senju. "Hey now, Haim. Calm down and tell us what's going on. I don't know what you think Minato did to you, but I really think he's got to be innocent. He's been here the whole time and he would never do anything that would get you this mad at him." "I know him better than that," said the Toad Sage, really hoping he would be able to calm his angry teammate down. Although as he tried, he recalled only one other time ever seeing Tsunade this mad. The one time he ever peeked in on her when she was in the Konoha hot springs. Here the whole time except for that night at Tanzakagai where he got me drunk and we spent the night at that shitty hotel where he knocked me up," shouted the surprisingly angrier medic. "Huh?" Jiraiya muttered as all sounds ceased around them. He honestly couldn't quite believe what he just heard and was soon joined by Hiruzen and Minato, who were equally gobsmacked. "Are you all deaf, or are you too thick-head to understand? Well, here it is, plain and simple, so that even you dumbasses can understand." The other three were still frozen. "That bastard student of yours got me pregnant," she roared at her teammate. This of course got an immediate reaction from the famous shinobi. Hiruzen's eyes grew to the size of saucers on his wrinkled face as his jaw hit the floor. Jiraiya was doing a perfect imitation of a gaping fish since his brain had shut down, simply not being able to compute what his ears just absorbed. Minato, he just fainted. Shizen couldn't blame them since she was in the same boat when she found out. To say that the medical apprentice was shocked when her sensei told her that she had slept with the Yondaime Hokage and was now carrying his child, something that many women all over Konoha would have loved to have done, would be like saying that Jiraiya was only a little perverted. "Tsunade-sama, please calm down. All the stress can't be good for the baby," Shizen pleaded gently at the end. Surprisingly, this comment seemed to have gotten through to Tsunade. She paused to gather her thoughts and started to calm down a bit after taking a deep breath. Quickly, Hiruzen got over his shock and went over to Minato to awaken the young Kage. When Minato's eyes started to open up, his predecessor helped him up onto his feet before the male blonde looked towards the cause of all the excitement. Why you're pregnant?" Minato barely uttered above a whisper, the shock still clearly in his system. "Isn't that what I just said, you idiot?" Tsunade retorted with gritted teeth, severely wanting to gauge his eyes out with a blunt senbon while simultaneously trying to control herself. "BBB, but why you can't be? I mean," Minato stuttered. "The incident? There's no way that you got dash. Tell that to my fucking uterus, you bastard," bellowed Tsunade as she took a step around Jiraiya, who was still doing his fish imitation, towards to Minato as her murderous intent returned full force. "Tsunade-sama, please," begged Shizen. The dark-haired girl was fearful of what the stress would do to not only the baby but to her sensei as well. Even the little piglet Taunton was trying to get her master to calm down by biting and pulling at Tsunade's high-heeled sandals. These actions started to calm herself down once more as she tried taking even more deep breaths, followed by mentally counting to 10. It was at this point that Jiraiya's brain started to reboot before he quickly appeared in front of Minato on bended knees and started crying tears of joy. Minato, my boy, I never thought I could be more proud of you than when you created the Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, or when you became Hokage, but I am. You have surpassed me yet again and did what I could never do. You slept with Tsunade? Exclaimed the crying toad sage as the twin rivers of proud perspiration continued to flow down his cheeks. Please! He suddenly shouted as he raised his eyes to meet his students and roughly grabbed onto his trademark Heori. Tell me what it was like to partake in the fruits of those heavenly bosoms of hers. Was she a moaner or a screamer? Please, I need to know. The Yondaime and Sandaime didn't know how to react to this installment. Jiraiya suddenly stood up and went into a thinking pose. Although, now that I think about it, I should have known that Tsunade liked younger men. I mean, there had to be some reason as to why she never seemed to fall for my manly charms. Still, I never took Tsunade as a cougar one. He pondered casually. This, of course, had not helped the mother-to-be to keep her calm. She was barely containing her temper after Jiraiya began to beg for information on the night that led to all of this. The fact that she was also in the beginning of her first trimester where her emotions were beginning to go out of whack, and she had already suffered some mood swings earlier to prove that, was not helping matters either. With all of that combined, when her teammate made the remark of saying she was a cougar, it was the final straw that broke the camel's back. The elder Sarutobi smacked his palm to his face and covered his eyes in embarrassment, partially because Jiraiya was never one of his brightest pupils, and also because he wouldn't have to see the dismemberment and murder of someone he considered a son at the hands of someone he considered a daughter. The Sandaime had the right idea since Tsunade swiftly pounced on Jiraiya like a real live cougar while screaming out, "Pervert!" before proceeding to beat him within an inch of his life. Minato, who was still in astonishment at what Tsunade had told him, spared a small part of his mind to feel sorry for his sensei, since it technically was his fault that the man was probably about to be sent the afterlife. Not even a few seconds in, the self-proclaimed super pervert was screaming out in pain and begging for mercy, receiving none as Tsunade continued to beat the sage to within an inch of his life. After about 10 minutes or so, in which Tsunade had mauled Jiraiya to the point that he didn't even look human anymore and shouldn't even be alive by all rights, Shizen had finally been able to calm her sensei down again. Minato took this moment to start the conversation again. Are you sure? I mean, well, of course you're sure you're a Mednin, but how? I mean, well, of course I know how, but don't you have Urdu or, well, by all that's holy, what are we going to do? He cried as he held his aching head in frustration. He just wasn't mentally prepared for all of this. You'd better not be thinking beyond. How are we going to explain this to the council or everyone else in the village? Because if you're thinking of me getting rid of it, Tsunade started as she felt her temper rising again. The growing need to neuter the blonde-haired man with a dull scalpel and no sedative beginning to run through mind. No. I would never think of ever forcing you to get rid of it. Minato desperately stammered out. He had always wanted to start a family, even if this wasn't exactly how he planned to do it. Thankfully, Minato's quick response was able to soothe Tsunade's rising anger a little and sated her desire to castrate the younger man at the very least. Well then, you better not be thinking, who's it going to live with? Because I'm not going to stay in this cursed village. I've already lost nearly everyone I ever cared about to it, and I'm not going to lose my child to it as well, she declared with perseverance. This led to Minato and Tsunade discussing, more like arguing, rather about what they were going to do. Dealing with the prospect of a newborn was hard in general, but in this context it might as well been planning to survive the apocalypse. As Tsunade and Minato were conversing, Hiruzen watched them and couldn't help but grin. While this certainly threw a major wrench in the works of both Minato's and Tsunade's lives, it just might prove to be a really good thing for both of them. Since, with a child, Tsunade might finally come out of her depression that she had been spiraling down since the loss of her lover, Dan, and her little brother, Nawaki. The wizened former Hokage knew that when she was with Dan, they had often talked about having children, and Tsunade made it obvious she wanted nothing more. Of course, that dream had sadly died with him. Now it seemed that fate had decided to finally give his former student some measure of happiness by giving her the chance to reclaim that dream. Even though he knew that Tsunade would be disappointed that it was not Dan's child she was carrying, it still didn't change the fact that it was her child. She would never get rid of it and would love it all the same, he was sure of that. He also knew that with a child there was a good chance that Tsunade might return to Konoha as well, although it would not be right now, but given time she just might. From personal experience, the Sarutobi clean head understood that the power of love between a parent and its child could heal almost any emotional wound. There was also the chance that this child could help Minato out as well, since he had never gotten over the loss of his parents last year. They had been killed by IWA assassins who had somehow managed to sneak into the village. Their murder was retaliation for a major defeat that IWA had suffered at Minato's hands. Although Minato had killed those responsible, it still affected him greatly. What was not widely known was that he was secretly afraid to start a relationship with anyone. The doubt that was seeded into his mind from his loss gave him a small fear of not being able to protect those he loved. After the event, it had taken quite a while for Jiraiya to get Minato out of his depression. But the blonde had never been the same. His and Tsunade's future child might be exactly what he needed to heal any lingering wounds to his heart. Hiruzen grinned a bit more when he thought of the child and about how powerful it would be, considering the rich lineage that would flow its veins. Having its great-grandfather be the Shodame Hokage, great-granduncle the Nidame Hokage, mother the Slug Princess and strongest kunoichi alive, and father the legendary Konoha no Kiroi Senko, Konoha's Yellow Flash, and Yondame Hokage, the potential seemed limitless. With just both its parents being Kage-level shinobi alone, the child would be powerhouse, a monster in a good way, of course, a Hokage in the making that could very well surpass all the previous Hokages. The former Hokage then began to imagine holding an amazingly strong little warrior with godlike chakra control on his knees, and it made him smile all the more. As he thought about this, however, he also thought of something else that made him frown. Deciding to make himself known to the bickering duo, Hiruzen cleared his throat loudly so that they would take notice of him. Now that I have your attention, I believe that there is a matter that you are forgetting that is of great importance to discuss. What is it? Asked a still fuming Tsunade. Your child, or, to be more precise, its life, the Sandame sternly announced. Huh? Both Minato and Tsunade sounded in unison. Hiruzen eyed them to make sure they were paying the utmost attention. Tell me, Tsunade, does anyone else know that you are pregnant with Minato's child, or that you're pregnant at all? Other than you, Shizune, the pervert here, and this bastard? Then no, said Tsunade, pointing at Jiraiya and Minato respectively. Good, he replied. Good? Why is that good? Tsunade asked with a cocked brow. Your child's life would be in great danger otherwise is why. Something like this is extremely dangerous and will not remain a secret forever. From the moment it is born into this world, your child will have a target placed on it by other villages, organizations, and factions of shinobi inside and outside of Konoha. The words seemed to start piercing into everyone's brains, so he continued. They will attempt to kidnap your child in the hopes of holding it hostage to force you to do what they want or to train it to fight for them. Other villages may just kidnap it and use it for breeding to rebuild the Senju clan in their territory, because even today your clan's power and prestige is still well known and respected all over the elemental nations. Many villages would love nothing more than to have that at their disposal. Those very villages and organizations may even decide to send assassins and have your child killed to prevent the very same thing from occurring here in Konoha. And let's not forget that both you and your clan still have many enemies out there that would like nothing more than to end the Senju bloodline once and for all, or would just like to hurt you by killing your child. He ended deathly serious. This of course made Tsunade go white in fear, not for herself but for her child. She hadn't really thought of the dangers her child would be in by her simply being its mother, and was only more focused on the here and now with her raw emotions guiding her to this point. She instinctually wrapped both her arms around her abdomen protectively as more and more dangerous possibilities swam through her mind for her child's future. And when word gets out that Minato is the father, the child will be placed in even greater danger. Like with Tsunade, outside forces will do everything within their power to turn or eliminate him, just like your parents, Minato. A pained look to cross the young Kage's face. And don't forget IWA would be at the top of that list, all things considered, during the war. Ending your family would have them frothing at the mouth if given the opportunity. So what do we do then? Because if you're saying that I have to abandon my child, then you have Tsunade barely managed to growl before she was interrupted. No, of course not, Tsunade. I would never think of asking you and Minato to do such a thing, Hiruzen quickly said. seeing where his former student's line of thought was going. As a father, he knew how painful it would be to ask a parent to give up his or her child. He himself would sooner rip off his own arm than give up any of his own children, and most certainly wouldn't ever ask someone else to do something that he couldn't. He also knew that if he did force her to give up the child, she would never forgive him. The heartbreak of losing her baby would also most likely send her into an even deeper depression, one that she would never recover from and would inevitably cause her to drink herself to death. He didn't like the thought of adding another mental scar to his surrogate daughter and everyone close to her, all because of some rash decision. Besides, he knew Tsunade would protect her child no matter what and from whoever tried to harm it. From past experience, they all knew that there was nothing in this world more dangerous than a mother protecting its child, especially if that mother happened to be Tsunade, and may Kami have mercy on whatever foolish soul that tried to do the child harm, since Tsunade definitely would not. What I mean, Tsunade, is that we have to be careful and plan out what we should do. That's all. If we don't, we could be putting your child in danger. That is all I'm suggesting, the old man said. He's right. We have to be careful for our child's sake at least. Perhaps you could come back to the village and dash, said Minato before being interrupted. No. I told you before, I will not stay in this accursed village. Short of Shizune, too, and this child, I've lost every single member of my family and clan to it. I will not lose another person to this village again, she stubbornly said as she stomped her foot down on the floor, causing the room to shake and making her point clear. But, Tsunade, you can't go around traveling while you're pregnant. What if you're attacked? Or something happens and we weren't there to help? You're putting our child in danger, so please think what is best for it, pleaded Minato. I said no, and that's my final answer. Hiruzen cut in quickly to prevent another argument from happening. Perhaps there can be a compromise, he stated, causing both Minato and Tsunade to look at the former Hokage. Like what? Tsunade asked with narrowed eyes. For the past several years, the small nearby farming village of Mahara has sent several requests to us asking to send a medic or medical need to their village. Their community has no real doctor to treat the injured and sick, and they usually have to travel here to get any help, or send someone to bring back medical aid depending on the situation. Now, if they had their own doctor to train someone there, then they could help themselves. My solution is that you two, he indicated Tsunade and Shizune, go there where you can help the people and train someone to help with their minor illnesses and injuries that they suffer from. In doing so, there should be little to nothing for you to do. Also, since the village is near us and our patrol forces have routes near it, help can quickly arrive quickly and with little trouble given something happens to you while you're there. Not to mention that if Minato gives you one of his special kunai, he can use his Hiraishin no Jutsu to immediately teleport there at any time or when you need help. Therefore, you each get what you want. Tsunade doesn't need to stay in the village like she wants, but she is near enough so that help can arrive quickly if she needs it like Minato wants. Also, the village of Mahara even gets what they want, so it's a win-win for everyone. He finished as he picked up his pipe from the floor, it having dropped from his grip when Tsunade made her announcement following her dramatic entrance. He then lit it and started to puff smoke out to let the calming scent of tobacco filter through his nostrils. After Minato and Tsunade heard Sarutobi's solution, they thought about it for a few minutes and both nodded in agreement. To them, it seemed acceptable enough to ease each other's minds. Fine then, I'll just get some things from the hospital before I head out to the village to set things up. If I need anything, I'll send one of my slug summons to tell you, Tsunade stated. Before you go, Tsunade, take this, Minato said as he took out one of his Hiraishin kunai from his pouch before gently handing it to her. She took the kunai and nodded her thanks, before turning to walk out of the office through the broken doorway. Shizune and Tonton loyally followed after giving a half-hearted farewell. Once Tsunade had left out of earshot, both Minato and Hiruzen let a sigh of exhaustion. Their talk with Tsunade and the bombshell she had dropped had drained them both more than they had thought possible. Jiraiya, on the other hand, was lying forgotten in a heap till he started groaning in pain. He was covered in black and blue bruises and bumps, and his arms, legs, and back were in a myriad of shapes and angles that they definitely shouldn't be. Both Minato and Hiruzen wondered how the super pervert was even alive after what happened to him, and if he had some kind of Kekkei Genkai bloodline limit that was the source of his ability to survive that kind of beating. Hell, with all of his past beatings over his numerous peeping sessions, this only supported the possibility. Minato, I think you should take him to the hospital where they can at least try to fix him, though we may have to ask Tsunade to do so if they can't. Hiruzen muttered as he blankly gazed down at Jiraiya's poor form. Yeah, although it's his own fault that he usually ends up like this. These kind of things would never happen to him if he could just control those perverted urges and thoughts of his, the blonde said exasperatedly. True, but if he didn't, then we wouldn't have those books of his to enjoy. Besides, I'm told that an artist must suffer for his art, and Jiraiya often refers himself as an artist with those novels of his. Hiruzen and Minato just smirked at each other before the latter used a shunshin to quickly take Jiraiya to the hospital. We certainly live in interesting times, don't we? The Sandaime thought with a slight chuckle as he looked out the window to overlook the beautiful village in its entirety. And 1. Not the big cat, cougar is also a nickname given to the type of woman at about 40 years of age or older who exclusively pursues very young men. 2. Shizune would have been Tsunade's niece-in-law or something close to that, had her and Dan married. Well, that's another chapter done. Hoped you all liked it, and the next chapter will be about the attack on Konoha and Minato sealing the Kyuubi into Naruto. Also, for those of you who are asking me if Naruto is going to have Mokuton, the Nidaime water abilities, or any other abilities, you will all find out what he will have in the next few chapters. Please read and review since I like to know what you all think of the story so far, and if you have any suggestions about the story that might improve it or make it more interesting, please say them since I open to any and all suggestion will reply to you on my opinion on them since I always reply to my reviewers. Also, please note that flames are unwelcome and will be ignored since if you don't like my story, then stop reading it since I force no one to read any of my stories. For the next 9 months, Tsunade helped the people of Mahara. Most of her duties mainly dealt with small illnesses and injuries that locals got while farming, along with training a very eager and bright young village girl in the art of healing. The girl's name was Kara, who had a surprisingly good amount of knowledge in herbs. Even before Tsunade's guidance, she could easily tell what certain herbs were appropriate for specific ailments. During their stay, Tsunade and Shizune trained their new student in how to treat people in different ways while also expanding her herbal intellect. Kara was a quick study, and after a few months she was good enough to easily handle any of the small infirmities and physical damages that inflicted those around the village. Even so, Tsunade and Shizune offered a helping hand whenever they could and tried to train her up as much as possible. Between medical duties, Tsunade also found her temporary life in the village to be quite peaceful and relaxing. However, the big reminder of her reason being there started to lean its head in as time went on when she began to show signs of her pregnancy. Although when she did, she quickly used her genjutsu skills to hide her growing belly. It was only released in private, understandably so, to keep anyone outside her little circle from finding out. In the same duration, Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Minato all visited Tsunade whenever they could. They randomly did it 1 or 2 at a time or all together by having Minato transport them through his Hiraishin no Jutsu, not just because of convenience but because it helped them stray away from any attention if they were careful. However, before this point they knew they had to deal with Tsunade's abrupt appearance in Konoha, since she definitely raised plenty of questions to say the least. This was solved by a relatively simple cover-up story that was pitched by Minato. The tale that would be spread throughout the public was that Tsunade charged into the village because of Jiraiya's latest installment in his Aika series. After finding out that her former teammate based a character on her recognizable likeness, a character that fell in love with a white-haired toad magician before indulging in plenty of nights together in a heavily perverse nature, she took matters into her own hands. Once her beating was delivered, along with her message to discontinue the character she inspired deep within his dented skull, she was satisfied. Thankfully, the ruse was accepted quickly enough because of the pervert's reputation, along with his extremely poor physical state that showed up through the hospital's front doors as he was dragged by the blonde Hokage to be treated in intensive care. To anyone that knew of Jiraiya enough, this wouldn't be the first time his less than innocent thoughts and actions got him a good beating from Tsunade, and it certainly wouldn't be the last. And that's not mentioning the various women of past and future years that have and will get in a good lick or two every now and then on the poor toad sage. Anyway, it was during those visits that the 3 gentlemen noticed that Tsunade had a sort of glow around her, one filled only with the happiness that came along the path of motherhood. Even with almost no contact at all with her over the years, it truly seemed that she was happier than she had been in a long time. This sort of change brought about even more surprise when she said she considered giving up drinking after her pregnancy. Of course, it would be very damaging to consume alcohol during these 9 important months, and being an experienced medic only cemented this fact. But to take the abstinence beyond that really showed the drastic changes she was experiencing. Sadly, when she wasn't happy, she and the others became victims of any mood swings that took over her mind. At any moment she'd be as happy as can be, angry as all hell, and sad to the point of spontaneously crying her eyes out. Fortunately, there seemed to be a constant pattern of Hiruzen and Shizen dealing with the sad Tsunade, while Minato and Jiraiya unfortunately always seemed stuck with the angry one. To the latter two's misfortune, her anger usually ended with them acquiring various physical injuries such as black eyes, concussions, and even fractured or outright broken noses and jaws. Jiraiya got the worst of it when his brain let him go a little too far once again during the Senju's first trimester. When it was obvious that Tsunade's already impressive assets began to enlarge due to milk production, the famous pervert just had to make an offhand comment about his blonde teammate not being able to stand correctly, let alone move. Normally, such a comment could be shaken off with some annoyance, but it was regrettably spoken when anger was Tsunade's main and sensitive mood at the time. The result, to Jiraiya's immense misfortune, was a near 2-month recovery period in intensive care, again. Around when Tsunade's second trimester came along, she had her apprentice run a very delicate scan to determine her baby's sex, apparently not wanting to keep the suspense hanging in the air. When Shizen completed the procedure, she happily revealed Tsunade was going to mother a son, causing the Senju to have another of her more frequent and genuine smiles and Minato to pause in his tracks before promptly fainting. A little while after the Hokage came to, Minato already had a name in mind for his future son. Naruto. The very same name of the main character in Jiraiya's lone, non-erotic novel, The Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Shinobi. It did take a little research on Tsunade's part to make sure her son's name came from something that wasn't perverted, but she agreed. Soon after, both Tsunade and Minato took it a step farther by naming Jiraiya and Shizune as Naruto's godparents. Even Hiruzen was welcomed to take on a grandfatherly role in the unborn child's life, most in part from being the closest thing to a father Tsunade had after losing hers during the First War. Needless to say, they were all greatly happy and honored and were looking forward to being important parts in Naruto's life. It was a few months later when the magical moment came and Tsunade's water broke before she went into labor. Thankfully, everyone was prepared and transported the Senju to a private room in Konoha's hospital. One expertly sealed off to everyone but the 5 that had been in cahoots in the last 9 months. With Shizune overseeing the delivery, everyone was excited beyond belief in their own way. Minato himself was believing more and more by the second that this would be the happiest day in his life. If only he knew how significant this day in history would become. "Ayaha!" screamed Tsunade as she was starting to push, fully clad in a hospital gown and a sheen of sweat coating her face. "Come on, Tsunade, you're doing fine," Minato said in soothing excitement as he stood next to the mother of his child. Tsunade gulped in more air to let out another agonizing scream. "Damn you, Minato! This is all your fault, you bastard!" she roared at the Hokage as she crushed his hands that held hers as a sign of support. The blonde male did his best to not grunt in pain, but he couldn't help himself from falling to his knees from the woman's deadly grip. "That's it, Tsunade-sama, you're nearly there. I'm starting to see the head," Shizune exclaimed. "Just hurry the hell up and get him out of me," Tsunade shouted back. "You're doing great, Tsunade. Just a little more and it'll be all over soon," encouraged Minato. "Oh, don't give me that. I wouldn't even be in this mess if it wasn't for you," screamed Tsunade. With a sporadic mind in the heat of the moment, she suddenly raised her free hand to strike the young Kage in the face. Before she could hit him, though, Minato quickly used the Kawarimi no Jutsu, substitution jutsu, to replace himself with the nearest thing to him, which, unfortunately for the target, was Jiraiya, who was quickly launched through the wall by Tsunade's punch. "Sorry, sensei, but better you than me," Minato thought sympathetically as he gazed at the Jiraiya-shaped hole in the wall. The legendary shinobi's legs were sticking out and dangling over the broken piece of the wall, and were the only parts of him visible from his laid position on his back. Luckily, the room he burst into was empty, leaving no one but the small group to hear his groans of misery. Minato was pulled out of his train of thought when Tsunade screamed again. "Get this fucking brat out before he kills me." "It's almost done, Tsunade-sama. Just one more push," Shizune eagerly encouraged. "You heard her. You're almost there. You can do it," Minato added with a growing smile. Tsunade homed her honey-brown glare at him. Shut up. I'd like to see you try and push out a brat that doesn't want to leave. It was but another minute or so when Tsunade gave one final shout of exertion and the first cries from a baby silenced the room. Shizen wasn't stopped, and with a tender smile on her face she gently grabbed the newborn, cut the umbilical cord, cleaned and wrapped him up in a small blue blanket before handing him to a waiting Tsunade. Just as Shizen handed the baby to her master, she gently said, "Tsunade-sama, allow me to introduce you to your son, Senju Naruto." The tired but happy Tsunade gazed down at the still crying baby in her arms with glistening eyes. "Hello, little one," she cooed as she brushed her hands over the baby's bright blonde hair and round face, smiling with as much love as she could muster. Soon Naruto stopped crying as he looked to his mother to show his curious and bright sapphire eyes. After what seemed like an eternity of childish contemplation, he finally smiled back, making him look all the more adorable to everyone. "Look, he has Minato's eyes, not to mention his hair and face. He's like a mini Minato," Jiraiya said with a chuckle, somehow miraculously getting over his injured state in order to see his godson. "Yes, but it looks like he has Tsunade's nose, chin, and ears. His skin tone is even a lighter shade like Tsunade's, and his eyes are the same shape as hers," spoke Hiruzen as he came over to see his grandson in all but blood. "He's beautiful, Tsunade-sama," gushed Shizen as she looked down at her new godson. She then wiggled her finger over Naruto's face, who was following it around with innocent eyes. "He is, isn't he?" Tsunade whispered more to herself. She couldn't keep the smile from her face as she took in every detail of her baby. In her mind, he was the most adorable thing she'd ever seen, and might as well have been the most beautiful and precious entity in the world. "Don't you agree, Minato?" she asked without looking away. "Definitely, and when he gets older he'll be a killer with the ladies." Minato chuckled with a slight gleaming gaze. "Hundreds will be chasing after him. Ah, like any of those little hussies or tramps are good enough for my sweet little Naruchan. I'm not gonna let any of them even attempt to sink their claws into him," huffed Tsunade, never breaking eye contact with Naruto as he smiled back and even gurgled a bit as if laughing. This of course caused a series of chuckles to come from the others at the image of Tsunade being an overprotective mother and chasing away all the girls away from Naruto in his teenage years. "Tsunade-sama, if I may, I'd like to take Naruto to the maternity ward to make sure that he's in good health. I also want to give you a sedative that will make you sleep for a while so that your body can rest and recover from the strain," said Shizen professionally. "Fine, but I don't want anyone but you touching my Naruchan. Is that clear?" Tsunade requested tiredly, the excitement finally getting to her mentally and physically. "Of course, I wasn't going to let anyone go near him anyhow," the medical apprentice affirmed before proceeding to give Tsunade the sedative and taking Naruto into her possession. As she walked away, Tsunade was already drifting off to sleep while she started doing a little coddling herself to the newborn. "Come on, little man. Come with your Auntie Shizune and let your mother rest," she affectionately said while walking out of the room with the men following suit. As they left the private room, Minato quickly sealed it with a special blood seal, one that would keep everyone except Shizune, Jiraiya, Hiruzen, and himself from entering. When Shizen made her way towards the maternity ward for Naruto's checkup, Jiraiya and Hiruzen finally had a moment alone to give their heartfelt words to Minato. Jiraiya good-naturedly patted his student on the back. "Well now, Minato, my boy, I believe congrats are in order. You have a son. How does it feel to be a real father now?" "Good. It feels good," Minato replied with a proud smile that matched the rest of his happy expression. Hiruzen gripped the current Hokage's shoulder as he took a fresh puff from his now lit pipe. "I'm truly happy for you, Minato. You'll make a fine father, no doubt about it. Though things may get rough between you and Tsunade with how you'll raise Naruto, I'm sure everything will turn out well between you." "Thanks, Hiruzen. Hopefully everything will work out okay," Minato replied appreciatively. "Well, now I think it's time to celebrate," Jiraiya jovially exclaimed. "Minato, how about we head back to your place and break out that bottle of rare sake you got from Mitsu no Kuni, Land of Honey, that you were saving for a special occasion? I'm sure the birth of your son definitely fits under that category. Besides, we can't let that sweet and delectable sake go to waste. Now can we? I mean, come on. Anything from that country is some of the best stuff around, he ended cheekily. Minato chuckled while nodding. I guess I'll have to agree with you on that one, sensei. Would you care to join us, Hiruzen? I'd be delighted, Minato, answered the Sandaime. Such a day was very deserving of a celebratory toast. But before the three men could leave, a young Umbu agent with a dog-shaped mask and spiky silver hair urgently appeared in front of them. Hokage-sama, we have just received reports that the Kyuubi has appeared nearby and is on its way here to the village. What? The Kyuubi? Minato shockingly retorted. Damn it, why now of all times? Especially since Kushina-chan is away on a mission? Minato thought angrily. He turned his serious gaze squarely onto the Umbus. Dog, sound the call for all of our forces to get ready for an attack. Hiruzen, head to the tower and help organize them all from there. Jiraiya-sensei, I need you to help with the evacuation of the civilians. Get them to the shelters as quickly as possible. I'll help set up the frontline defenses outside the village. We absolutely can't have the Kyuubi reach the village or it will destroy everything, ordered Minato with the authority that showed why he was the Hokage. All the men responded, nodded in confirmation, and quickly went to follow their orders. It seems that Konoha is now facing its darkest hour. Let us hope that the will of fire will not be extinguished this night, thought Minato worriedly as he shunshined away and went out to set up the front line of defense for his village. 1 hour later at the front defense line. Only a few miles away from Konoha was the first line of defense where most of Konoha's shinobi were gathered and all were firm to protect their village with their lives. They were all quiet after given the proper orders and plans, their faces both displaying nervousness along with fierce determination as they waited for their target. They didn't have to wait long. From the horizon and quickly traveling in their direction was the Kyuubi no Yoko, the nine-tailed demon fox, the greatest and most fearful of all the Biju-tailed beasts, whose strength was rumored to be so great that a single swipe from just one of its 9 tails could raise tsunamis and flatten mountains. Despite the differences in power, the proud leaf shinobi were resolute in standing their respective ground, knowing that they were the ones that would prevent the annihilation of their village and their loved ones from being killed. When they finally made contact, they all fought the fox as best they could, firing off jutsus, weapons, and a myriad of other strategies. But it was all for naught. Their attacks just weren't effective enough, and whatever damage the monster sustained quickly healed without any problem. When it became obvious how their military might was faring against their opponent, they simply did all they could to slow it down, costing more and more of the lives of their comrades as time went on. After about 2 hours of fighting, the demon was nearing Konoha and could be clearly seen from the outer walls of the village. It was there at the top of the main gates that Jiraiya and Hiruzen were watching the battle with growing concern. They knew that if something wasn't done soon, then the fox would easily reach their home and wreak havoc upon it. As they watched the struggle continue, they were soon joined by the Umbu captain, who was previously commanding the front line, and was called back by Hiruzen to give a status update. The captain, who wore a tiger-shaped mask, awaited the Sandaime's words as he kneeled. Tiger, report, Hiruzen ordered sternly. The shinobi nodded. Currently, over half of our main forces are either dead or wounded. We're constantly being pushed back further and further, and at the current rate our defense lines will be completely destroyed in about 40 minutes at the least or an hour at best. Where's Minato? He was supposed to be out there leading them, Jiraiya stated. Ever since the battle started, he's been growing more anxious, especially with the huge lack of Gamabunta or any of the other great toad summons. Hokage-sama was with us when we first clashed with the Kyuubi, but after about 20 minutes into the battle, he told me that he was leaving and left me in charge of our shinobi. His last order was for me to have them hold back the Kyuubi for as long as possible. When I asked where he was going, he informed me that he was returning to the village to prepare a jutsu that would stop the demon once and for all, answered Tiger. This of course confused both Jiraiya and Hiruzen. Neither could think of a jutsu that would be appropriate off the top of their heads. Yet, despite their confusion, the Sandaime quickly decided to take charge of the situation. Tiger, I want you to head back to the front lines to aid our forces in holding the Kyuubi back until the Yondaime arrives. He ordered in a commanding tone of voice with a seemingly powerful aura exuding around him, one that Jiraiya had not seen from his sensei in many years. Nevertheless, It served as a quick reminder of why his sensei was known as the Shinobi no Kami, the god of shinobi. The Umbu captain quickly saluted the former Hokage, acknowledging his orders and shunshined back to his previous commanding position among his comrades. After Tiger disappeared, Hiruzen turned to Jiraiya. I want you to follow along with him and summon Gamabunta. Help everyone hold back the Kyuubi with the best of your ability, but be extremely careful. I'll go back into the village to try and find Minato and get him back on the battlefield as soon as possible. Hopefully whatever plan he's cooking up is ready. Jiraiya nodded in acknowledgement and was about to head to the battlefield when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. That won't be needed, Hiruzen. Both shinobi turned around to see Minato behind them holding his 2-hour-old son in his arms. Minato, where the hell have you been and why have you brought Naruto here? Do you want him to get killed? This is no place for him, and where is Shizune? Jiraiya exclaimed. I sent Shizune to help out with the wounded in the hospital since the staff need all the help they can get with all the wounded coming in, answered Minato. But that still doesn't explain why you brought Naruto here, Hiruzen retorted strictly. A determined gleam appeared in the Hokage's eyes. The reason I brought him here is because he's going to save Konoha from the Kyuubi. The two older men looked confused, prompting Minato to elaborate. Naruto is going to save Konoha by becoming the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. I left to prepare the sealing. Jiraiya and Hiruzen quickly gained looks of shock. Minato, you can't. This is your son for Kami's sake, Jiraiya shouted. The new father lost a little of his composure and forlornly said, I know, but I have no other choice. Minato, how do you even intend to seal the Kyuubi into Naruto? The Kyuubi is wild and too powerful for any normal Fuinjutsu sealing techniques to allow it to be sealed into Naruto. The only person who had the power to suppress a Biju and seal it away in something in this state was the Shodame, and even then he had his Mokuton ability to help him, the Sandame stated. I plan on using one of the Uzumaki's clan's Fuinjutsu, one that Kushina taught me, the Shiki Fujin, Dead Demon Consuming Seal. It should be powerful enough to seal the Kyuubi away. A heavy sense of dread entered the pits of the two men's stomachs. Jiraiya, being well-versed in Fuinjutsu himself, said, Minato, you can't. You know damn well what will happen to you if you use it. The blonde nodded solemnly with the faintest sad smile. Yes, I know. I'll die. But still, how can you expect to seal the Kyuubi into Naruto? From what you told me, you seal the soul of the person into yourself where the Shinigami will consume both you and the other soul, stated the Sarutobi clan head. I will split the Kyuubi's churka in two where the yang half will be sealed within Naruto with the Hak no Fuinshiki, 8 trigram sealing style, while the yin half will be sealed within me with the Shiki Fujin. This will make sure that the evil influence of the Kyuubi will not affect or corrupt Naruto as he grows up. But still, Minato, this is your son. You know what kind of lives Jinchurikis have. They're either turned into human weapons or treated like trash and complete outcasts. The fear people have of the demons sealed away is too great to quell. If you have to seal the Kyuubi in a child, then at least try to consider someone else, Jiraiya said. How can I ask another family to give me one of their children to turn into a Jinchuriki when I myself cannot with my own son? Besides, you can't hope to imagine how hard this is for me to do, sensei. I know full well what kind of life I may be condemning him to, but I have no choice, Minato shouted back. The crack in his usually calm persona drove the point home into the minds of the two men. They knew Minato was the kind of person to follow this path and not waver if he could help it. They both lowered their heads in solemn resignation. Changing Minato's mind didn't seem possible at this point. Jiraiya was the first to break his silence as he gazed tensely at his student. If that's the case, then show me how to do the jutsu and I'll take your place. Naruto is going to need you to be there for him. No, let me do it, Hiruzen cut in, causing the attention to be on him. I've lived a long life and you both have so much more left to offer our village and the world. Thank you both, but it has to be me, Minato stated resolutely. But dash, Jiraiya started but was quickly cut off by the blonde. Sensei, I'm the Hokage and it's my duty to protect the village. If anyone is going to bear the responsibility of placing this burden on Naruto, it's going to be me and no one else. Besides, the jutsu and the alteration needed for the sealing is too difficult to pick up in such a short time. Not to mention it's going to require every bit of strength I have, and while I know you're plenty strong, Hiruzen, I'm not going to risk not having enough chakra to complete the process. Same goes for you, sensei, but even if you have the chakra and sealing knowledge necessary, you won't be able to perfect the seal in time. One little mistake can end up killing Naruto and leave us to deal with the Kyuubi. Both Jiraiya and Hiruzen could only sigh in defeat. There would be no convincing Minato once he got this stubborn. The next 10 minutes were hastily spent helping Minato get everything ready for the sealing. Every small moment that went by filled them all with even more trepidation than the last, knowing they were basically preparing the death of someone, two of them along with many more held dear. The second the preparations were complete, a begrudged silence held itself in the air. However, they couldn't let it last long with the situation at hand and tried to give the best goodbyes they could muster. Hiruzen was the first to step up to the current and soon-to-be former Hokage. His wrinkled visage that normally held wisdom and happiness was broken by yet another dark chapter he'd experienced in his life, leaving a shimmering yet strong gaze in his eyes. Farewell, Minato. You are indeed the finest Hokage that Konoha's ever had. Your sacrifice won't go to waste and will only let our village prosper more alongside Naruto. You'll never be forgotten as a true testament to the will of fire, he said mournfully as he firmly shook the Namake's hand with his own while giving a gentle squeeze on his shoulder with the other. Thank you, Hiruzen. That means a lot, Minato replied barely above a whisper. Jiraiya quickly stepped up and gave his student a fatherly hug, trying his hardest to hide the tear that slowly escaped his eye. See ya, brat. He let out a bittersweet chuckle. No sensei could have ever asked for a better student. You have no idea how proud I am of you. Thanks, sensei. You were the best teacher anyone could ask for. That's why I want to ask you to do me one last favor. Anything, just name it, Jiraiya determinedly replied while stepping back and meeting his student's eyes. I have drawn a key to the hack no Fuinshiki into the abdomen of the scroll toad, Geratora, that will allow you to strengthen or weaken the seal. It'll naturally weaken over time, so it needs to be maintained properly. Minato smiled. It'll even allow Naruto to complete a special jutsu for his own unique use. Sensei, I also want you to train Naruto when he's older. He'll need to be strong enough to combat the threats that he will face in the future. Jiraiya nodded as if given an order. You have my word that I'll do my best, Minato. Hiruzen, if you don't mind, I've made you the executor of my estate. Everything is to be given to Naruto when he is old and strong enough to bear the responsibility, and I mean everything. All I have is rightfully his, and that includes the scroll on how to use and create the Hiraishin no Jutsu. It's locked away in my personal safe inside my estate's library. There are also some other things to carry out after I'm gone. It's all listed in my will, and I'd really appreciate it if you could take care of them, Minato requested. Of course, Minato. I'll make sure that your last wishes are followed, Hiruzen replied with a bow of his head. Thank you, the blonde said as he looked down at his sleeping son one last time. Goodbye, Naruto. Know that I love you with all my heart and that my only regret is that I won't be able to see you grow up to become the fine man I know you'll become, he uttered sorrowfully before he kissed him on the forehead in farewell. He turned his away from the others to try and hide the tears that began to freely fall from his scrunched eyes. And hopefully you'll know how sorry I am from placing this heavy burden on you. But it's the only way I know how to save Konoha from the Kyuubi and protect it from the threats that will come in the future. The village will need the fox's power on its side to survive the impending darkness, and you're the only one I trust to hold it. I know you'll rise to the challenge and become the hero you're destined to be. The blonde regained as much composure as he could before turning to the Sandaime. Hiruzen, there is one last thing I need you to do. Please tell the people that my last wish is that Naruto is to be seen as the hero he is for containing the Kyuubi and protecting them from it. If they should not, I beg you to make sure that both he and his mother are safe. I shall, Hiruzen replied with another bow of his head. Minato looked at both men one last back time and gave his best smile. Don't look so down, guys. It's probably best that this jutsu kills me since I'd probably die later on anyway. Once Tsunade finds out what I'm about to do, I'm sure I wouldn't survive her reaction. He chuckled with a sudden chill down his spine. She'd probably kill me in the slowest and most agonizing way possible too. The other two couldn't help but let out a minor laugh, as reluctant as it sounded. They could only imagine what the Mednine would cook up once she awakened to hear the news. Sadly, whatever else that could be said was cut short as Minato quickly made his way towards the battlefield, leaving behind two sad yet proud gazes on his back. When he was near the front lines, he did a few hand seals and performed the Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning jutsu, making a giant cloud of smoke appear. It captured all attention, and when it cleared, everyone could see Minato standing on a toad that stood 100 meters high and wore a Yakuza gangster-like robe, along with a pipe in his mouth, a huge Dosu Yakuza sword on his back, and a large scar that went down his left eye. This toad was Gamabunta, the toad boss and the strongest of all the toad summons. "Minato, what's going on? Why did you summon me?" Gamabunta asked, his voice echoing around him for all to hear. "I summoned you to help me fight the Kyuubi," Minato replied seriously. The chief toad finally laid his eyes onto the gigantic fox that was fast approaching them. A deathly serious ambience overtook his being. "Minato, you can't expect me to fully defeat the Kyuubi. I may be strong, but the fox is stronger." "Yes, I know. That's why I plan to seal the Kyuubi into my son, Naruto, with a special jutsu, although in doing so it will kill me." The admission both shocked and saddened the mighty toad. Over the years, he and Minato had bonded just like Jiraiya before him and held a special place in the hearts of all the toads. "Are you sure that there is no other way to stop it?" he asked feebly. He had a strong inkling that he already knew the answer. "I'm afraid not," said Minato sadly as he kneeled and pat the toad on the head. "Very well. If this is going to be our last battle together, then let's make it one for the history books." Gamabunta grunted and exhaled slowly. "And know that I'll miss you, brat. I and everyone else at Mount Myaboku will always be proud to have had you as our summoner and partner." "And I was proud to be able to summon you," Minato replied. Both man and toad then turned their focus on their opponent, fully intent on stopping its warpath. Minato quickly ordered the shinobi below to fall back to the village. They quickly did so after a moment's hesitation and prepped themselves to watch as their Hokage and his summon did battle with the Kyuubi. For several minutes after their first charge, Gamabunta dodged the fierce strikes of the fox's tails before going on the offensive. "Suetun, Tepidama no Jutsu, water style, liquid bullet jutsu," he cried out ferociously. The giant shot of water launched towards the fox after its latest attempted attack. The jutsu struck head-on but did little more than soaking the beast's fur. The Kyuubi then countered by launching its tails at Gamabunta once again. Gamabunta went about dodging them one after another and even draw his dosu to deflect some of the mighty appendages. After the struggle persisted for a bit, Gamabunta managed to find an opening and launched a powerful slashing strike. The fox did its best to dodge the attack and escaped the worst of it, but wasn't able to avoid a large gash being carved into its side as a result. "Ah, take that, you nine-tailed freak!" cried Gamabunta with a victorious smirk that immediately disappeared a moment later when the wound healed itself before their eyes. The fox then responded with opening its large mouth and began to gather chakra from its body and the surrounding air. The raw energy compressed into a single ball before it was released as one massive blast of energy. "Shit!" shouted Gamabunta as he began moving to dodge the incoming attack. With a mighty leap of his legs, he managed to barely scrape above it, but a large portion of Konoha's surrounding forest didn't remain unscathed. The resulting explosion from the impact was devastating among the foliage and timber, causing wooden shrapnel to rain down and leave considerable damage upon the leaf village. Minato glanced at the effects of the fox's overwhelming technique before quickly getting his mind back into the game. "Gamabunta, let's try a little teamwork." "Right!" the toad shouted back and prepared another jutsu. "Gamayuden, toad oil bullet," he yelled while Minato simultaneously cried, "Katon, Enden, fire style, flame bullet." The oil that Gamabunta fired acted as an accelerant and provided more fuel for the fire attack that Minato launched, creating a conflagration of far greater power and magnitude reminiscent of a giant flamethrower. The combined attack rushed forward with its unique roar and hit the fox with great force. The pyro offensive quickly covered the Kyuubi's body like a quickly developed forest fire and made it start to yell in pain. When the Konoha shinobi saw this, they cheered loudly, believing that the demon had been critically injured, if not killed outright. However, the celebrations did not last long as a massive blast of chakra exploded from the beast and extinguished the fire covering its body, creating a small crater around it from the outward force. Trees were uprooted and blown away along with various debris and many unfortunate shinobi that were within the shockwave's range. Once the violent moment passed, everyone could see the massive charred burns on the Kyuubi's body, making it look like black was the fox's natural fur color. Sadly, just like before, red chakra began to envelop and heal its body. Before the wounds could be fully healed, Gamabunta took advantage and decided to delay the fox by grappling against it in a strong amphibious grip where a battle of dominance began. With simply trying to keep the fox in place and not overpowering it, the toad was able to hold out long enough to let Minato get close and use the Shiki Fujin. "Now, Minato, this might be your only chance to use it," Gamabunta shouted as his struggle continued. "Right," Minato cried back as he did the seals. "Shiki Fujin," he shouted. The unsettling form of the Shinigami suddenly appeared behind Minato, its arm piercing through Minato's chest with no hesitation. The ghoulish appendage continued towards the Kyuubi and split its chakra in two, sealing the In into the Hokage while the Yang was sent into Naruto where the hack no Fuin Shiki appeared on his form. "It's done," Minato peacefully thought with a sad smile plastered on his face as he felt the Shinigami pulling his soul away. "I leave the rest as well as the future of Konoha to you, Naruto. I know you won't fail me. Make me proud." The deed was done and Konoha was saved as Minato's soul, and the fox's In chakra began to be consumed by the Shinigami, sentencing the now former Hokage to an eternity of battle inside its being. The great Yondaime Hokage was dead, but he passed on with a final smile adorning his lips and the knowledge that everyone was safe. The future was unknown to all, but he felt that it was safe in the hands of his son. After Minato died, the Kyuubi's body fell to the ground before all of its remaining chakra erupted in one massive shockwave. The power behind it forced Gamabunta back a bit, making him move in place to protect the blonde father and son from any physical harm. The remaining Konoha shinobi that watched everything conclude were also forced to the ground as even more damage came upon their village. But at this point they'd take it if it meant the fighting was over. Once the dust settled and silence reigned the air, the giant summon sorrowfully gazed upon Minato and Naruto. "You were truly a great summoner and friend to all of the toads, brat. Hopefully your son will become just as great as you, if not greater," he said in somber finality before returning home in a puff of smoke. Soon after the toad's disappearance, the remaining Konoha shinobi gathered around the body of their fallen hero and took him back to the village to be buried and honored as the great man that he was. Thankfully, a certain Sarutobi was able to gather little Naruto before anyone else could. 2 days later. 2 days after the Kyuubi attack, the village was understandably still buzzing with activity. Nearly everyone was busy helping with repairs to the village, some parts more devastated than others from the fox's attacks and the conclusive shockwave. But even as the people were busy working, their mood was still somber since it was only yesterday that the funeral service for the Yondaime Hokage and the other shinobi that died was held. There virtually wasn't anyone in the village that didn't lose a loved one. Not to mention the loss of the village's greatest Hokage and hero had greatly affected every citizen of the Leaf and many others throughout the country. After the battle, it was decided by the Fire Daimyo and the Grand Fire Council that Hiruzen would retake his position as the Hokage. It was a bittersweet pill to swallow, but he knew it had to be done. At the end of the funeral, Hiruzen announced that Minato had defeated the Kyuubi by sealing its chakra into the body of a young child and that he had asked for him to be seen as a hero. Sadly, just as the old Hokage had feared, the wounds that the Kyuubi had caused by its destruction had caused the people to focus their anger and sorrow at the child. It got so bad to the point that many, out of fear, were shouting for the child's death, claiming the Kyuubi would take over its prison and kill them all. The rest that were asking of same things seemed to want it done purely out of blinded revenge on the fox. This was stopped when the Sarutobi clan head released a massive amount of killing intent on the angry villagers, both civilian and ninja, causing all to immediately cower at his power. He spoke at how ashamed he was of how they reacted and their dishonoring of Minato's memory and sacrifice. Many had regrettably lowered their heads in shame, but there were plenty that simply shrugged off the feeling and stubbornly held onto their hate. Because of the heavy emotions, Hiruzen declared a new law stating that if anyone ever speaks out or mentions the Kyuubi and its connection to its container, especially to the younger generation, they would be charged with treason and would be executed immediately without trial, making the ordeal an S-class secret. In Tsunade's private hospital room, Tsunade, still resting from giving birth, continued to slumber peacefully in her bed. She would have been awake at this point, especially given recent events, but Shizen decided to administer more sedatives to deal with the added stress that encumbered her to be safe. Hiruzen was at her side, quietly waiting since she was due to awaken any minute. Took a while, but her eyes eventually started to slowly open. Even with the drowsiness she was no doubt feeling, she suddenly gained a second wind and was alert as can be when she caught the form of her sensei. "Sensei, what are you doing here? Where's Shizen? Where's Naruto-chan? Where my baby?" said Swanda, alarmed as she looked around. "Tsunade, please relax. You need to rest. Both Shizen and Naruto are fine," he said calmly, a mood she matched after a moment or two to gather her bearings. "Now, Tsunade, there is something I need to tell you. It seems that the birth caused a lot more stress to you than we had thought, and you have been asleep for 2 days. Also, sadly, when you were put to sleep we came under attack by the Kyuubi." A jolt of shock ran through her body, but he continued before she could give a response. "But thankfully we were able to survive the attack and defeat it." She was surprised even further. It was truly hard to fathom how the Kyuubi was defeated since its power was legendary. No one short of her grandfather could evenly fight the fox, and even then he had his Mokuton abilities to aid him. The only exception was one kunoichi named Uzumaki Kushina, who possessed a special chakra that allowed her to suppress the chakra of the tailed beasts and used it in conjunction with her chakra chain technique to restrain the creatures. Of course, more questions were raised in her mind since Kushina wasn't even around the village to properly deal with the threat. Hiruzen was able to guess her train of thought from the look of contemplation on her face and spoke. "We were able to defeat the Kyuubi thanks to Minato. He used a special jutsu he created that allowed him to rip the Kyuubi's soul out of its body and seal it into a child. That child, I am sad to tell you, was Naruto." At the very moment that he uttered the last syllable, the room quickly became flooded with a massive amount of killing intent. Hiruzen buckled a bit and even felt his breath escape him, despite the many years of such intent being felt by him over the years. That bastard. I'll kill him. I'll make him wish he was never born. I'll rip him apart till there's nothing but little chunks of left. How dare he do that, my child?" she roared as she started to get out of her bed. An aura of absolute fury surrounded her being, the likes of which could make any deity cower in fear. "Tsunade, please calm down. There are still things that you don't know yet and need to understand," Hiruzen pleaded as he blocked her warpath out the door and grabbed a hold of her arm. "I understand everything perfectly. That bastard sealed one of those monsters into my baby and turned him into a Jinchuriki, and you know damn well how they're treated. When I find that bastard, I'll dash." "Tsunade, Minato's dead," Hiruzen interrupted. She paused where she stood. What?" Hiruzen sighed sadly. "Minato is dead. The jutsu that he used to seal the Kyuubi into Naruto cost him his life," he answered. He went on to explain how the Shiki Fujin worked. When he finished explaining what happened in the battle, Tsunade took a moment to think and just growled in frustration. Her current fury was clouding her mind with the wishes to end the bastard herself, but she resigned to curse his soul to hell later. Right now she needed to be with her son. "Sensei, where's Naruto now?" she asked calmly yet worryingly. "Don't worry, I have Shizen and Jiraiya watching him at the Namikaze estate. Can you take me to him?" It was more a statement than question. "Of course." After they stopped talking, Tsunade quickly got out of her hospital gown and got dressed into her normal attire. The two of them then left the room and snuck through the village, making sure that no one saw that the Senju was there. It didn't take long for them to reach the large mansion that had belonged to the Namikaze family since the founding of the village. The mansion was built behind the Hokage monument and was hidden from view by the tree line in front of it. It had a large open garden in the front of it and a swimming pool in the back. The mansion itself was a large marble 4-story building with hundreds of windows and a double-door entrance that the walkway from the gate lead to. Just from taking a look at its stature, It could be seen to fit dozens of people easily. The Namikaze family had the home built when the village was first founded. The family wasn't a special shinobi clan and were in fact simple merchants who had come when Konoha was built and did well for themselves with the opportunities they were given. They ended up being the wealthiest merchant family in the village due to owning over 51% of the businesses amongst the population and controlled most of the trading infrastructure. Minato was the first member of the family to become a shinobi, and despite him choosing the militaristic profession, he was also skilled in running businesses thanks to training from his parents. It was because of this training that the blonde was able to keep the business tradition running smoothly after his parents were killed. Yet, regardless of owning everything built from his family over the years, he hadn't lived on the magnificent property in a long time. He much preferred to have his own independence after he was promoted to chunin. That choice was hammered down even more so after the passing of his parents. The memory of their murder would have been a constant and dark reminder in the home, no matter how much he renovated and cleaned the spot where they met their end. Even sealing off the room and ignoring it wouldn't have been enough. That didn't mean he forgot his place of kin, though. He still took the time to use the library when it was needed and even constructed a room to store all of the scrolls that held the techniques he gathered or created over the course of his career. When they entered the mansion Tsunade, and the Sandaime went into the main living room where Jiraiya and Shizune were taking care of Naruto. When the new mother saw her child with Shizune, she quickly raced over to him and desperately scooped him up. She held and squeezed him with all of the love she could project, as if he would disappear from the slightest loosening of her grip. "My baby! Thank the stars that you're okay!" she happily cried before she looked down and examined the 3 whisker marks on both sides of his cheek. "Is this result of the sealing?" Tsunade asked Jiraiya. "Yes it is, but don't worry about it. He won't be sprouting any fox ears or a tail if that's what you're wondering. It's normal to see a trait like that in Jinchuriki since it's sort of a way to show their connection to a specific biju. And don't worry about the Kyuubi harming him in any way. Minato placed the hack no Fuin Shiki on him, and there aren't many seals stronger than that." Jiraiya would have continued in his praise of Minato's skill as a seal master but stopped when Tsunade started to growl at him. The praise was just a quick reminder of what happened to her son. Jiraiya wasn't surprised that Tsunade felt this way. Despite his good intentions, Minato had placed a very heavy burden on their son, and he doubted Tsunade would ever forgive Minato for what he did. "So what happens now?" Shizune timidly asked from the side. "It's simple, we're leaving. I'm not going to stay here and let my son become the village outcast simply because of what that bastard did him. I have no doubt that the villagers and many of the shinobi here will claim he is a demon and try to hurt him in any way possible," Tsunade snarled, daring either Jiraiya or the Sandaime to say otherwise. Jiraiya remained silent since he actually agreed with her. The people wouldn't take too kindly to Naruto's presence. A seed of contempt was planted in the hearts of many villagers, and their future intentions could be dangerous if the newborn were to remain in his birthplace. Hiruzen knew this too well, as he saw the reactions many had when details of the fox's defeat were revealed. "You don't have to worry, Tsunade. I won't stop you from leaving if you really wish to do so. In fact, you have my full support," Hiruzen said resolutely. His students were clearly surprised, expecting him to instead argue and convince Tsunade to place her trust in the citizens of Konoha. "What's the deal, sensei? I always pictured you as an idealist," asked Jiraiya. "I am, but the sad truth is I know in my heart that if Naruto stayed he would be an outcast. I promised Minato that I would do everything in my power to see that both Tsunade and Naruto would be safe, and the best way to do that is to let them leave the village. But wouldn't they see him differently if you announced his heritage? I'm sure they wouldn't think of him as a demon or hate him if they knew that he was Tsunade-sama and the Yandaime's son. Other than Tsunade-sama, he is now the last Senju alive and the son of Konoha's hero," Shizune stated. Hiruzen straightened up. Although that could happen, that would just place Naruto in more danger. If word about him leaked out, eventually other villages and shinobi groups would target him. With his lineage and containing the most powerful of the Biju, all kinds of enemies would stop at nothing to capture or kill him at every chance they get. This is more concerning with Konoha's military strength weakening as well. So all things considered, it's best that he isn't here. But I heard that you forbade anyone from speaking of the fox. Besides, you didn't say who the child was exactly, so no one knows that Naruto is the container. Couldn't you just reveal Naruto's heritage to them, without revealing the fact that he has the Kyuubi sealed into him? Shizen inquired. That wouldn't work. The villagers would notice the markings on his cheeks, and the shinobi that have knowledge in sealing would easily connect the dots due to his age. Word would spread, and we'd have to deal with the consequences, and that's just within the village. Outside forces beyond our walls and country would be a given. Shizen looked a little confused, but Jiraiya and Tsunade understood his words quite well. For the young Kunoichi's sake, Hiruzen explained further. It's simple. If the people of Konoha knew that Naruto was Minato and Tsunade's son, they would treat him like royalty and spoil him rotten. He would become a spoiled and arrogant child that would believe that just because he is the heir of a prestigious clan, he'd be handed power and strength on a silver platter and not value hard work, determination, and training. He might even look down on others and believe he is their better by default. There'd even be several factions in Konoha that would seek to use his future power and influence. Hiruzen let out an annoyed scoff. The most notable would be Danzo. Jiraiya's face grew serious, and Tsunade even felt a small snarl coming along at the back of her throat from the mere mention of the old war hawk. He has already requested to give him custody of the child containing the Kyuubi, so that he can train him to become a shinobi. I'm certain under his care Naruto would become an emotionless boy who would answer only to Danzo himself, especially if he knew who his parents are and the political and business impact that he'd carry. Take everything regarding Naruto into account, and Danzo could potentially have all of Konoha under his control as a potential Hokage. I know that you all see this as a disastrous scenario. Shizen couldn't help but mentally shudder at the thought of her godson helping the old warmonger position himself into such power. His reputation wasn't the best, and from what her master told her, the further away he was from Naruto the better. Like I'd ever let that one-eyed bastard even touch a hair on my Naruto-chan. I'll rip out his remaining eye and arm myself if he even thinks about it. Tsunade carefully and angrily muttered back, hoping to not wake up Naruto. That is why it's best that you both leave the village for now. It'd be best if you keep a low profile. We can't risk any suspicion before we're able to properly handle it, Hiruzen responded. Tsunade simply nodded before she spoke. Is there anything else, sensei? I'd like to get out of here as soon as I can. Yes, there is something I like to say. Now, as Jiraiya already knows, before Minato died, he left me as executor to the Namikaze estate, in which he has named Naruto as heir to the Namikaze family fortune as well as everything that he owned. Won't the council try and seize it for themselves since they don't think Minato-sama has an heir? Shizen asked. They've already tried, but I overruled them. Even if they don't know Naruto will inherit everything when he's older, I still have absolute say over what happens to Minato's possessions. Speaking of which, who'll manage the businesses that belong to the Namikazes, since I doubt you will? Tsunade asked Hiruzen. They'll be handled by Seiwa Genji. He helped Minato's father manage them and continued to overlook them when he died, and Minato inherited it all. He was a good and loyal friend to the family, so we don't have to worry. Everything will continue to run correctly, but he'll be left in the dark about Naruto in case there's a chance he might let his identity slip or someone trying to force information out of him. I believe you should also know that Minato has requested in his will that I have all your debts paid off through the Namikaze fortune. Tsunade and Shizen felt shock overtake them. And before you try and refuse, you don't need to worry about negatively affecting Naruto's inheritance. Even as high as your debts are, they won't make that big of a dent in the family fortune. Minato also set up a trust fund for Naruto which will be paid monthly to you, and should be enough to allow you three to live simple but comfortable lives even if you travel around, which seems like what you'll be doing. Hiruzen ended. After a few moments, Tsunade and Shizen got over their shock, and as much as the Senju hated to admit, she was grateful for Minato getting rid of all her debts and taking care of them all. However, she would never truly forgive him for turning their son into a sacrifice, regardless of how noble or selfless his reasons were. Well, if that's all, sensei, I think that once Shizen and I get everything we need to take care of Naruto, we'll leave tonight, Tsunade said, all while gently rocking her son. There is one last thing I would like to say, Tsunade, Hiruzen started, causing Tsunade to raise an eyebrow. I know that you have good reasons to keep Naruto away from Konoha, but I would like you to consider allowing him to become a shinobi of Konoha when he's old enough. Tsunade looked ready to argue. Before you speak against it, You have to remember that the blood of some of the greatest shinobi in the world, including yourself, runs through Naruto's veins. Following the path of a shinobi is instilled in him, and I highly doubt that you could stop him even if you tried to. Naruto has the potential to become as great a shinobi as your grandfather, great uncle and his father, maybe even greater, and he'll need the support of Konoha behind him to help him with whatever enemies he will face. He'll need to be here to claim and protect his fortune and other heirlooms like the Hiratian scroll anyway, so building a connection would be ideal for everyone. At the very least, he'll be able to make sure his property doesn't fall into the wrong hands. Tsunade frowned, but she had to admit he had a point. After a few minutes of carefully thinking, Tsunade spoke. I won't make any promises of his future in Konoha, but I'll think about it. We will definitely be back to claim his inheritance, though, so a decision will be made by then. That's all I ask, Hiruzen replied with a smile. I think I'll head out as well, Sensei. It's best that I travel and reconnect with my spy network. We have to keep an ear out for anyone that might catch wind of anything related to Naruto or Heim. It'd be smart to look for any threats in the future too, Jiraiya said. Hiruzen offered them all a smile. Very well. I wish you both the best of luck. Don't worry, we'll keep you posted on how we're doing, Tsunade assured. 3 hours later, when the night sky had fully loomed over Konoha, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Shizune and Naruto snuck out of the village with none being the wiser. As they left, the Sandaime was looking out the window of his office and at the star-filled night heavens. I look forward to the day of your return, Naruto, for I have no doubt we'll be seeing great things coming from you just like your mother, father, and your ancestors, he thought with a slight smile. He then turned to look at the pictures of his predecessors, all of them sharing the same blood as the whiskered blonde. After a few minutes of silent staring and thinking, Hiruzen decided to head home and finally get some rest. Well, now that another chapter complete, in the next few chapters it will be about Naruto growing up with Tsunade and Shizune and Jiraiya whenever he pops in, and it'd be a couple of chapters before Naruto goes to Konoha. Also, before anyone starts stating in your reviews saying not to do a chapter for every year, I will be doing only a couple of chapters on certain years, like when he 1 or 2, then in the next chapter we'll skip to when he 5 or 6, and another when he 8 or 10. I haven't fully decided on what to do yet, but Naruto will go to Konoha when he 12. Please read and review, since I like to know what you all think of the story so far, and if you have any suggestions about the story that might improve it or make it more interesting, please say them, since I open to any and all suggestion and will reply to you on my opinion on them, since I always reply to my reviewers. Also, please note that flames are unwelcome and will be ignored, since if you don't like my story then stop reading it, since I force no one to read any of my stories. Ba, 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 babbled baby Naruto as he finished eating his mashed banana with his fingers and got about half of it around his face and on his bib. Good boy Naruto, you ate all you bananas. Although you got at least half it on your face and clothes, you little devil you, cooed Tsunade as she went to pick up Naruto out of his high chair and smiled at him. Ma, 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 babbled Naruto as he saw his mother coming to pick him up, to which he giggled as she lifted him out of his chair. You're a messy little boy, aren't you, Naruto? Tsunade continued to coo as she looked down at her messy son, who just giggled more, then put one of his fingers in his mouth to make himself look innocent and more adorable. She just shook her head and smiled slightly. You're just like your father, a real charmer when you want to be. Naruto laughed and clapped his small hands together as if agreeing with her. Shizune, I'm going into the next room to change Naruto out of his messy clothes. Will you please clean his high chair up and put it away while I'm doing that? Tsunade called as she went to the next room. Certainly, Tsunade-sensei, Shizune answered from the kitchen. As Tsunade was changing Naruto out of his dirty clothes, she thought about when she left Konoha and when Naruto was born. During that time, not much had happened, since Tsunade made sure to keep a low profile. This past year, she had traveled mainly around Fire Country and the other smaller nations with baby Naruto and Shizune. They would stay in small villages, towns, or cities for a few months before they would move off again, not wanting to attract unwanted attention. When they traveled or was not in the privacy of her current home, she would put a special henge over herself and Shizune to change their appearance to everyone but Naruto, so that he would not get scared or confused when he did not recognize them. This was to make sure that if someone was looking for them, they would be unable to know where to start looking. As they traveled to different places, she would offer her services as a healer to people with different illness or injuries. Though she did not need the money, since the money Minato had set up for Sarutobi to send them through her slug summons was enough to allow them to live simple but comfortable lives. Tsunade did it because it made her happy and gave her something to do when not caring or playing with Naruto. Also during the year, Naruto was growing up to be a very active child. He loved to play around in his playpen with his different toys, and when he started crawling about 3 months ago, he could hardly stay in the same place for too long. He would also grab anything he could get his hands on and that he could put in his mouth. On more than one occasion, Tsunade and Shizen had just barely stopped Naruto from swallowing or choking a coin, a marble, and other small objects. He also had a knack for getting into trouble. On several occasions, Naruto somehow climbed up onto a chair, table, or even a shelf whenever he saw something he wanted on them. This resulted in him nearly falling off and getting hurt each time, but thankfully Tsunade or Shizen were able to catch him and keep him from getting hurt. Though Tsunade nearly had a heart attack each and every time it happened. It was after the second one of those incidents that both Shizen and she decided that one of them would always have Naruto within eyesight for their own peace of mind. After Tsunade finished changing Naruto, she lifted him up in her arms and cooed, "Now that you're nice and clean again, you're a handsome boy. Aren't you, my little Naruto-chan?" Naruto just replied by squealing in delight and clapping his hand again. Tsunade then went out to the main room where Shizen was just finishing putting away Naruto's high chair. She then went to sit down on a chair and began to loosen up her robes and lowered the strap to her bra to expose her left breast. She then brought Naruto up to it so that he could start feeding. After which Shizen then went to another chair opposite Tsunade and began to read a new medical book she had recently bought. It was just about 5 minutes after Tsunade began that someone suddenly came through the open window that was next to her. With Tsunade so engrossed with feeding Naruto and Shizen in her book, both of them failed to notice the intruder. When the intruder saw Tsunade's current manifestation and what she was doing, he suddenly let out a large cry. "Aha, away, aha!" After which the intruder was sent across the room by a massive nosebleed and hit the wall hard, knocking the intruder out. When the two women heard the cry and the thud of the intruder hitting the wall, they both immediately sprung into action. Tsunade went into a protective stance covering Naruto, who was crying after being interrupted from his feeding time, while Shizen went into an offensive stance with her senbon needles out and ready. When the two women looked over at the unconscious intruder, Tsunade growled under her breath angrily and began muttering curses upon seeing whom their guest was. Said intruder was twitching a little with blood coming from his nose and a very perverted smile on his face and drool coming from his mouth. "Of all of people and of all times," Tsunade said sourly as her right eye twitched several times. "He had to show up unannounced." "Jiraiya-sama," Shizen said a bit worriedly as she went over to the now unconscious toad hermit. "Shizen, leave him until I at least finish feeding Naruto-chan. The last thing I need is that perverted toad watching me as I'm feeding the baby," Tsunade angrily said as she tried to calm down the still crying Naruto. Shizen just nodded in acknowledgement and went into the kitchen to get a few things to treat the toad hermit while her sensei finished. 20 minutes later. After Jiraiya had regained consciousness and his composure, long after Tsunade had fully fixed her robes, Tsunade tried to force Jiraiya to clean up the mess he made, but Shizen volunteered to do herself, saying that she didn't want to risk Naruto catching anything from him. Tsunade was sitting at a table with Naruto being cradled in her arms and Jiraiya was across from them. He was smiling as he looked at them since the memory of Tsunade breastfeeding Naruto was still fresh on his mind. "Why are you here anyway, Jiraiya?" Tsunade inquired with a slight frown. She was still a bit annoyed with him for arriving unannounced in the way he did. "Can't a man come every now and then to visit his godson?" asked the smiling sage. "Not in the way you do," Tsunade deadpanned. "Ah, Haim, don't say that you make me feel unwanted. Besides, if I had announced my arrival, then I wouldn't have been treated with the heavenly sight that I saw not long ago," Jiraiya replied, grinning like no tomorrow. "The boy's living a genuine privilege that is not given to just anyone. I envy his good fortune." Tsunade frowned and snarled at Jiraiya, not missing the perverted meanings behind his statements, while Shizen looked at the older man in disgust. "If I wasn't holding Naruto-chan right now, you would be halfway flying to Suna right now," Tsunade said through narrowed eyes. Jiraiya just chuckled nervously and decided to change the subject as to why he was really here. Alright Haim, all joking aside, you're right, there is a reason why I'm here. Jiraiya spoke, all humor leaving his face. Immediately Shizune and Tsunade straightened up and began to listen intently to what Jiraiya had to say. As you both know, I left the village to reconnect with my spy network to keep an ear open for any news about anything that may concern you or the Gaki here, Jiraiya said while motioning to Naruto. Both of them nodded since they knew this, although Tsunade did frown at Naruto being called a Gaki but decided to let it slide for now. Currently, the other villages are watching Konoha closely to see how badly the military strength was hit during the Kyuubi attack and the loss of Minato. Thankfully, Sensei's been able to keep the other villages in the dark about how badly Konoha was hurt, so as far as the other villages are concerned, Konoha is still strong. Plus, Konoha's alliance with Suna is also another thing to make the other villages hesitant to try anything. So I don't believe that they'll try to attack the village, Jiraiya informed, to which Tsunade just nodded for him to continue. Also, no one knows about you having Naruto, so I don't think you have to worry about anyone coming after him anytime soon. But you should still lay low like you've been doing since we don't want any trouble, especially at this point in time. To which Tsunade was in complete agreement. Another thing I learned just last month. Some new group is coming out. They're keeping below the radar so to not attract attention and are highly secretive. From what my informants tell me, they'll be big trouble in a couple of years. What do you mean by that? Asked Tsunade. The group is currently made up of 6 missing nin and not your run-of-the-mill missing nin. These guys are all S-class missing nin, replied Jiraiya. This shocked both the women present. S-class missing nin was the highest types of ninjas there were, except for few others who was credited with being given a double S-class rank. Those being Tsunade's grandfather Senju Hashirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hashirama's arch-rival and nemesis Uchiha Madara, and Naruto's father, Namake's Minato. It made Tsunade especially worried since shinobi of that caliber rarely ever try to work together since they usually end up fighting or killing one another. The only way for any of them to willing work together would be if they were being led by someone stronger than any of them. Tsunade was worried because anyone that was able to get 5 other S-class missing nin working together would have to be incredibly powerful. Do you know who the members are? Tsunade asked. I know one member, but that's it. The rest I don't, since like I said, the group is highly secretive, responded Jiraiya. Who is the member that you know of? Our old teammate, Orochimaru. Tsunade frowned upon hearing this. Although she was not there when Orochimaru's treasonous acts were revealed by Sarutobi, she had heard about them not long after. Although she had severed her ties with Konoha, his betrayal still hurt her. He was still her friend at one point. I'm surprised he would be willing to work with others again, considering he usually prefers to work alone, spoke Tsunade. My guess is it was a matter of convenience. They most likely protected him and helped him elude the Oinin and us. But knowing Orochimaru, he'll most likely betray them like he did us when it suits him best. Tsunade just nodded her head in agreement. So what exactly do they call themselves? Surely their group goes by some kind of name, and what exactly do they want since S-class missing nins wouldn't really work together without some kind of reason? Shizune asked. They call themselves the Akatsuki, and you can recognize them by what they wear. They all dress in the similar outfit. Each member wears dark cloaks with red clouds with a red interior, a chin-high collar, and wear a conical straw hat with small spike-like balls hanging down to cover their faces. As for their plans, I don't really know for certain, but from what my sources tell me, they're going after Jinchuriki. To be more precise, they're after the Bijuu inside the Jinchuriki, Jiraiya answered, shocking both women and causing Tsunade to hold on to Naruto tightly. Are you certain, Jiraiya? Asked a worried Tsunade, to which the sage just nodded. My advice, Tsunade, is that if you ever see anyone who matches the Akatsuki description, get out and run as far away as you can. Although you could possibly take on and beat one of them, but these guys travel in pairs. When you see one, the other is not far behind, and not even you could take on 2 S-class nin by yourself and protect Shizune and Naruto simultaneously. Tsunade could not help but reluctantly agree with what Jiraiya had said. Do you know what they want the Bijuu for? No, I don't, but whatever it is, I bet it not good. But despite this, there is some good news, since they have no idea about who the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi is. Sensei's keeping a tight lip on it all. They know for sure that the QB is sealed into a child, but they don't know which one, and not counting Sensei were the only ones that know that Naruto is Jinchuriki of the QB. As long as that is kept a secret, they shouldn't come after him. This of course gave Tsunade some relief, but the nagging fear in the pit of her stomach was still there. Also, from what I have gathered, they won't make any real move against any of the other Jinchuriki for a while, since they are still trying to recruit more members for their group and funds for financing the operations, whatever they are. It'd be a few years before they make any real move against anyone, and it means we still have time to prepare Naruto. Which got a look from Tsunade that said he better not be talking about what she thought he was thinking of. Now Tsunade, don't give me that look. I know you don't want to hear this, but you have to sense it for Naruto's good as well as everyone else's. The Akatsuki members are no amateurs. They will eventually figure or find out that Naruto is the Jinchuriki of the QB, and when they do they will come after him. So when Naruto is old enough we will have to train Naruto to be a shinobi. At this point Tsunade was about to interrupt, telling him no, but before she could, Jiraiya cut her off and continued. Tsunade, like Sensei said, Naruto has the blood of some of the strongest shinobi to ever exist running through his veins, with you being among them as well. I doubt you could stop him from becoming one, and the stronger he becomes the better his and our chances are against the Akatsuki when they do finally come. Also, Naruto will have to learn sooner or later that because of whom he is, who he related to, and what he is, he will always have to watch his back. There will always be those who will want to either use or destroy him because of what he may one day become, said Jiraiya with finality. After Jiraiya finished speaking, Tsunade remained quiet and just looked down at her son, who had finally stopped squirming and was falling asleep in her arms. As she did, she found herself silently cursing Minato for the 1000th time for turning her son into a Jinchuriki. After several minutes of just looking down at her sleeping son, Tsunade finally looked back up at Jiraiya. When she did, Jiraiya saw a look of determination in her eyes that he had not seen in many years. If that's the case, then so be it. When he is old enough, we will both train him. If any of these Akatsuki bastards try and take my son from me, they will have to go through me first, and they will find out firsthand why I am a Sannin, said Tsunade with a fire of determination in her eyes. Jiraiya saw this and just smiled and nodded. He could see that the love she had for Naruto and her maternal instincts to protect her child had reignited Tsunade's fighting spirit, one that he thought had long been extinguished. Shizen herself also made a silent vow as well to help with Naruto's training. Although she was not as strong or knowledgeable as either Jiraiya or Tsunade, she would help to protect her godson in whatever way she could. That night, Tsunade was sleeping peacefully in her room. All was serene until Naruto started crying in his crib. Tsunade woke up to this and got up off her futon. Going over to Naruto, Tsunade picked him up and held him, resting his head on her shoulders while gently rocking him in her arms. Naruto soon calmed down and quieted, much to Tsunade's delight. After another minute, Tsunade said thoughtfully, "I bet you're hungry, my little Naruchan." Tsunade sat down on her futon with Naruto and prepared to breastfeed him. Just as she was about to open her night kimono, the door to her room opened, revealing Shizun cradling something in her arms. "I'm sorry, Tsunade-sensei," Shizun said. "I came in earlier to change Naruto's diaper when you were sleeping, and I was just bringing him back now. I didn't want to wake you." Tsunade then saw that Shizun was cradling a fully awake Naruto in her arms. When the slug Sannin saw that, she knew that something was definitely wrong with this scene. "Wait a minute!" Tsunade exclaimed. "If that's Naruto, then who am I dash?" Looking down at her arms, Tsunade saw that she was cradling a wooden log in her arms. While cradling the log, she turned and saw Naruto, quietly attempting to crawl and sneak away from her towards the opened window. As Naruto was making his way towards the window, he then felt an extreme bloodlust approaching and coming from behind him, as well as the sickening cracking of knuckles that became infamous whenever Tsunade was about to dish out a lot of pain. As he fearfully and slowly turned his head, he thought of one word that he thought might have saved him with puppy dog eyes and the sucking of his right thumb: "Mama!" Sadly, it did not work, and Tsunade sent him soaring out the open window, where she quickly followed after him. The same small figure came crashing hard into the ground, forming a crater in it. The figure transformed back into his real self and was in much pain. He felt several of his bones break and was sore all over. "Oh," Jiraiya mourned. "So close, damn that Shizun." I was just a few seconds away from paradise, and I was really looking forward to having some of that good stuff she treats Naruto to. But before Jiraiya could finish what he was saying, he suddenly felt a dark shadow hovering over him, as well as a familiar bloodlust and killer intent on him again. He slowly and fearfully turned around and was again faced with Tsunade, who had a sadistically sweet smile on her face again. "You didn't think you'd get off that easy, did you?" Tsunade asked rhetorically as she hovered over him. As she came closer to him, Jiraiya could only whisper one word: "Mercy." But sadly for the Toad Hermit, there would be none. For about 10 minutes, terrifying screams of pain and abject misery could be heard by all who were still awake. Several miles away, a young couple who were quietly looking up at the full moon and a bright star in the night when suddenly the women pointed up at a small object was soaring through the air. "Look, it's a shooting star, let's make a wish." "I don't think that a shooting star, sweetheart," said the man. "Then what is it?" asked the women. "I don't know," he replied when suddenly a loud ear-splitting cry, "Jachio achio achio." Several miles further away, the shooting star then came crashing hard into the ground, forming yet another crater. The shooting star was in fact Jiraiya, who slowly crawled out of the crater before checking himself for whatever additional damages that was done to him by Tsunade's beating and as a result from the impact to the ground. In any case, he was in for a long crawl back to Tsunade House and a whole world of pain. Meanwhile, back where Jiraiya first landed, a very pissed-off Tsunade was standing outside the first crater Jiraiya landed in and looking up at the night sky. "Damn perverted excuse for a life form," Tsunade stated. "I just might kill him if he pulls that stunt again." After which she then went back to the house to kiss her son goodnight before going to bed again. 1 month later, a month after Jiraiya came to give to his news on the Akatsuki and his failed attempt to be breastfed by Tsunade, things settled down again. The house even had one new occupant, said occupant being Jiraiya. He had decided to stay for a little while to spend some time with his godson and get to know him a little. In which case, he acted as part-time babysitter whenever Tsunade and Shizune were out helping to treat the villagers. Both women agreed to allow Jiraiya to babysit on the condition that he not try and corrupt Naruto into becoming a pervert like him under the threat of castration and disembowelment with dull kunai and bare hands. It was after a long day from healing a large number of people who had traveled from the outer parts of the village to get Tsunade to treat their various ailments that when she and Shizune came back to the house to find Jiraiya watching Naruto. The baby was playing with 3 small summoned toads that Jiraiya had summoned for Naruto to play with, which Naruto loved doing since he would waddle after the toads as they hop around the room with him trying to catch them. When Naruto saw his mother and Shizune, he squealed happy and waddled over to his mother to hug her, and as he went over to her he said "Mama," which surprised them since they did not expect Naruto to speak this way for few or more months, since he had shown no real signs of trying to speak other than babbling. Tsunade then picked up Naruto and asked, "What did you say, Naru-chan?" "Mama," repeated the blonde baby. This caused her to hug and cry in joy for her son at speaking his first real word. "What a smart boy you are, Naru-chan. You only started walking a few weeks ago, and now you're starting to talk." "Naruto, can you say Hakubo, auntie? Can you?" asked Shizune as she gained Naruto attention. "Nei-chan, Nei-chan," Naruto said. "I doubt you'd get any better than that, Shizune," Tsunade chuckled. "Oh well, I guess being his Nei-chan isn't so bad," replied Shizune as she grabbed little Naruto's nose and wiggled it a little, which made him laugh. "Hey Naruto, do you know who I am? Do you?" asked an excited Jiraiya when he came up to Naruto to find out what he'd call him. "Pervert, pervert," replied Naruto as he pointed at Jiraiya, causing the sage to face fault and Shizune to giggle loudly, while Tsunade smiled and laughed even harder. "That's my little boy, such a smart boy just like his Ka-chan," laughed Tsunade as she turned around to go into the kitchen with Naruto. "I resent that remark. I'm not a pervert," cried Jiraiya as he stood up. "Then what are you?" asked Tsunade, turning around slightly. "I'm a super pervert," grinned Jiraiya, after which an annoyed Tsunade elbowed him in the face and sent him flying to the other end of the room, resulting in him hitting the wall. "Damn pervert," muttered Tsunade as she went to the kitchen with Naruto and Shizune following closely behind. 1 month later. Currently, Jiraiya was in Tsunade's house watching over Naruto again. Tsunade and Shizen had gone out to a small farm several miles out of the village to help the daughter of the farmer who was severely ill and in need of treatment. As he was watching Naruto, he was also trying to come up with new ideas for his latest book, but unfortunately he was having a severe case of writer's block. After a while, he decided to take a walk around the village, since he thought that the fresh air and exercise would do him good and re-energize his writer's imagination. As he walked around the streets of the town carrying Naruto, many young girls and women came over to him when they saw him carrying him. They started to surround them, commenting on how cute he was and adorable his whisker marks made him. Soon enough, Jiraiya quickly realized that Naruto was a babe magnet and began cursing himself for not thinking of the sooner. After the women that had surrounded him and Naruto left, Jiraiya quickly ran to the village hot springs entrance where he knew that most women came out at this time to go home for the night and quickly put his plan into action. When Jiraiya saw a group of women coming out of the hot springs, he quickly acted as though he was about to enter himself. Jiraiya began to hum when the women ran toward him commenting on how cute Naruto was. "Yes, ladies, he is very cute, isn't he?" queried Jiraiya. "Is he yours?" asked a random woman. "Why, no, he isn't. He's actually my godson." The women then began to swoon over Naruto, commenting how adorable he was with his whisker marks, or how beautiful his eyes were, and asking more questions about him to Jiraiya, who was far too busy looking at their breasts to answer any of their questions. As all this was happening, Naruto grew more and more confused as to why all these strange ladies were surrounding him. Unfortunately, the confused look that appeared on his face made him all the more adorable to the women, who began to pinch his cheeks and ruffle his spiky hair. Jiraiya smiled as he continued to ogle the swooning and silently thanked Kami for his godson's cuteness. Things seemed as though they were only going to get better when Naruto tried to grab onto the women's finger with his small little hand, which earned him even more attention from the women. "Oh, he's trying to grab my finger. He's so adorable, isn't he?" said a brunette woman. Naruto, who was still a little confused at where he was, but when he looked up to see his godfather smiling back at him, he immediately giggled and decided to enjoy all the attention and began to bounce up and down in his godfather's arms, which only made the women attract to him even more. Jiraiya couldn't believe that Naruto could get him this much action and made a mental note to hint to Tsunade that he could watch him whenever she needed him to. Jiraiya began to think about how he could milk this even further when he suddenly remembered the time when Naruto wouldn't stop crying when he first babysat for Tsunade, and he summoned a toad which he almost squeezed into oblivion. Jiraiya smirked and patted himself on the back for his brilliant thinking, and then quickly summoned a small toad and ordered the toad to hop into Naruto's view. While Naruto was hopping up and down in Jiraiya's grasp, the toad jumped onto Jiraiya's shoulder. Naruto immediately stopped bouncing when he saw the toad and began to reach for it. The women awed at Naruto's actions and became even more infatuated with the young boy when he was able to get a hold of the toad and begin hugging it for dear life. Unfortunately, as Jiraiya was busy trying to make his move on the young village women, Tsunade and Shizune were entering the village after finishing with helping to treat the daughter of the farmer. They then decided to head for the hot spring to relax a little before returning home, since they believed that they deserved a little downtime after helping the young girl. When they were nearing the hot spring entrance, they saw a large group of women surrounding a tall white-haired man with a small blonde-haired boy in his arms who was squeezing a poor toad to near death. Tsunade quickly realized that the blonde boy was her son and the tall white-haired man was Jiraiya. She then quickly realized that Jiraiya must have been using her son to attract women, when she realized this one thing was on her mind. Kill Jiraiya, slow and painfully. As Jiraiya was about to make a move on the women, he suddenly felt a sense of dread wash over him and realized that his teammate must be somewhere nearby. Jiraiya's fears were confirmed when he turned around and saw Tsunade stomping right towards him with a very angry Shizune right behind her. She too knew what Jiraiya was doing with her nephew/little brother/godson, and for once she would not try and calm Tsunade down. She would actually help her kill Jiraiya. "Hi Saya-1, what's up?" asked a very nervous Jiraiya. "Oh, not much. I was just coming back from helping that young farm girl who got ill and decided to come here to relax a little, and then I saw you and Naruto here. I was just wondering why you were here when I thought you'd be at home," said Tsunade all too sweetly for Jiraiya taste. "Oh, well you see, I just wanted to spend some time with him, and, As you can see, he is very happy, spoke Jiraiya nervously as he tried to come up with a good excuse so to avoid being beaten to a pulp by Tsunade and probably Shizune as well. When Tsunade looked at Naruto, he was indeed happily squeezing a poor toad to death. Well, Jiraiya, tell your friends goodbye because we need to get Naruto back home before it gets too late since it's nearly his bedtime, said Tsunade with a look in her eyes that promised pain when they got back. Jiraiya informed the women that he and Naruto had to go, and all the women sighed, though knowing that the boy's mother wanted him home. So they reluctantly said goodbye to the pair. So Saya, let's get going, said Jiraiya. Oh, I agree wholeheartedly, said Tsunade, who took Naruto away from Jiraiya, who began to walk away. And just where are you going, Jiraiya? Said Shizune, who was twirling her sunbon needles, which made Jiraiya very nervous. Back to the house like you said. Oh, we have a much quicker way for us to get there, said Tsunade. Tsunade and Shizune each then placed their hand on Jiraiya's shoulders, and the four of them were shunshined back home. Well, Tsunade, I should get going. You can put Naruto to bed, and I'll go myself since I better get back on the road again, Jiraiya quickly said and tried to get away, but Tsunade grabbed him by the collar and forced him to the ground. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya and then told Shizune to put Naruto to bed, while she had a talk with the terrified Toad Sage. Shizune left the room with Naruto, who was cuddling the toad, while Jiraiya pleaded with Tsunade. Shizune, before you put Naruto to bed, see if he might be hungry, said Tsunade as she began to crack her knuckles. I will, sensei, but please save a piece of him for me, please, Shizune replied as she went to the next room. I'll try, but no promises. Haim, I'm sorry, I just wanted to take Naruto to meet some new people. That's all, I swear, pleaded Jiraiya on bended knees. I see. Jiraiya, I would like you to meet someone that you are very familiar with. Who? The end of my fist. After which, for the next hour, screams of pain from a certain super pervert could be heard for several miles around. Currently sitting down on the porch of her new temporary home was Tswanda, drinking a small plate of sake. As he looked out to the trees near to her, she saw her son, 5-year-old son Naruto, whom she had been watching for the past 4 hours, running up and down the tree he had been climbing by channeling his chakra from his feet. Tswanda could not help but smirk at all the energy that her son had. Most kids his age wouldn't have enough chakra to go up even a quarter ways up the tree, let alone be able to channel their small chakra reserves to their feet and even try to walk up the tree. They had began Naruto training when he was 4 and slowly increased the training little by little. At first they only had him running, but soon after they started him to teach him to read and how to channel chakra, do different exercises and wear weights. It had been a trouble getting him to settle down enough so to teach him to read, since like when he was a baby, Naruto was still a very active child who did not like to stay still long. But eventually they were able to get his interest into reading by having plenty of pictures with animals on it, since he enjoyed animals. Over time Naruto gained an interest in reading, especially if the books had pictures in it. Also, when they started to train Naruto in his chakra training, they learned that the best way to teach him was to visually show and explain it to him, so to keep his attention, since he could be easily bored. But even still, when Naruto started to train to control and use his chakra, they learned 2 things. The first was that he had very high chakra reserves for a boy his age. Currently Naruto's chakra level was that of a young genin, and although that does not seems very high, the fact that a 4-year-old boy had that level was astounding. When Tsunade asked Jiraiya about this, he said it was not unexpected for Jinchurikis to have high chakra levels, due to them having a demon spirit inside them where their bodies would adapt it to handle the strain by having their chakra coils thicken and reserves become larger, so they can handle the Excel chakra that would come from their Bijus after being diluted by their seals. The second thing they learned was that Naruto had inherited her natural flawless chakra control. They learned this when Naruto was given his first chakra control exercise, and to keep a leaf stuck on his head, in which he got it on the first go after it was explained to him. It was proven even further when he was able to channel his chakra to his feet and walk up on a tree with just his feet. This was surprise, since in most cases whenever someone had large chakra reserves, their control was not very good. While when someone had excellent chakra control, they had small reserves, but Naruto had both without either of the negative affects. When Tsunade and Jiraiya learned this, it pushed away any remaining doubt about Naruto being a highly skilled ninja one day. The reason why Naruto was doing the exercise now was to help increase his stamina, not that it needed much improving, since Naruto proved to be a stamina monster, and in the increase of his chakra reserves while at the same time keeping his control high as well. Okay, Naruto, that enough for today. Why don't you take a break for today since you don't want to overexert yourself by training too much? Said Tsunade as she saw her son was getting tired. But Kachan, pant. I can. Pant. Still. Pant. Keep going, pant. Said the clearly tired Bai. Tsunade just smiled at her little boy trying to act tough. I know that Naruto, but why don't you and me go into town and have an ice pop since it's such a warm day and as a reward for working so hard? At this little Naruto smiled and jumped up and yelled happily at having a treat, after which he and his mother went downtown. Not long after, Naruto and Tsunade were walking through town, each licking an ice pop. Tsunade had her special genjutsu on where everyone in town saw her as a medium-sized raven-haired woman with blue eyes, while Naruto just saw her as she usually was. As they walked by, Tsunade saw an open casino and decided to have a look around, where she and Naruto went in. Although Tsunade had swore not to gamble away their money like she used to before she had Naruto, she did do a small bit of gambling by doing the slots and only spending a small amount. As they walked around the slot area, Tsunade saw a quarter on the ground and picked it up. She then decided that one go at the slots wouldn't hurt. Just when she was about to put in the coin, Naruto suddenly spoke up. Kachan, what are you doing? I'm just playing a game that grown-ups play for fun, replied Tsunade, since it was kind of true. Can I play? Asked Naruto, who was still licking his ice pop. At first Tsunade would have said no, since Shizune would most likely lecture her about giving Naruto her bad gambling habits. But she decided that one go at the slots would not make her Naruchan an addict. Okay Naruchan, you can have one go, okay? Said Tsunade, to which the young boy just nodded. She then showed him where to put the coin and then held him up so he could pull the lever. The reels in the machine started to spin for a few seconds before they started to slow down, where the first one stayed on the gold coin image, the second stayed on another gold coin and was followed by a third gold coin. After which the slot machine started to light up, the bells in the machine started ringing as well, where coins then started to fall out the machine. Naruchan, you won, cried a shocked Tsunade. I did? Yeah, said the boy happily. Can I do it again? He asked. WWL. Why not, it couldn't hurt, said Tsunade, thinking Naruto might as well as used his lucky streak while he had it. For the next hour Naruto kept playing the slots, and every time he won. It was unbelievable. Tsunade had never heard at anyone being so lucky at gambling before in her life. Figures, while I get all the bad luck when it comes to gambling, but my kid has all the luck in the world and is natural gambler. This must be Kami bitch slapping me again like this. Though Tswanda annoyed. It was as she was thinking this that Tsunade quickly decided to try something else to see how lucky her son really was. Hey Naruchan, how about we go try another game? Said Tsunade. Okay. After which Tswanda quickly brought all the buckets that she had gotten to carry the coins Naruto won and ground them to be exchanged for chips. After then she then brought Naruto and the chips to the crap table, where she simplified the rules, where all he had to do was throw the dice and try and keep getting good numbers like 7 with the dice. After Tsunade had placed Naruto bets for him, he began to throw the dice like he was told, and like with the slots Naruto kept getting the numbers he needed and was cleaning house at the crap table. My little Naruchan, a gambling genius, cried Tsunade happily as she hugged his son tightly when she was seeing how much money her son was winning. Naruto just struggled to breathe as his mother smothered him in between her two large mounds, much to the envy of the men who were watching Naruto play. After the dealer at the crap table had told them that they could no longer play there, Tsunade decided to take their winnings, a stagger 20 million Ryo in chips, and went to the roulette table and put Naruto gambling luck to the true test. Okay Naruchan, this is simple. All you have to do is tell Kachan what number to pick and money, we put the money on it, okay? Remember what Kachan said earlier, it all or nothing, said Tswanda, to which Naruto in understanding. Tsunade placed the boxes full of chips on the table, and just when she was about to ask Naruto what number, a familiar voice shouted out which make her cringe. Sensei. Several minutes earlier. Shizune was travel through the streets with her shopping with Tonton, and was on her way home when she suddenly saw a large group of people in the local casino. As she walked by, she heard some people mutter about some women and her kid were cleaning up in the casino. Deciding to have a look, she went in, and when she did, she saw the women was none other Tsunade with Naruto betting at the roulette, at which point she cried out angrily to her sensei. HHI. Shizune, how it's going, spoke Tsunade like a kid who had its hand caught in the cookie jar. I was fine until I came in here to see what all the fuss was about and found my sensei using her son for gambling, spoke Shizun angrily. Oink! Cried Taunton angrily at her mistress. Hey now Shizun, calm down, it not like that, you see. After Naruto's training I decided to treat him to an ice pop, and when we saw the casino I came to have a look and I found a quarter on the floor. After that I was just going to have one go when Naruto said he wanted to and I let him, thinking it wouldn't do any harm. When he did play he kept whining and whining at the slots and then at the crap table. He a gambling genius and has more luck than a four-leaf clover, said Tswanda trying to explain herself. I don't what your reasons are, you had no dash, said Shizun angrily before she was interrupted by Tswanda. But he won over 20 million Ryo already. I don't care if he won dash, said Shizun before she stopped and spoke again, TT20 a million R Ryo, to which Tsunade just nodded. Shizun was close to fainted when she heard this, but before she could the man of the roulette table spoke. All bets are closed, one straight-up bet. At which the two women turned to see that Naruto had made a bet by himself. Naruto, what did you do? Cried Tsunade. I did what you said, Kachan. I went all or noting and beat all the money on number 2 red, replied Naruto happily, which caused his mother to cry in frustration and making her cruise herself for her poorly chosen words. As the roulette began to slow down, the two women were biting their nails out of pure nervousness while Naruto just looked on happily, not truly understand what he had just done. As the ball began to slow down further and was hoping along the other slots. I can't watch, cried Shizun as she closed her eyes as her nerves couldn't take the suspense, and was quickly joined by Tsunade as she too closed her eyes, along with Taunton who was lying down and using her hooves to cover her eyes. As Tsunade did, she just saw the ball hoping into 0-0 black and thinking that they lost. Tsunade was ready to hear the man say the house won. But instead of that the man said, 2 red player wins and has broken the bank. At the Tsunade popped open her eyes and saw that the ball had indeed landed on 2 red and it must have hopped out of 0-0 black rights when she closed her eyes and hopped into 2 red. Tsunade quickly raced over to her son and started to smother him in between her giant mounds again, much to the envy of the male population again, and cry at how happy she was and proud of her little gambling genius son. Shizun on the other hand just fainted, since when she heard that Naruto won she quickly calculated that on the odds of 36-1. Multiplying that to the 20 million that Naruto had won and bet in a single straight-up bet, which added up to Naruto whining over 720 million Ryo. After they had got all the winning they cashed out and sealed all the money into a scroll and quickly left. If they had stayed they would have seen the casino owner crying since his casino was ruined now. When they got home Shizun berated Tsunade for taking Naruto and having him gamble for her, and told her that she was forbidden to take Naruto to a casino ever again, much to Tsunade's annoyance. She also had the money that Naruto won sent to Sarutobi so he could put it in Namake's account since the money was his since he won it all. Although Tsunade did cry at the loss of all the money and all the things she could buy with it. Konoha the next day. Currently sitting at his desk, the Sandaime Hokage was reading Jiraiya's newest book Ika Violence, since today was one of the few days that he had no paperwork. As he was reading there was a sudden poof, and when he looked away from his book, he saw one of Tsuanda's slug summons on his table with a scroll on its back. Greeting Hokage-sama, I have a message from Shizun-san, spoke the small slug. What you that message be then? She would like you to put the money in this scroll into the Namake's family account. If I may ask, how much is in this scroll? Asked the old Kage as he took the scroll. 720 million Ryo, replied the slug summon plainly. Okay, that's 720 me dash, said Sarutobi as he was about to stand up when he suddenly realized what he heard and fell down on the ground with pure shock. He quickly stood up and looked directly at the slug summon, shouted, how the hell did they get 720 million Ryo? Young Master Naruto won it all when Tswanda-sama took him to a local casino, replied the slug summon. She took a 5-year-old boy to a casino, and he won over 720 million Ryo by himself, replied Sarutobi in disbelief, to which the summon only nodded. What the hell is she teaching that boy? Sighed the old man, who was now trying to think how he was going to explain this massive input of money to the bank manger, let alone Seiwa Genji, the man who manages the Namake's accounts businesses. After which the summon just left and the old Hokage got out of his seat to go to the bank, and as he did he could not help but chuckle a little. It seems that young Naruto has not inherited you bad luck at gambling, Tsunade. In fact, he has the direct opposite in terms of gambling and you. I look forward to what other surprises young Naruto will have for us when he comes to Konoha, though Sarutobi. 1 month later. Currently, Tsunade was sitting in the living room reading a medical book in her new house, since they had to move out of the last town they were in, due to the fact that a 5-year-old kid winning 720 million Ryo kind of draws attention to you. As Twanda read the book, she could not but sigh, since today was her birthday and the only one who remembered it was Shizune, who got her this book. Although she was grateful for the book and that Shizune remembered her birthday, she was still a bit down since Shizune was the only one who remembered. Hence, it would have been nice for someone else to remember and get her something like a nice bottle of sake, chocolates or flowers even. Just as Twanda was about to continue to read her book, she suddenly heard a shout. "Kachan! Kachan, where are you?" cried Naruto. "I'm in here, Naruto-chan. What wrong?" answered Tsunade. When Tsunade answered, Naruto quickly ran across the corner to enter the living. When Twanda saw Naruto, she also saw him carrying a small Prunus serralata bonsai tree in a small flower pot. "Here, Kachan, happy birthday," said Naruto, holding the small bonsai tree to his mother. At first, when Tsunade saw the small tree, she did not know what to say, but she soon got over her surprise and took the bonsai tree from her son and looked at it. The small tree had smooth bark with pink and with cherry blossom flowers surrounding its small branches. All in all, it was a very beautifully tree. Tsunade then began to get teary-eyed and quickly put down the bonsai tree and then grabbed Naruto into a smothering hug, to which the poor boy could barely breathe. "Thank you, Naruto-chan, this is the best gift I've ever gotten," said Tsunade as she hugged her son tightly, who despite being nearly crushed to death by his mother smiled and making his mother happy. After a few minutes, Tsunade let go of Naruto and put her bonsai tree on the windowsill, after which she then turned to her son. "Naruto-chan, who told you it was my birthday was today?" asked Tsunade, since she knew Naruto could not have known it and someone must have told him, and she had a guess who. "Shizune-chan told me last week," answered Naruto, confirming what Tsunade guessed. "And did she give you to the tree to me as a present?" asked Tsunade, since she suspected that this was Shizune's way of cheering her up a bit. But to her surprise, Naruto shook his head. "No, I got it myself," answered Naruto. "Then did she give you the money or it?" she asked, since with the small little bit of pocket money she gave Naruto a week, she knew he did not have enough money to buy it himself, but to her surprise Naruto shook his head again. "No, I grew it," replied Naruto. This of course confused Tsunade, but then frowned. "Naruto-chan, now don't lie to me." "But I'm not. I did grow it myself," said the boy. "Naruto-chan, I know full well that you can't grow a tree like that in just 1 week," replied Tsunade, frowning more since she did not like her son lying to her. "But I did, Kachan, I really did. I tried doing it all week by myself when I bought seeds for it from the flower lady with the pocket money I had, and I finally got it a little while ago," said the boy earnestly, since he did not like being called a liar or having his mother angry at him. "Then show me, Naruto-chan," said Tsunade as she folded her arms, since she did not really believe him. Naruto then nodded and led his mother outside, where he then took out a seed packet for the bonsai tree from his pocket shorts, after which he then dug a small hole in the ground and put the seed into it, after which he then covered it with the soil he had dug out when making the hole. After which he then put both his hands over the spot, he put the seed in and then started to channel his chakra into the ground where the seed was. What happened next made Tsunade go wide-eyed and start gapping like a fish out of water. Since as Naruto was channeling his chakra, a small sapling appeared between Naruto's hands and started to grow bigger and bigger until Naruto stopped. Where once he had and stepped away, Tsunade saw a small but fully grown and equally lovely Prunus serralata bonsai tree standing next to him. "Ena, Naruto-chan? How on earth? Did you do that?" said the stunned Twanda. "Shizune-chan told me about how great-grandfather Hashirama could grow big giant trees with just his chakra. I tried that, but I couldn't get it, so I bought some seeds and used my chakra to make it grow bigger. It took me a few days, but I was able to do it today, and once I did, I came to give you your gift," said Naruto, as if it was noting and did not truly realize what he had done. When Naruto finished explaining, Tsunade just continued to gap. "Mokuton. Naruto has the power to use Mokuton, but how? That ability was lost when Hashirama Ojizen died, and no one in our clan has ever been able to use ability since. So how is Naruto able to do it?" Does it have something to do with the QB? I need to get Jiraiya here and now, though Tswanda, after which she quickly put on a happy face. I see, Naruchan, that a very nice trick you learned by yourself. Why don't we go inside now and have a nice bowl of ramen? Okay? Yeah, ramen, cried Naruto, happy since he loved ramen. Naruto wouldn't be Naruto without his love for ramen. Oh, and Naruchan, let's keep you little trick our little secret for now, okay? Said Tsunade. Okay, said Naruto, not really understanding, after which he and his mother with inside. A few days later. After a few days since the incident with Naruto using Mokuton, Tsunade was able to make contact with Jiraiya through her summons and told him that she needed to speak to him imminently. Soon after, Jiraiya arrived in the town that they were staying in and came through the window right when Tswanda, Naruto and Shizen along with Tonton were finishing lunch. When Jiraiya entered the room, he was quickly covered in smoke, after which once it lifted they could see he was standing on a medium-sized toad. Listen up, you chicks. Open up your beady little eyes and take a good look. Behold the divine ninja Jiraiya, spoke Jiraiya as he was doing his introduction dance. But before he could finish, Naruto spoke up. Heir. This caused Jiraiya to lose his balance and fall flat on his face in front of them. This in turn caused everyone to burst out laughing at Jiraiya's expense. I told you, brat. Stop calling me that, whined Jiraiya at his wounded pride since his cool introduction dance was ruined by Naruto's outburst. But why? Both Kachan and Nichan say that you're a pervert, and you said it yourself, you are a pervert and you are a senin. So that means you're Ero Senin, said Naruto. He got you there, pervert, chuckled Tsunade while Shizen giggled and Tonton oinked in agreement. I'm not a pervert. I'm a super pervert, cried Jiraiya, and he did a ridiculous-looking pose which caused everyone else to have a large sweat drop behind their heads. Jiraiya then decided to change the subject from him and to why Tsunade had wanted to speak to him so badly. So Haim, what is so urgent that you needed to see me so quickly, asked Jiraiya. Naruchan, can you show Ero Senin your little trick? Asked Tsunade, who was smirking at Jiraiya's indignant yell. Okay, replied Naruto as he, Tonton, Shizun, Tsunade and Jiraiya went outside, where Naruto then dug another hole in the ground next to the Prunus serralata bonsai tree that he grew earlier for Tsunade. After which he then repeated the same process as he did before when she showed it to his mother. When Shizun saw this, she could not help but be surprised, since although Tsunade had already told her of Naruto abilities, it was still surprising to see Naruto being able to use the same legendary ability as the Shodaime Hokage. But as surprised as Shizun was, Jiraiya was utterly flabbergasted, since even though Naruto was the Shodaime great-grandson, he never expected for Naruto to have the Shodaime Mokuton abilities, since it was long believed that despite it having all the characteristics of a bloodline, it was never classified as one, since neither Tswanda, her brother, nor their father or of the Shodaime other relatives had inherited it, hence it was just believed to be a mutation. This changes everything, thought Jiraiya. Naruchan, you go play with Tonton for a little while I talk to Jiraiya, okay? Said Tsunade as she smiled down at her son. Okay, Kasan. Come on, Tonton, let's play tag and you're it, said Naruto as he ran off. Tonton just went oink and went off to play with Naruto. When Naruto and Tonton had left, Tsunade then turned to Jiraiya with a serious look on her face. You can see why I wanted to talk to you immediately, said Tsunade and turned to face Jiraiya, who had an equally serious face and just nodded on what Tsunade had said, since he was in deep thought. Jiraiya, is this an effect of the QB being inside Naruto? Asked Tsunade. No, I don't believe so, since although there has never been a Jinchuriki for the QB before, I'm still certain that isn't a side effect of Naruto having the QB inside of him, since it doesn't match the abilities that the QB is known to have. Although Jinchurikis are each given special abilities by their Bijus. For example, the Ichibi no Shikaku Jinchurikis always have the ability to control and manipulate sand. But in Naruto's case, no, since the QB abilities have no connection to nature or Mokuton but your clandos. Hence I believe Naruto has just reawakened the Mokuton ability. But how is that possible? Mokuton is a mutation that only appeared in my grandfather, it isn't a bloodline, replied Tsunade. Well, it seems that we were wrong, since it's the only answer as to why Naruto has it, spoke Jiraiya. Then why is it that my grandfather was the only person to be able to have it? Why didn't my father, Nawaki, myself inherit it from him, or any of the other members of my clan have the ability to use Mokuton as well? Asked Tsunade. The only reason I can think of is something that I read a while back when I was training in Myobokuzen, during which I came across an ancient record written by a sage long back when the great shinobi clans were only being founded. In the scroll it spoke how when the bloodlines were first showing up, it said that the bloodlines were unstable and many of the children of bloodline holders did not receive their parents' bloodline. It was not until a few generations more after the first bloodline holders of each bloodline did the bloodlines finally stabilize so that the other generations of the clans would have them. This can explain how not everyone in a clan with a bloodline can receive and use their clan's bloodline, since it may have not stabilized in certain people. The Uchiha clan is a prime example of this since only a quarter of its members can use the Sharingan, since it was only the ancestors of that part of the clan whose bloodline finally stabilized enough for it to be passed down to them. Spoke Jiraiya and continued. My guess is that your grandfather was the first person to be born with the Mokuton ability, and like with the first bloodline users, the Mokuton bloodline was too unstable to be passed on to his descendants like your father, your brother, and Tsunade. But it seems that the Mokuton ability has finally stabilized with Naruto, hence why he's the one to have it. Finished Jiraiya. Tsunade just nodded since it made sense, and as a medic she knew a lot about genetics, and how some genetic traits are not always inherited by everyone in a family or clan, especially if certain genes were unstable. I'm also afraid that now with Mokuton, Naruto is in even greater danger than he was before, spoke Jiraiya again, which Tsunade frowned and nodded in agreement, while Shizune just looked confused and decided to ask why. But Jiraiya-sama, why is Naruto now in more danger with Mokuton? The reason is because when word reaches the other villages and certain organizations like the Akatsuki, they will come after Naruto, since he would be very useful to the Akatsuki with his Mokuton powers. Especially if he is properly trained in it, he could help the Akatsuki greatly by subduing the other Jinchurikis, by using his Mokuton powers to suppress their Biju's powers, making them easier for the Akatsuki to capture them. Not to mention other villages would want him to use him as a weapon to use against other Jinchurikis, since the power of the Shodan Mokuton is well known by all, where it could match even the Sharingan in terms of powers and certain special abilities. They would want it even more if I'm right about the Mokuton finally stabilizing and becoming an official bloodline where Naruto could pass it on to his future children. In which case they would use him as a breeder to make entire clan of Mokuton users, where they would have an entire clan with the power to suppress Bijus and controls them. Something that many villages would stop at noting to have, and if they could not have it, they would have Naruto killed to keep others from having that kind of power. It would be even worse if they found out that Naruto was also the Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi, the strongest of all the Bijus. Because if you combine the power of a Jinchuriki that contains the strongest of Bijus inside him, with the power of Mokuton which can suppress Bijus powers and control them, you get a force that could be virtually unstoppable. In which every village in the elemental continent would be after Naruto and wouldn't stop until either they kidnap him and gain control of him or kill him and keep him from becoming a major threat to them. The Akatsuki would even pounce on him with everything they had, since Naruto could very well ruin whatever plans they have with the Bijus. Spoke Jiraiya. Shizune paled at the thought of her godson/little brother/nephew being in now greater danger than before. Tsuanda just frowned deeper and nodded in agreement, since she had come to the same conclusion as Jiraiya had when it came to Naruto's new ability when she waited for Jiraiya to arrive. So what do we do now? Asked Shizune. We have to increase and speed up Naruto's training more than ever now, since in a couple of years Naruto will need to be as strong as he can be to fight off enemies that will be coming after him sooner or later, said Jiraiya. Should we inform the Sandaime Hokage about Naruto having Mokuton? Said Shizune. No, we keep him in the dark about it, since the fewer people know about this the better. Since there might be a chance that someone like Danzo could intercept the message or somehow learn about it if we tell Sensei. Besides, when Naruto does eventually reveal that he has Mokuton to the village, Sensei will have the excuse of not knowing, and he wouldn't have to deal with Danzo or his supporters on the council, trying to usurp his position over how he didn't inform them about Naruto abilities, said Jiraiya. Do we really have to reveal Naruto abilities to village? Jiraiya, can't we just keep it secret? Asked Tsuanda. We have no choice, Haim. Naruto will need to learn properly control and master his Mokuton abilities if he's going to stand a chance in the future. We can help him as best as we can, but still he won't be able to fully master or control his Mokuton abilities unless he gets proper training in it, answered Jiraiya. But how can he get training there? Naruto is the only Mokuton user in the entire world, said Tsunade. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Haim. There is one other, answered Jiraiya with a slight sigh. What? Jiraiya, you're not making any sense, Other than Naruto, my grandfather was the only other user to be able to use Mokuton, and he did, replied Suanda. There is one other, said Jiraiya. Who? Said the annoyed Tsunade, who was getting annoyed with being kept in the dark. You see, back before Sensei discovered Orochimaru's experiments on the people and shinobis in Konoha to develop techniques that would grant him immortality, Orochimaru stole 60 infants and injected them with the Shodame Hokage DNA in the hopes of recreating the Shodame Hokage and his Mokuton. But before he could finish his work, he was forced to leave Konoha. Since Sensei found out that he was behind the missing shinobis, civilians, and infants, out of the 60 infants that Orochimaru stole and injected the Shodame Hokage DNA into, only one survived and received the ability to use the Shodame Hokage Mokuton powers, replied Jiraiya sadly, since that event had shown how far his former friend and teammate had fallen just to gain power. But Tsunade and Shizen were shocked and horrified at the information, especially Tsunade, since she didn't think that even Orochimaru would do such a thing. But she had been wrong. Tsunade could not help but feel sick at what Orochimaru had done and swore if she ever saw the bastard she would skin him alive with her bare hands. Since as a mother and a medic, the very idea of experimenting on children in such a way turned her stomach. Jiraiya, why the hell wasn't I told about this? Said Tsunade angrily, since the idea of Orochimaru desecrating her grandfather's grave and using his DNA to experiment and murder innocent children made her furious. I'm sorry, Tsunade, but you had left the village long ago and the whole event was classified top secret. I only know because Sensei told, since he knew I was trying to track down Orochimaru, and he believed that I needed to know exactly what Orochimaru had done in the village. And who exactly is the child that survived Orochimaru experiments and gained my grandfather's Mokuton abilities? Asked Suanda. The kid's name is Tenzo. He's 20 now and proven himself to be quite a ninja since he graduated out of the academy at age 6 and made Chunin a few months later. He's even one of Konoha's top ANBU and is one of Sensei's most trusted operatives, replied Jiraiya. And how skilled is he in using Mokuton? Asked Tsunade, although she was impressed with Tenzo's skill if what Jiraiya said was true. According to Sensei, he completely mastered the Mokuton jutsus that he learned from your grandfather's scrolls in the Senju clan library, although cannot use the Mokuton techniques to its full potential. Hence his full power pales in comparison to that of your grandfather. But despite that, he can help Naruto greatly in training in how to use it, and possibly Naruto will be able to surpass him and use Mokuton to the same level as your grandfather could. Which it would be very likely, since he is a pure-blooded Senju and the directed descendant of the Shodame Hokage. Hence why he would be so valuable to certain people. Finished Jiraiya. After Jiraiya's explanation, Tsunade just sighed, although she did not like the fact that her sensei went and took scrolls belonging to her grandfather from her clan's secret library. She understood why he did it and knew he would not abuse that privilege and return the scrolls back to the library. She then looked over at her son as he played with Taunton without a care in the world. She wanted nothing more than for Naruto to have a long, peaceful, and quiet life where he could grow up happy, as well as have a family one day when he was older and live with them happily without having to worry about enemies attacking them or going through the hardship that he would as a shinobi. But Tsunade knew that would never happen, and now with his Mokuton powers, his life now just got a whole lot harder now. But regardless, she would help her son no matter what the cost to her and make sure that he becomes strong enough to defend himself and those he care about, and she would make sure that he would live a long and as happy a life as possible. I hope I can count on your help when training Jiraiya, because he's going to need all the help he can get, said Suanda. Of course I do whatever I can, since I swore to Minato that I would train the boy when the time came, answered Jiraiya. I will help too, Suanda-sensei, and even though I might not be as much help to him as you both, but I will help Naruto in any way I can, spoke Shizen. Thank you, Shizen, I knew I could count on you, said Tsunade. So when should we start? Asked Jiraiya. We start tomorrow. We'll let him have today off, since he's not going to have much time to be a kid for a while, and he might as well enjoy it when he can, said Tsunade, to which both Jiraiya and Shizen nodded and watched Naruto play with Taunton along with Tsunade. 2 months later. Ever since Naruto revealed to Tsunade and Jiraiya that he had inherited his great-grandfather Mokuton ability, Naruto was trained even harder than he was before. Tsunade helped him with his chakra control exercises. Not that he needed much help, since he had inherited her natural flawless chakra control, where he was now walking on water and was balancing small tin objects like a dull kunai on the tips of his fingers. She also helped Naruto with his physical training where she increased his weight little by little and had him do lots of running and different exercises. Tsunade also planned to help Naruto with his fighting skills, where when he was a bit older she would put him through her special dodge training, much to Jiraiya and Shizen worry. Shizen helped Naruto how to aim and throw senbons, shurikens, and kunais, as well as help him improve on his reading and writing. She was also planning on helping Naruto to study medical books when he go a little older so to understand them better, since Tsuanda wanted to train Naruto to be a medic, so that if he was ever hurt he could heal himself, since he had the control needed to make a medic and with the prober training and if they start early enough where they get Naruto settled in to become a medic he would make a fine medic. Jiraiya was now just planning on helping Naruto to train by helping him to learn jutsus where he planned to teach him just the basics like Henges, transformation technique, Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker technique, Kourimi no Jutsu, body replacement technique, and Bunshin no Jutsu, clone technique. After Naruto had finished mastering them and be able to use them in the right types of combinations, he then planned to teach Naruto a few more slightly more powerful jutsus when he got older. He did it this way since Jiraiya knew it did not matter how many different highly powerful jutsu a person have. If they did not know how to use them correctly then they were useless. Also he knew that if a person completely masters the basics and knows how to use them correctly then they would nearly unstoppable. Jiraiya also planned that when Naruto got a little older he would teach him Fuinjutsu and with any luck the kid would be like his old man and be a genius at it. It was at this time now that Jiraiya had arrived on Naruto's 6th birthday to see Naruto and start to train him in jutsus. But when he arrived he found out that Naruto wasn't training today, instead he had the day off, and was celebrating his birthday with Shizune, Tonton, and his mother. When Jiraiya arrived at the house he found Tsunade and Shizune together at the house cleaning up after their little celebration of Naruto's birthday. When he asked where Naruto was they told him that he was out in the backyard playing with Tonton again, with his new toy kuni and ninja mask that he got from Shizune and his new ninja teddy that he got from Tsunade. When Jiraiya went out he saw Naruto was playing ninja with Tonton, where he was chasing Tonton around with his ninja mask on and carrying him toy kunai and ninja teddy with him. "Hey brat, happy birthday!" cried Jiraiya, getting Naruto attention. When Naruto heard him he turned to see Jiraiya weaving and smiling at him. He took off his mask and ran over to Jiraiya. As Naruto was wearing a small white short-sleeve shirt with a spiral design on its front and wore blue shorts. Naruto had also changed a bit from in the last 2 months he had grown a little bigger, and his whisker birthmarks that he had gotten when the Kyuubi was sealed into him were gone. Jiraiya theorized that when Naruto's awakened his Mokuton bloodline, his bloodline negated the physical affects that the Kyuubi had on his body since the Mokuton power did suppress Biju chakra. "Oh hey Ero Sennin." This of course caused Jiraiya to face fall down onto the ground, but he quickly got up and started to yell at Naruto. "Damn it brat, I told you not to call me that," cried the toad hermit. "But why it true and it's fun," giggled Naruto while Jiraiya just mumbled about youngest today showing no respect to their elders. "So Ero Sennin," causing Jiraiya to twitch his eyebrows in annoyance. "Did you come to play ninja with me?" asked the young blonde. "Sorry to say brat, but no I didn't. I came to tell you that I going to staying with you, Shizune and your mom for a little while again, since I going to help you in your training," said Jiraiya. "Oh, and what are you going to be training me in Ero Sennin?" asked the boy since Naruto did not mind doing training since he found it fun. "I going to be training you in jutsu," said Jiraiya, which caused the young boy to start shouting in excitement since he had wanted to learn cool new jutsus, but his mother wouldn't teach him any. "So what are you going to teach me?" Huh. Is it going to be some super cool water jutsu like Great Uncle Tobirama? Or a jutsu that will let grow big gigantic trees like Great Grandfather Hashirama? Or some super cool fire jutsus like Kachan told me Hiruzuno Jaizen can do?" asked Noro excitedly while he was jumping up and down. "Sorry brat, but you're nowhere near ready for those kind of jutsus. I going to teach you how to do Henges, Shunshin no Jutsu, Kourimi no Jutsu, and Bunshin no Jutsu. When you've fully mastered those and can use them in the right types of combinations I will teach you some more," said Jiraiya. Whined Naruto since he had wanted to learn loads of cool jutsus. "Now I was going to teach you how to do Shunshin no Jutsu, but since it's your birthday we're going to leave that till tomorrow since your mom told me that you have the day off today," said Jiraiya. "Oakagawaiki," said Naruto since he was still down about not learning any super cool jutsus. "Hey brat, don't be so down, I got a present for you," said Jiraiya, which caused the boy to smile immediately since every kid likes getting presents. "Here," said Jiraiya, taking a small brown paper package wrapped with twine out of his robe and handed it to Naruto. "Thanks, Ero Senin," said the boy, taking the package, and ignored the grumbling from Jiraiya about youngest today. "Now enjoy, brat. I see you later. I have to met some who helping me with my research for my next book," said Jiraiya as he giggled perversely. "Research? What that, and can I come?" asked Naruto, since he did not understand, and though it might be fun. "H. Sorry brat, you can't grow up stuff, maybe next time when you're older," said Jiraiya quickly, since even he had morals when it comes to taking little kids with him on his research. Besides, he knew that if did something like that, Tsunade would beat him within an inch of his life and have her slug summon Katsuyu melt off his balls with her acid. "Okay," replied Naruto as we went off to open his present, while Jiraiya shunshined away. 10 minutes later in town. Jiraiya was in a small alley near the town local hot spring waiting for the person he had arranged to meet her. Soon enough, a young short brown-haired man with brown eyes and wearing a white shirt and trousers came out of the entrance of the hot spring and quickly ran over to the small alleyway that Jiraiya was waiting in. "So did you get them?" asked Jiraiya eagerly. "Yeah, I got them, but I nearly caught a few times when I was taking the photos," said the man, holding up over 3 dozen photos of different young girls and women in the hot spring, wearing nothing but towels or nothing at all. The young man who took the photos was a towel boy who worked in the hot springs collecting the towels of the women after they had finished in the hot springs and gotten dressed. Jiraiya had met the boy when he was in the town on his way to Tswanda House and quickly learned that the young man was a fan of his books, and he also learned that he worked in the local hot springs. So naturally, Jiraiya made a deal with the young man where, in return for a little payoff, the boy would take photos of all the different young and attractive ladies who went into the hot spring for Jiraiya. Jiraiya quickly grabbed the photos and started to look through them. He then began to grin perversely and developed a large nosebleed and began to drool a little. The young man coughed loudly to get Jiraiya's attention away from the photos and onto him. "I believe, Jiraiya-sama, you owe me something, since I held up my end of the deal," spoke the young man. "You're right, I do," said Jiraiya as he then quickly took out another small brown paper package wrapped with twine and handed it to the young man, who took it eagerly and began to quickly rip open the package. "Pleasure doing business with you," said Jiraiya as he began to walk away and look back at the photos, thinking about all the different types of inspiration these photos would give him. But before he could fully walk away, he was stopped by a sudden cry from the young man. "Is this some kind of joke?" cried the young man angrily. "What are you talking about?" asked Jiraiya as he turned back to the man. "I mean, this isn't what we agreed upon," said the man, holding up a book to Jiraiya's face. The book read, "The Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Shinobi." "Wait a minute, this is the book I gave Naruto for his birthday, but if this is it, then that means the book I gave Naruto was, wait, dear sweet Kami, thought Jiraiya in his mind as he realized what he had done, and quickly snatched the book from the man and ran with a speed that would make Guy look slow even without his weights. All the while ignoring the angry cries of the young man about noting giving him what they had agreed upon. Several minutes later at Tswanda home. As this was happening, Tsunade was sitting down and was about to get ready for a nice nap, while Shizune was finishing cleaning up in the kitchen and Tonton was lying down next to the chair she was sitting on. But before she could fully settle down, she suddenly heard a cry. "Kachan, Kachan. Where are you, Kachan?" After which Naruto then came into the living room carrying a book in his hand. "What's wrong, Naruchan?" asked Tsunade. "Ero-senin gave me this book for my birthday, but I can't read it very well since there are lots of words on it that I can't understand, and the pictures are full of people doing funny things together," said the boy. "Well, come over here, Naruchan, and I read you the story," said Tsunade as Naruto went over to her and sat on her lap, while she began to read the page that Naruto had left open for her to read. Katara began to dress the wounds that Shin had after his fight with the dark warrior Ashi. As she dressed his wound, Shin suddenly turned around and caressed her face gently with his large hand. As he did, Katara then began to caress his chest gently with her small gentle hand. As they began to feel one another body, Shin then suddenly grabbed hold of her chin and kissed her deeply, pouring in all the passion he could muster and felt for her from the moment he first set eyes on her. At first Katara was caught by surprise by Shin's kiss, but she quickly got over it, and began to kiss Shin with just as much passion as he was, and began to pour all her heart and emotions that she had into the kiss. As the kiss deepened, Shin began to explore Katara's body with his hands, where he then began to loosen her sash that was around her waist, after which he began to remove the upper portion of her kimono to reveal her. It was there that Tsunade stopped reading the book to her son and read it silently to herself of a minute or so, where she then realized what just she was about to read to her innocent baby. Tsunade then quickly skipped to a few pages ahead to where the pictures for the book were, and saw that what they were showing. She quickly covered her son's eyes so he could not see the images of the detailed various adult images. "Kachan, what wrong? Why aren't you reading the story? What's happening? And why won't you let me see the picture?" asked the boy as Hess squirmed in his mother's arm and tried to get her hands off from covering his eyes, but Tsunade would not allow it. Tsunade then quickly turned to the cover of the book to see exactly what Jiraiya had given her son for his birthday, and what she had been reading to him, although she had an idea what it was. When she turned the book, she read the cover, Aika Aika Paradise. Limited colored pictured edition, with author autograph, exactly what she had thought. That damn perverted excuse for a life form. I warned him what would happen to him if he tried to corrupt my Naruto and turn him into a pervert like him. When I get my hand on him, not even an entire army of medics will be able to heal him once I done with him, though Tsunade furiously as she thought all the different ways he could torture and kill a certain toad pervert. She knew and thought about which would be the slowest and most painful way to torture and kill him. All the while as Tsunade was thinking of this, Naruto had finally gotten out of his mother hold and got her hands off his eyes. He tried to see the pictures in the book again but could not since his mother had closed the book. He then tried to get his mother attention, but she was too caught up in the different ways she would torture and kill Jiraiya to pay attention to him. And as if the heavens themselves were answering Tsunade praise, Jiraiya suddenly appeared in the living. "Naruto, where are you? I gave you the wrong bow dash," spoke Jiraiya panic-like, but stopped when he saw Naruto sitting on his mother's lap with her holding the book. It was then that Jiraiya knew he was too late and that he was dead man. When Jiraiya appeared, Tsunade slowly turned around to face Jiraiya, with a look in her eyes that was so frightening that it would have made the devil himself shit himself. The point was proven since Jiraiya nearly did so himself. She also had a smile on her face that was far too sweet, and made her look all the more sinister looking than their old teammate Orochimaru could ever look. "Well, Jiraiya, what a coincidence, I was just thinking about you," said Tsunade all too sweetly, which made Jiraiya shiver in fear and wanted to run as far away as possible, but couldn't since he was frozen with pure terror. All the while as this was happening, Naruto had gotten off his mother's lap when she stood up and was now watching what was happening since he did not really understand what was going on. "Is there something wrong, Ero-senin? Did you met the friend you said you were going to met for your research?" asked Naruto. Well, I don't know what you're taking about, Naruto," said Jiraiya nervously, since he didn't want to get into any more trouble with Tsunade that he was in now. "You know, Ero-senin, that friend that you said would help you for your research for your book? You even said that you'd take me with you next time," said Naruto, who had he noticed he would have seen the dark flames that were now sprouting from his mother's eyes, and Jiraiya about ready to wet himself, who was also silently cursing Naruto for opening his big mouth. It was after this revelation that Tsunade knew that her son was far too young to see the horrors that she was about to unleash upon Jiraiya, and decided to call Shizune in to take Naruto away for a while. "Is there something wrong, Tsunade-sensei?" asked Shizune as she came out of the kitchen to see a petrified Jiraiya who was sweating profoundly, and a sinister-looking Tsunade with an all-too-sweet smile on her face. "Oh, noting Shizune, I was just wondering if you could take Naruto out to town for a little while, while I have a little chat with Jiraiya here about his choices in gifts to Naruto here," replied Tsunade sweetly. When Tsunade had finished speak, Shizune just had a confused look over her face, since she did not understand what Tsunade was talking about. But as soon as Tsunade held up the Aika Aika book to Shizune, she realized what she meant. After which Shizune turned to glare angrily at Jiraiya for trying to turn her godson/little brother/nephew into a pervert. After glaring at the petrified Jiraiya for a minute or so, Shizune then turned and kneeled down to Naruto, who was still watching this in confusion. "Naruto, how about you and I going downtown and have some ramen at the restaurant in town?" At this, Naruto face immediately lit up with excitement at having his favorite food, since his mom told him he could only have ramen once a week, since she said it was good for him and that if he ate noting but that then it would stunt his growth. Yeah, ramen, cried Naruto happily, and was about to go with Shizune when he stopped and turned to Jiraiya and his mother. "Ero-sennin, Kachan, aren't you coming with us?" asked the boy. Jiraiya, deciding that this was his best and only chance of escape, quickly came out of his petrified state. "Sure thing, Naruto, and the ramen will be on me," spoke Jiraiya quickly and tired to run off to town so to avoid Tsunade beating. But before he could run away, Tsunade caught Jiraiya by the collar and kept him in place even despite the fact that he kept trying to run. But Tsunade's grip was iron tight and she just slammed Jiraiya down onto the floor hard. "You go ahead, Naruto. Jiraiya and I are going to play a little game called Operation," said Swanda with a sadistic smile on her face that would have scared even Oro Ikimaru. "Oh, okay, Kachan. Come on, Tonton, you can come too," said Naruto as he went off with Shizune, with Tonton getting up and crying oink and following after Naruto and Shizune. "And oh, wait, Naruto, take me with you too," screamed the pervert as his fingernails scratching up the floor as Tsunade dragged him into the next room and then throwing him into the corner of the room. After which the toad hermit began to pray for the heavens to take him now into their sweet embrace. But sadly they weren't listening right now and were just going to sit back and enjoy the show. As Tsunade's towering figure was standing over the cowering Jiraiya, who was hunchback against the corner wall, try to plead for mercy, they heard Naruto cry out as he left the house with Shizune. "Have fun, Kachan, with Ero-sennin. Cool, 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 cool." "Oh, I will, Naruchan, I will," chuckled Tsunade maniacally over the cowering Jiraiya. "Cece, come on heim. It was an accident. HHH honest. Why you know me," pleaded Jiraiya as she tried to reason with Tsunade, but unfortunately for Jiraiya, Tsunade was not in a reasonable mood. "Oh, I know you, Jiraiya, all too well, and it would be just like you to try and corrupt my sweet innocent little Naruchan and become a pervert like you," said Tsunade, and she towered over Jiraiya like she was the Shinigami itself. Soon enough, for miles around, people could hear the terrified screams of Jiraiya as well as screams of pain as he screamed to the heavens. A few hours later, Naruto, Tonton and Shizune would return from town and find Swanda sitting down enjoying a drink of sake and what looked like some kind of deformed human. That was in a heap across from Tsunade, who barely even looked human anymore, and by the way it continued to groan in pain. It gave the impression that its very existence right now was full of noting but consistent pain and suffering. It was later on that they learned that the deformed creature was Jiraiya after Swanda had finished with him. All in all, it was just another day with Tsunade's family. 2 years after Naruto had revealed his Mokuton abilities, Tsunade, Tonton, Shizune, and Naruto were now staying in a small village in Oni no Kuni, Demon Country. The village was a quiet and small village that was positioned in a small valley with a large forest north of it. A medium-sized river that flowed gently down out of the valley south of it, and with crops and fields west of the village where the farmers grew their food for the village. The place had been a perfect spot for the group, since it was quiet and out of the way of most places, and the village had no real medic. Many of their old and young were suffering for a small disease that affected people with a low immune system, which resulted in them being bedridden and unable to eat properly for several weeks. But thankfully, when Tsunade arrived, the problem was resolved in a matter of a few days. As the people in the village were busy doing their daily activities, they suddenly heard loud explosions and could see large dust clouds coming from the other edges of the forest north of the village. Normally, if the villagers saw this, they would have been concerned about it and believed that they were under some kind of attack. But they had grown used to seeing such thing after the first few weeks of the arrival of Tsunade, Tonton, Shizune, and Naruto, although they did not know that it was Tsunade since she still had her Genjutsu henge over her and Shizune, and they went by different names. Since this had come to be a common occurrence to outside the village at this time, they had learned that at this time Tsunade would train her son Naruto in her special training exercise at this time. With Swanda and Naruto. "Dodge," shouted Swanda as she threw a massive dodgeball at Naruto, who barely dodged it. Naruto had grown a good bit over the time. He was still quite skinny, but despite that he was quite strong for his age, thanks to his training, and had lots of energy. Naruto wore an short-sleeve green shirt, with black short pants and brown sandals. This type of training had been a common thing to be seen going on between Naruto and Tsunade in the past few months. Since when she first saw that Naruto had inherited her natural flawless chakra control, she hoped that with this training Naruto would gain her superhuman strength. Naturally, when Jiraiya and Shizune first heard Tsunade saying that she was now going to have Naruto go through her special training, they became very concerned for Naruto's safety and well-being. But fortunately Naruto had two things going for him. One was that thanks to his high stamina and all the running around that he did when he was younger had given him excellent reflexes and good speed for a kid his age, so that he could dodge the balls quickly without getting hit and not get tired from doing it for several hours. The other was the only real side effect that he got from having the Kyuubi inside of him. The Kyuubi had given him a quick healing factor, where Naruto could recover from chakra exhaustion very quickly, and most wounds he would have would heal within minutes if not a few hours, depending of how serious the wound was. This had helped Naruto greatly since it allowed him to survive Tsunade's training with little effect, especially when it came to taijutsu training with his mother. Since when Tsunade did taijutsu training with Naruto, she used her full power on Naruto, where he mainly dodge and try and counterattack at the same time, while wearing specially designed gravity weight seals that Jiraiya given him to wear most of the time. Needless to say, Naruto usually returned home with broken bones of a lot of bruises, but regardless of them the training was working, since Naruto's speed was increasing dramatically and his taijutsu style was improved as well. Tsunade even stated at the way he was going Naruto would soon have a firm grasp of her superhuman strength, even though it would still be a couple of more years before he could ever be able to use it to the same level as she could. For several hours Tsunade threw and threw hundreds of dodge balls at her son, where the dodge balls would often explode by the sheer power of the thrown when it hit the ground or a tree. After a while of this, Naruto was starting to get tired of always dodging and decided to strike back. Soon after, when Tsunade threw another dodge ball and shouted "Dodge!", Naruto leapt into the air at the incoming dodge ball and channeled all the chakra he could gather. As the dodge ball was about to hit him, Naruto did midair spin kick and hit the dodge ball with all the strength he could muster with his chakra-enhanced kick. When Naruto kicked the ball, the power he put into the kick was so great that it overpowered Tsunade's throw, after which Naruto's kick blasted the ball right back at Tsunade with twice the velocity that she threw it with. She was so shocked by what Naruto had done that she had barely been able to dodge the ball, which exploded once it hit that spot that Tsunade had been a second ago. After Tsunade had narrowly dodged the ball, she turned to look at her son, who was somehow still standing after putting so much of his remaining chakra into the kick and was breathing heavily from exhaustion. Incredible! Even after constantly dodging all my throws non-stop for most of the morning, he still had enough strength and power to overpower one of my throws at full power. I knew he was slowly getting better at being able to use my strength, but still, I never thought he'd have enough control over it to be able to block it and hit it back at me with twice as much force as what I threw at him. Not to mention he's still able to stand up after putting so much power into that kick, after doing something like he should be dead on his feet and unconscious on the ground. Thought Tsunade in shock, but quickly got over it and a large smirk appeared on her face. But then again, he is my son after all. All right, Naruchan, that enough for today, spoke Tsunade, after which she then started to seal away the large bag that held the remaining dodge balls. But, pant, Kachan, pant, I can stee, pant, still key, pant, keep going, pant, said Naruto tiredly. That may be true, Naruchan, but remember what I said about pushing yourself too far. Now come over here so I can heal you, said Tsunade, where her son was too tried to argue and went over to her to be healed. After a little while, Naruto was fully healed and was itching to start training some more, but his mother wouldn't allow it. But Kachan, why can't I? Since you said the more I train the stronger I get, and I want to get as strong as you, Erosanin and the Yondaime, said Naruto. Naruto knew a lot about the Yondaime thanks to all the stories that Jiraiya told him about, although Tsunade didn't really like it, since she was still angry at Minato for turning their son into a Jinchuriki. But Naruto was still unaware of the fact that the Yondaime was his father, since both Tsuanda and Jiraiya had decided not to tell Naruto until he was ready, in case he accidentally blurted it out to someone. Whenever Naruto asked about his father, the subject was always changed. Naruto also didn't know about the Kyuubi being sealed into him either, since like with the knowledge of his father it was decided to keep secret for the same reason. Yes, Naruchan, that true, but if we kept training you be too tried to do your studies with Shizune, replied Tsunade. You, but I like training more, wind Naruto. Now Naruchan, you know that your studies with Shizune are just as important as your other training, and if you want to be as good at healing as I am, then you have to study hard, said Tsunade, which convinced her son to agree and start to head home. During the last year, Naruto had become very eager to learn about being a medic, which was a dramatic change from when Tsunade had first hired a few months after his 6th birthday. Since when Tsunade first hired to get Naruto to study to learn to be a medic, Naruto was not interested. since he found all the studying boring and wanted to either play with Taunton or play other kids or train, so that he kick butt. Naruto's words, like Jiraiya or Minato. But that all changed when Naruto was 7, when he found a wounded rabbit in the forest near one of their houses that they had stayed in. When Naruto found the rabbit, it had been just attacked by a wild eagle, which had been scared off when it saw Naruto come over. When Naruto saw that the rabbit had been badly hurt, he had become greatly distressed since he hated seeing animals hurt, where he went to his mother carrying the injured animal to her in hopes that she could do something. Thankfully, despite not being a vet, Tsunade knew what to do since she still knew enough about most living creature biology. When Naruto saw how easily his mother had helped to heal the injured rabbit, he had become interested. After that, he decided to ask his mother if he could go with her when she went to heal people, which she happily agreed to. During the trips, Naruto became more and more interested in medical jutsu, since he saw how his mother helped so many people with it and how happy she made the people she healed as well as their families. It was then, after his mother had healed a young girl, whom Naruto had befriended earlier, who had been seriously injured in an accident when she was playing with other children, that Naruto told his mother he wanted to be trained as a medic, much to his mother's joy, since he told her that he wanted to be a butt-kicking combat medic, where he would kick load of bad guys and help heal people who were hurt at the same time. After Tsunade heard Naruto's little decree, she had agreed to train Naruto to be a medic, even though it wasn't exactly what she had wanted. Swanda knew it was the best she could get. After Naruto decided to train to be a medic, Tsunade started to train Naruto in medical ninjutsu and how to use his chakra to help heal others. Shizen also helped by teaching Naruto about how each part of the body works and what to do if certain things happen, like if a person had broken arm or if they were suffer a heart attack. It had been difficult at first, since Naruto found it difficult to try and remember the names of the different organs or bones and what they do for the body. Even despite Naruto's love of reading things and trying to learn from simple, easy-to-read medical books for beginners, he still had trouble focusing on what he was trying to learn. But Shizen had found a unique way to help teach Naruto. For example, putting different cartoon-like faces, as well as imprinting thoughts and feelings onto the pictures of each organ and body, so to help make it both fun and easier for Naruto to focus on them and remember them. She also made up different rhymes or little songs to help Naruto remember the names of the body parts and what they were connected to and do, as well as what to do if with certain injuries happened. Tsunade had naturally been skeptical at first when Shizen had suggested it, but when Shizen applied her idea to help teach Naruto, Tsunade soon saw that the teaching method was working perfectly, since Naruto improved greatly in his medical nin training. Tsunade herself praised Shizen for her teaching skills. She even stated that Shizen had a gift in helping to teach children and helping them learn. This of course caused the young women to blush bright red at her sensei praise, since it was not too often that Tsunade would praise someone. But even despite Naruto growing progress in his medical training, he was still a long way from being able to heal people properly, even with just simple injuries or illnesses. Also, Naruto was now learning about Fuinjutsu, sealing techniques, from Jiraiya, where he was teaching Naruto how to seal simple things into scrolls like a kunai, after which when he returned, Jiraiya would then start to teach him other slightly more advanced sealing techniques. After a little while, Tsunade and Naruto reached their small house that they were staying in for now. When they were about to go in, Shizen quickly came of the house with a slightly concerned look on her face. "Tsunade-sensei, I'm glad that you're here. There is a man here looking for you to help heal someone," said Shizen. "So, what is the problem with that? A lot of people have come here looking for me when they needed to be healed or someone else to be healed," replied Tsunade, since it was common enough for it to happen with her as a healer. "No, he not looking for you, he looking for you," spoke Shizen. At this, Tsunade suddenly understood what Shizen meant and narrowed her eyes, since the only people that would know where she, meaning the real her, Tsunade the Slug Princess, was, where Jiraiya and the Sandaime. "Naruchan, you and Shizen stay out here and practice throwing your senbon needles, while I go inside and talk to the person inside." "Okay," said Tsunade as she turned around to Naruto with a smile on her face as if there was nothing wrong. "Okay, Kachan. Come on, Nei-chan," said Naruto as he pulled the end of Shizen Koso's robe to get to come along with him, since he didn't think anything was wrong, since a lot of people came back to ask his mother to heal them or some else. After a quick nodded of understanding to Tsunade, Shizen then went with Naruto. Inside Swanda house. When Tsunade entered the room, she saw a young man with brown hair and glasses wearing an official uniform of a guardsman of Oni no Kuni, as well as carrying a pack of arrows and a bow on his back. Greetings Tsunade-sama, it is an honor to meet you in person, said the young man as he bowed down on the floor. I afraid you're mistaken since I not her my name is Yakumo, replied Tsunade. There is no mistake Tsunade-sama, so you can remove your disguise, replied the man. Tsunade narrowed her eyes after which she then changed her form, from a short red-haired woman with blue eyes, to her usual form. So who are you and how did you know where I was staying and that I was in disguise? Asked Swanda, as she was on guard in case the man was some sort of assassin or kidnapper. My name is Tatuho and I am one of the personal bodyguards of the High Priestess Lady Moroku, ruler and protector of Oni no Kuni, spoke the man named Tatuho. The High Priestess? Asked Tsunade in surprise. Hi, and she is in great need of your help, Tsunade-sama, said Tatuho, and he bowed down to her again. Lady Moroku is gravely ill, due to an assassination attempt on her life by an assassin from a rival country who had hoped to kill her to disrupt the leader of our country. Fortunately, Lady Moroku was able to foresee the attack and warn us about it, where we were able to capture him, but unfortunately the assassin had a backup plan and had poisoned her food. The best doctors in our land have tried to help her, but all have failed. She had even recently went into a coma due to the poison. You are our only hope she has of surviving. Please Tsunade-sama, I beg you save Lady Moroku, said Tatuho, still keeping his head on the ground. Before I say anything I want you to answer a question for me, spoke Tsunade without showing any emotion. How did you find out that I was here and that I was in disguise? Asked Tsunade, since she needed to know who they knew she was here. Before Lady Moroku went into her coma, she had one last vision, where she saw you in disguise in this village with your student and a young blonde boy who she believed was your son, spoke Tatuho. At this Swanda frowned and went into deep thought and said nothing. After several minutes of silence, Tsunade spoke up again. Very well, I will help heal the High Priestess, but on one condition. Name it Tsunade-sama and it will be done, I swear it, spoke Tatuho as he stood up. Before I tell you, I want to know other than yourself and the High Priestess, does anyone else know about the vision that she had about my son and me? Asked Tsunade. No. Lady Moroku only told me of her vision about you and your son, replied Tatuho. Good, then my condition is simple, that both you and the High Priestess swear not to reveal the fact that I have a son to anyone until the day it is officially known to other countries. Since I have many enemies out in the world that would come after my son just to get to me, and until the day he is either strong enough to defend himself or has enough protection, no one can know that he even exists. Is that clear? Said Tsunade forcefully, since she would allow no harm to come to her son. Of course, Tsunade-sama, I understand perfectly, and I swear no one will learn the existence of your son from me, and I'm certain Lady Moroku will agree as well, replied Tatuho. Good, because should you or the High Priestess ever break your oath and leak the information about my son to others, and it puts him in danger, I swear there will be no place on this earth that you can hide from me. Is that clear? Threatened Tsunade in a deadly tone as she flooded the room with her killing intent, making Tatuho freeze in fear and cause a cold sweat to run down his back. Hi. Tsunade-sama, you understand P perfectly, said Tatuho fearfully, as he had never been so scared in his entire life. Good. Then we will leave in 1 hour, spoke Swanda as she stood up to go and talk to Shizun. When Tsunade left, Tatuho slouched down and let out a large sigh as the killing intent died out. Truly, there is nothing more dangerous in this world than a mother protecting its child, though Tatuho, as he shivered slightly in fear as the memory of Tsunade killing intent was still fresh in his mind. 3 days later. After about 3 days of traveling, Tsunade and the group soon arrived at the estate for the High Priestess of the Demon Country. When they arrived at the main gate, Tsunade had her special genjutsu activated on both her and Shizun so to make sure that no one would know it was her. The excuse as to why she was here was based sort on the truth, where Tatuho had told the guards that she was a healer from a far-off village that was said to be highly skilled in poisons and could help the High Priestess. When Tsunade entered the room, she had Tatuho dismiss all the servants and other healers in the room so that she could begin her work without being bothered. When all the servants and the other healers were gone, Tsunade cancelled the henge over her and Shizun and began to diagnose the High Priestess. After a few minutes, Tsunade finished her diagnoses on High Priestess and turned to Tatuho, who remained in the room. I'm afraid that the toxin that the High Priestess has been poisoned with was a highly toxic and highly dangerous one, that even some of the most skilled healers would have difficulty treating, spoke Tsunade. What exactly is the poison Tsunade-sama and what does it do? Asked Tatuho. The poison came from a very rare and highly toxic mushroom called the black spotted mushroom. It can be made into a powder, gas, or liquid form, where it can be breathed in, injected, or digested through food. Once the poison is in the body, it destroys the cells, causing the body and the organs to fail and slowly killing the person over time. The effects typically include a nagging cough and other undetectable but common symptoms. It is very hard to detect and even harder to cure, said Tsunade grimly. See, can you treat it, Tsunade-sama? Asked Tatuho worriedly. Yes, I can, by extracting the poison from her body, but it will be difficult, replied Tsunade. Whatever you need, Tsunade-sama, please tell me, and I shall get it, spoke Tatuho. I need you to get several large bowls of hot water and bring them here, ordered Tsunade as she was going into her healer mode, where she got Shizune and Naruto to help her get everything needed to help the High Priestess. Soon enough, Tatuho had servants bring over 24 bowls of hot water to the door, where he then brought them into the room. Tsunade then had him and Shizune help restrain the High Priestess when she extracted the poison from the High Priestess' body. Once Shizune and Tatuho had restrained the High Priestess and were holding on to her, to make sure that she stayed still, Swanda then used her Chakura no Mezu, chakra scalpel, to make an incision into one of the affected parts of the High Priestess' body, after which she used her Saikan Chushitsu no Jutsu, delicate illness extraction technique, where she extracted the toxin from the High Priestess' body. It was a slow process and was quite painfully for the High Priestess, for even though she was unconscious, her body struggles in pain. Naruto also did his part to help by changing the water each time for his mother, as she slowly extracted the poison from the High Priestess' body. After about an hour or so of slow and painful extraction, Tsunade had finally extracted the last of the poison out of the High Priestess' body. It's done, virtually all the poison is out of her body now, sighed Tsunade as she wiped the sweat off her brow. Then will Lady Miroku recover? Asked Tatuho hopefully. She should, once I have used some of the extracted poison to help make a medicine that will take care of the remainder of the poison in her body and help her body recover more quickly. I will also stay for a while here to make sure that the High Priestess does not suffer any relapses or something else happens, since she is in a fragile state right now. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. I cannot thank you enough. We are forever in you debt, said Tatuho as he was kneeling on the floor with his head down in gratitude to Tsunade, to which Tsunade just nodded. Tatuho, do you have a greenhouse area and a medial area I can use so to make the medicine for the High Priestess? Asked Tsunade. Yes, we do. I shall have a servant lead you there immediately. Kachan, can I help too? Asked Naruto, who wanted to help as well. Thank you, Naruchan, but you can't because it's very hard to do and you're not ready yet. Why don't you go with Tonton out to the garden and play, said Tsunade. Groaned Naruto since he wanted to help, plus he didn't have anyone really to play with. Sure, he had Tonton and he liked playing with her. It was just that he would have liked to play with other kids his own age, since it was hard for him to make and keep friends since he was always moving from place to place with his mother, Neichan, and Tonton. Naruto-san, if you like, maybe you can play with Lady Miroku, daughter Cheyenne, since I was about to go to her and tell her that her mother will be okay, since she has been very worried about her. I'm sure that Cheyenne would love to have someone her own age to play with since she does not have many friends to play with as well, said Tatuho kindly as he knelt down to Naruto. Tatuho knew that Cheyenne had been very worried for her mother when she started to fall ill. Ever since then, the poor young girl had been crying herself to sleep, since she had been so worried about her mother dying and leaving her alone. This was because her mother was all she had, since her father had died in a horse-riding accident when she was only a year old and she did not really have any friends. Since, like her mother, she had the power to see into the future, but since she was so young she could not control it and would often see people deaths. This caused people to fear her, especially other children, since they thought that if they went near here they would die, hence they would run away from her. He hoped that once he brought the good news about her mother and Naruto to play with her, it would brighten the girl up. He only hoped that Naruto would not be scared away from Cheyenne, since the girl was desperately lonely and badly needed a friend. When they left the room, Tatuho had 2 guards placed inside the High Priestess room and 2 outside the room, to make sure no more assassins would try to get in. After which he then called a servant over and ordered him to show Tsunade and Shizune, who had their henges back on, where the medical area and the greenhouse area was. After that, Tatuho then led Naruto and Tonton, who was following Naruto, to where Cheyenne room was and tell her the good news about her mother. Cheyenne bedroom. Currently in her bedroom, the young daughter of the High Priestess Cheyenne was in the corner of her bedroom. She was sitting down on the floor with her legs held tightly against her chest and her head against her legs. Her eyes were puffy red from crying for most of the time, since she was worried for her mother and was afraid that she would die and leave her all alone. Cheyenne was wearing a long yellow and gold robe-like coat with red baggy pants and a plain white shirt. She also wore her long blonde hair down and had a round glass-like charm that would ring like a tiny bell hung on the left-hand side of her head. As she sat quietly in her little corner, she heard a knock on her door. "Go away! I told all of you to just leave me alone," cried Cheyenne, since she did not want to talk to anyone. "Cheyenne-san, it is me, Tatuho. I have news about your mother. May I please enter?" spoke Tatuho. "Oka-san?" said Cheyenne, after which she let Tatuho in. "Did okay Oka-san dash," said Cheyenne as she tried to say the words she dreaded but found she could not. "No, she did not, Cheyenne-san," said Tatuho, since he knew what the girl was thinking. "She is actually much better now. I was able to make contact with a healer that lived in one of the outer villages and had her come here to heal your mother. Thanks to her, she was able to heal your mother and is now working on a medicine that will help her mother get better." "Why, you mean Oka-san isn't going to die?" asked Cheyenne as she dared to hope. Tatuho just nodded to her that it was true, where Cheyenne then ran over to Tatuho and hugged him tightly and started to cry again, but this time with tears of joy. After a few minutes, Cheyenne finally stopped crying and looked up at Tatuho and spoke. "See, can I see Oka-san?" "I'm afraid not, Cheyenne-san, since your mother is still in a coma, but I'm sure she will awaken up very soon, and once she does and has regained some of her strength, you can see her, I promise," said Tauho, to which Cheyenne just nodded. "Also, Cheyenne-san, I have something else to tell you," said Tatuho, which caused the girl to look at him curiously. "The healer I brought has a son named Naruto. He is about your age, and like you, he doesn't really have that many friends, since he moves around a lot with his mother. Also, since his mother is staying here for a while, I thought you and him could meet and become friends, since he doesn't really have anyone to play with either." At this, Cheyenne began to get worried, since she was afraid that like the other children she tired to play with, he would run away and call her freak like all the others. But won't he just run away like all the others?" said Cheyenne. At this, a sad look appeared over Tatuho, since he felt for the poor girl, since she was very lonely and just wanted a friend, and he hoped that Naruto would be that friend for her. "I do not think he will, Cheyenne-san, since he seems to be a very kind young boy, and I'm sure he just wants to be your friend, if you let him." After a bit of convincing, Tatuho was finally able to get Cheyenne to agree to at least talk to Naruto, as long as Tauho was here with her. After which, Tatuho then opened the door and brought Naruto in, who was accompanied by Tonton. "Hi," greeted Naruto when he saw Cheyenne, who was hiding behind Tauho shyly. When Naruto greeted her, Cheyenne did not speak, and she just hid behind Tatuho for fear of being rejected by Naruto like all the other children she had tired to befriend. Seeing at how nervous and shy Cheyenne was, Naruto decided to go over to her, where he went around Tatuho so that he could face her. "Hello, Cheyenne, my name is Naruto. Would you like to play with me? Since there aren't really any other kids around, and since my Kachan is going to be here for a little while, it'd be nice that I had someone else to play with," said Naruto. At first, Cheyenne said noting, but after a few minutes, Cheyenne suddenly spoke. "Do? Why you? Are really? Wanna play with me?" "Yeah. You're not afraid of me?" asked Cheyenne, where she began to hope that she might actually have a friend. "Why would I be? It's just that other kids run away from me, and call me freak because I can see things that they can't. Then those kids are all idiots if they say that. My Kachan told me that no matter how different we are or what we can do, no one should be treated unfairly and no one should be alone." "So you really want to be my friend?" asked Cheyenne, to which Naruto just nodded and held out his hand, which Cheyenne nervously took hold of. "Oink!" cried Tonton. This caused Cheyenne and Naruto to take notice of her. "Oh, sorry, Tonton, I forgot to introduce you. Cheyenne, this is Tonton, my family pet Big, and my friend," introduced Naruto. "Hello, Tonton," said Cheyenne, as she kneeled down and started to pet Tonton on the head and scratched behind her ear, which the small Big enjoyed very much. "Hey, do you want and go play tag with Tonton and me?" asked Naruto. "Sure," said Cheyenne, after which Naruto then grabbed a hold of Cheyenne, where they and Tonton ran off outside. As the two children and the pig ran off, Tatuho could not help but smile, since it was the first time that he saw Cheyenne smile in a very long time. He was also happy to see that she finally had a friend that was not scared of her. Outside in the estate garden. For the next hour or two, Cheyenne, Naruto and Tonton played together happily, where they played games like tag, hide and seek, other such games. After that, Cheyenne showed Naruto around the estate. She even brought Naruto to a hidden part of the garden where her mother and she would plant flowers. "This is where Okasan and I go sometimes to plant flowers," said Cheyenne to Naruto as they looked around the different flowers. As Naruto looked around, he saw a dying flower bush near the end of the flower patch. "What wrong with that?" asked Naruto as he pointed to the dying flower bush. When Cheyenne saw what Naruto was pointing at, she could not but blush and look down at shame. "That was a rose bush that I tried to grow by myself, since most of the flower her were grown by Okasan and the rest were grown by me with Okasan help. I told her I wanted to do one by myself, but it was harder than I thought it would be with Okasan help. No matter what I tried, it wouldn't grow right and started to die," said Cheyenne sadly and embarrassed. "If you like, I can help," offered Naruto. "What say you do?" asked Cheyenne. "Well, there is a special trick that I learned and could do that might help. But you have to promise that you won't tell anyone, not even your Kachan or Tatuho-san, okay?" said Naruto. "Ok, I promise." "Pinky swear," said Naruto, holding out his pinky finger. "Pinky swear," repeated Cheyenne as she locked her pinky finger with Naruto's. "Okay then," said Naruto as he went over to the dying bush, where he grabbed hold of the main trunk part of the bush and started to channel chakra into the rose bush. At first, Cheyenne was confused as to why Naruto was grabbing a hold of the rose bush. But before she could ask him, she saw the rose bush beginning to grow bigger and bigger. It then started to sprout leaves and then rose flowers, and right before Cheyenne, the rose bush became fully bloomed. "How did you do that?" asked Cheyenne in awe when Naruto had gotten up and dusted off his pants. "It's a special power that I have. It's called Mokuton, would release. It's a Kekii Genkai, bloodline. It's kind of like your powers." Cheyenne told Naruto about her powers, said Naruto. "What exactly can you do with it?" asked Cheyenne. "Well, like you saw, I can make trees and plants grow. My great-grandfather had the same ability. Although he could only grow trees, I can also help grow plants. My great-grandfather could do loads of cool things with it, where he could make trees or entire forests wherever he wanted. He could even make wooden mansions or houses out of nowhere. He also created my Kachan home village Konoha and the massive forest that surrounds it in a single day," said Naruto with a bit of pride for how powerful his great-grandfather was, while Cheyenne was just in awe. "Also, from what Kakan told me, he was also able to use his power in the same kind of way your power works," spoke Naruto, which got a confused look Cheyenne. "My great-grandfather was able to use Mokuton to help suppress and control demons and seal them away." "Can you do that?" asked Cheyenne in surprise, which Naruto answered by shaking his head. "No, or at least not yet, since I'm nowhere near what my great-grandfather can do, since I can't grow big giant tree out of nowhere like he could. The best I can do is being able to grow trees and flowers out of seeds that I buy and grown them in the different ways and shapes I want them to. According to Kachan, I got a long way to go before I ever get to my great-grandfather's level, since I have to learn it by myself for now." "Can't your Okasan help you to get better at being able to do it?" asked Cheyenne. "She can't, since she can't do it. I'm the only one in my family that can do it, since my great-grandfather was the only person who could do it in my clan," said Naruto. "What about you, Otosan, father? Couldn't he help?" asked Cheyenne, but instantly regretted it when a sad look came across Naruto's face. "I don't have a token," another less formal way to say father, or at least not now. "He died just when I was born, from what Kachan told me." She doesn't talk about it much, since every time I ask she gets this angry look on her face and changes the subject, sighed Naruto. "Sorry," said Cheyenne sadly. "It's okay. I never knew him and I probably find out about him later on, so there's no problem," said Naruto as he put on a happy face. "So are there any other things you can do?" asked Cheyenne, so to change the subject. "Yeah, there are some other things I can do, but I can't say, since I could get in a lot of trouble with Kachan if I did. Hell, I get in a lot already if she found out I told you about me being able to do Mokuton." "Why's that?" asked Cheyenne. "Kachan told me that there are a lot of bad people out there that would like to take me away because of me being able to do Mokuton," This is because I'm the first one to be able to do it since my great-grandfather. If those people found out, they come after me and take me away from my family. They would then make me use my powers to do a lot of bad things for them, since thanks to my great-grandfather power, he was able to become one of the strongest ninjas around, and since I have the same power, those bad people would think I could be just as powerful as he was, hence they would want me under their control. That is why I have to keep my powers secret from everyone until I'm strong enough. Can you really become as strong as your great-grandfather? Asked Cheyenne. One day, maybe, since Kachan and Shizune-chan are training me as well as Ero-sanin, my perverted uncle. The last comment got a confused look from Cheyenne until Naruto explained how Jiraiya would peek on women when in the hot spring. This of course caused Cheyenne to scowl, finding what Jiraiya did disgusting. Besides, it's my dream one to become stronger than my hero, the Yondaime Hokage, who defeated the Kyuubi by himself. It also my dream to become a great healer like Kachan and become a Konoha ninja like the rest of my family were, as well as become Hokage like my great-grandfather, my great-great-uncle, and like the Yondaime, spoke Naruto. Well, I think you can do, said Cheyenne, which caused Naruto to smile and blush slightly. After that, the two continued to talk with one another about different things for a few hours. Although Naruto didn't mention or show any more of his abilities to Cheyenne, since he didn't want to get into more trouble with his mother in case she found out he told Cheyenne. This continued until they were called by Tatuho and a few of the other guards to come for dinner. 3 days after Tsunade had extracted the poison from the High Priestess' body, the High Priestess awoke from her coma. When Cheyenne found out, she immediately went to her mother and cried in her arms. The High Priestess was equally happy at seeing her daughter, and was even more so when she learned the Cheyenne and Naruto had become friends. During her recovery period, the High Priestess often watched the two children play, since it made her happy to see her daughter be a normal child and playing with another child. During the following 2 weeks since Naruto and his family arrived at the estate, both he and Cheyenne spent every day playing with one another along with Tonton. Often enough, Cheyenne would even watch Naruto train with his mother. When she first saw Tsunade type of training, she was afraid that she might hurt Naruto. But Shizen assured her that he would be okay, which he was despite the bruises he would have, which would go away after a few minutes thanks to his quick healing, after training. It was at this time that Naruto was running to the main gate of the estate to meet Cheyenne and 5 of her guards. Both he and Cheyenne had asked both their mothers if it'd be okay for them to go to the small park outside the nearby village so that they could go and play on the swing and slides, as well as the other things there, since there were none of them in the estate. Both the High Priestess and Tsunade had agreed, as long as they had some guards with them and were always in sight of them. When Naruto reached the gate, he saw Cheyenne, her mother, who came to say goodbye to Cheyenne, since she could not go with them as she was still recovering. Along with the 5 guards were waiting for him. When Cheyenne greeted Naruto, she saw that he had a necklace around his neck with a large green crystal on it. When she got a better look at it, she recognized it as the same necklace he had seen his mother wear around her neck. Naruto-kun, is that your Okasan necklace? Asked Cheyenne. Hi. I found it in our bathroom where Kachan must have left it. I tried to find her to give it to her since it's really valuable. But I couldn't find her, so I'm keeping it around my neck so I won't lose it, answered Naruto. That very kind of you, Naruto. Now you and Cheyenne have a nice time playing in the park and don't stray too far from the guards so that they can see you. Okay, said Moroku. We will Okasan, replied Cheyenne as she and Naruto walk out the gate with the guards. At the park. When the group arrived at the park, the 2 young children ran off to play on the different play equipment like the slide, seesaw, jungle gym, merry-go-round, sandbox, spring rider, swing set, and chin-up bars. As the children played together, the 5 guards watched them carefully and kept an eye out for any trouble. Unfortunately, trouble had already found them, hidden in the tree line beside the park. Unknown to the children and the guards, 3 Chunin aim nins, rain ninjas, hid in the tree line watching them and waiting for the chance to strike. So how long do we wait, Maku? Asked one of the aim nins. We wait till the moment is right, Ken, answered the ninja called Maku to the other aim ninja. Maku was middle-aged man and was medium-built with jet black hair, gray eyes, and a round face, and wore a standard chunin out for a aim nin. He wore a yellow shirt with a gray-blue flak jacket over it, and black pants with a weapons pouch strapped to them. The ninja named Ken was a young man in his mid-20s. He had long brown hair that he had tied up into a ponytail. He also had blue eyes and had a tin face. Also, like Maku, he wore a yellow shirt with a gray-blue flak jacket over it, and black pants with a weapons pouch strapped to them. We wouldn't even have to do this if that fool the Sawa no Kuni, swamp country, daimyo sent had done his job right, or if he had just sent us instead to kill the high priestess, said the third member of the AIM group. I know, Kame, but what done is done, and as long as we get paid for the job I don't really care, replied Maku. The man named Kame was the youngest of the group, who was just in his 20s. He had red hair and green eyes and had a narrowing face. Also, like the rest of his group, he wore a yellow shirt with a gray-blue flak jacket over it, and black pants with a weapons pouch strapped to them, as well as a short tanto sword strapped to his back. But why do we even have to kidnap the girl anyhow? Can't we just go and kill the high priestess ourselves? Asked Kame. We can't kill her because the high priestess guards are on alert and will guard her constantly. Not to mention the high priestess may use her powers to see into the future like she did before and see our attack and have her guards be ready. So the best way for us to kill her is to kidnap her daughter and hold her for ransom. Once the high priestess comes to us with the ransom, we kill her, answered Maku. But isn't there a chance that the high priestess might see that it's a trap and not come? Spoke Ken. Doesn't matter if she does know it's a trap, she still comes, since as long as there a chance that she might save her daughter, she take it, since a mother will do anything to protect or save its child. Besides, when we do lay the trap, we will have more than one type of trap to kill her with. And even she won't be able to predict all of our traps and attacks, said Maku. But what do we do with the daughter once we killed her mother? Do we kill her as well, or what? Asked Kame. We take her back to Sawa Daimyo, since he told me if we can take the girl alive then he pays us double our fee. Since when the girl reaches the right age he will marry her. This would then allow him to gain control of Oni no Kuni legally. Not to mention a wife that can see into the future would be very useful to him, and any children he would have with her would most likely have her power, making her more valuable to him, spoke Maku. Both Kame and Ken nodded in understanding, but could not help but be slightly disgusted with the fact that they be handing over a 7-year-old girl to the Sawa Daimyo. Since the Sawa Daimyo was a 50-year-old man who was overweight and bald, and the fact that he was planning to make the young girl his wife made them all the more sick. But they quickly shook off their disgust, since they were paid to do a mission, and as long as they got paid it was no concern to them what happened to the girl. All right, you two, our man has just signaled us. Get ready to move and kill the guards on my command, order Maku, which the other men responded by nodding their heads in understanding. During that time, one of the guards named Haru was happily watching Cheyenne and Naruto play with one another on the swing. Like many of the guards in the High Priestess estate, he saw how sad and lonely Cheyenne was. But with Naruto she was happily playing and acting like a regular young girl. Haru was a young man in his early 20s. He was about medium height and built. He had spiked silver hair with a round face and purple eyes, and unlike the rest of the guards, he carried a large broadsword on his back. Haru also did not wear the traditional outfit of a guardsman of Oni no Kuni. Haru wore a black shirt and pants and wore crimson armored shin guards and arm guards, as well as a crimson breastplate and black cape. The reason as to why Haru was so different from the guards was because unlike the others he was not a normal guard. He was a samurai and the High Priestess champion. He was also the best swordsman in Oni no Kuni. As Haru watched the children, one of the other guards named Shuda, who Haru was friendly with, came up to him. Shuda was a medium-built man who was slightly taller than Haru. He was in his early 30s and had spiky red hair with brown eyes and muscular face. He also wore the tradition outfit of a guardsman of Oni no Kuni and carried a straight narrow sword in its sheath on his left-hand side hip. You certainly enjoy watching the children play, said Shuda. Yes, I'm glad to see that Cheyenne-san has someone her own age to be with, since she needed a friend for a very long time, replied Haru, where Shuda just grunted. The two of them continued to watch the children play until suddenly the 3 Amnines appeared out for the tree line and quickly killed the other 3 guardsmen. Ninjas! Cried Haru as he quickly began to draw his sword out, so to face the enemy shinobis. As he did, he spoke to Shuda without taking his eyes off the Amnines. Shuda! Get Cheyenne-san and Naruto-san and head back to the estate where they be safe. I try and hold the shinobis off until said Haru, but cried out in pain before he could finish as he felt his back being slashed by a sword. As he fell down, Haru turned his head slightly to see who had slashed and saw that it was his friend Shuda that had done it, who was smiling cruelly as he slashed Haru from behind. Shuda, BB, but why? Asked Haru as he lay on the ground bleeding badly. Simple, to get rich. Why else? The daimyo of Sawa no Kuni, his will pay me a small fortune to help kill the high priestess, and once I help bring him the high priestess spoilt brat, he pay me double what I get for helping to kill the high priestess." "You traitor," growled Haru as he wanted nothing more than to slice the man in two with his sword. "Ha! Like I care what you think of me, you be long dead by that time," sneered Shuda as he was about finish Haru off. But before he could, the Aimnin named came up to him. "The brats are gone." "What?" roared Shuda. "They must have ran off into the forest as we were killing the other guards. We can't find them anywhere." "You idiots, can't you do anything right? They're just kids. How hard can it be? We have to find them quickly before the high priestess finds out that's something wrong, and send out the whole guard after us," shouted Shuda as he started to hie into the forest. "What about him?" asked Kame, pointing at Haru, who was still lying on the ground bleeding from his wound. "Leave him with that wound, he will be dead in a few minutes from the blood loose," answered Shuda as he continued into the forest. Unfortunately, Shuda had underestimated Haru, since when he and the Aimnins had gone off into the forest after Naruto and Cheyenne, Haru lifted himself up through sheer willpower and started to walk back to the high priestess estate as quickly as he could and get help. As he did, he prayed that the children could keep themselves hidden from Shuda and the Aimnins until help came. 20 minutes later at the high priestess estate. Currently sitting on the porch of her private room, the high priestess Moroku was sitting down on a chair and relaxing a little with Tatuho, who was also standing next to her. The high priestess was taking it easy, since even though she was out of the woods in terms of the poison, her body was still weak and needed to recover. As the high priestess was relaxing, she suddenly two female heard voices loudly as if arguing, and before she could have Tatuho investigate what was happening, Tsunade and Shizun, in the true form, since the high priestess knew who she was and agreed to Tsunade's condition, along with Tantan, burst into her room, where Tsunade started to look around while Shizun tried to calm her senii down. "I know I had it, Shizun, I just don't remember where I put it," said Tsunade angrily as she tore the room apart as she looked around. After seeing this, the high priestess spoke up to try to help solve whatever problem there was with Tsunade before she destroyed her room. "Is there a problem, Tsunade-sama? Perhaps I can help?" asked Moroku politely, since she did owe the women her life after all. As Tsunade continued to look around, Shizun decided to speak up. "Forgive our intrusion, high priestess, it is just that my sensei has lost a very valuable heirloom belonging to her grandfather and cannot remember where she put it." "Would the item you are looking for perhaps be a necklace with a green crystal on it?" asked the high priestess. "You saw it?" asked Tsunade in surprise as she stopped looking around the room. "Yes, I did. I saw your son Naruto had it around his neck when he met Cheyenne and the guards when they were going to the park outside the estate. He had told me that the necklace was valuable and belonged to your grandfather. He had also told me that he found it in your bathroom and had looked for you to give it back, but couldn't find you, so he decided to wear it around his neck to keep it safe." When Tsunade heard this, the deep dark feeling she had been having in the pit in her stomach, ever since she realized she lost her necklace, grew. Tsunade prayed that nothing would happen to her son, but unfortunately her accursed bad luck followed true as always as a panic guard came rushing into the room. "Lady Moroku, we have an emergency," cried the guard. "What happened?" "My lady, we just found Harudano at the main gate and he was badly wounded. He told us before he passed out from his wounds that one of the guards named Shuda attacked him right when he and the other guards were attacked by enemy shinobis. He also told us that all the other guards were killed by the enemy shinobis, and also said that Shuda and the shinobis were hired by the daimyo of Sawa to kill you and kidnapped your daughter. Also, he told us that the shinobis and Shuda went after your daughter and her young friend who had ran away into the forest when they were attacked." The moment the guard had finished speaking, Tswanda raced right past the man, who saw nothing but a yellow blur, with Shizun and Tantan hot on her heels. "Tatuho, I want you to gather as many men as you can and have them meet me at the gate in 5 minutes, ordered the high priestess. "But my lady, you have not yet fully recovered from the poison," spoke Tatuho. "I do not care, this is my daughter's life and I will not lose her," rounded the high priestess angrily. "Of course, my lady," said Tatuho as he and the other guard ran out the room to gather as many guards as they could. "Please be safe, Cheyenne," though Moroku as she left the room to meet he guards at the main gate. At the same time as the high priestess was given orders out to her guards, Tsunade was racing out the gate with Shizun and Tantan to where Naruto and Cheyenne were last. "Please be alright, Naruchan, please be alright," though Tsunade worriedly, while also thinking, "If any of those bastards have touched so much as a hair my baby boy, they will wish they had never been born." Hold on, Naruto and Cheyenne were coming. Just hold on. Though Shizune as she did her best to keep up with her sensei. Naruto and Cheyenne. As the mothers of the two children moved out to save their children, the said children were running for their lives deeper and deeper into the forest, trying to keep one step ahead of their pursuers. Pant, pant. Did we lose them, Naruto-kun? Asked Cheyenne as they hid behind a tree so that Cheyenne could catch her breath. I don't think so, since the guys that are after us are ninjas, so I don't think we can lose them that easily, replied Naruto. But why are they us? What do they want? Asked Cheyenne. I don't think they're after us. I think they are after you, answered Naruto. But why? Think about it, Cheyenne-chan. Your Kachan is the ruler of this country. You're practically a princess. That means they want to kidnap you and hold you for ransom, or someone hired them to kill you for some reason. Then what do? We have to keep running and find some place to hide until our Kachans realize that something has happened. But that still could be hours since we weren't due back till later on, replied Cheyenne worriedly. I know, but we have no choice, said Naruto angrily, since he knew he stood no chance against the ninjas, since they were all older and more experienced than he was. Not only that, but he also had to protect Cheyenne as well, which made it all the harder if he had to fight. I don't see them anywhere, cried one of the ninjas nearby. Well, keep looking, they have to be nearby, cried the leader of the ninja group. Come on, Cheyenne, we got to keep moving or they find us, said Naruto as he pulled along. The two children quickly crawled through bushes and moved as quickly and as quietly as possible away from the Amnines. After a few minutes, Naruto came to a stop and looked back to see if any of the Amnines were following them or were close by, but thankfully none of them were around. Cheyenne-chan, I have an idea. If you hide here in the bushes, I can use a jutsu to turn into you, and then I can lead them away from you when they follow me. No, cried Cheyenne as tears started to spill from her eyes. If you do that, then they could hurt you or worse kill you for doing that. But Cheyenne-chan, they won't. They are after you, not me, and they won't. I'm pretty good at keeping away and hiding from people, so don't worry about me. No. There has to be another way. We can still keep running and hiding from them together. I won't let you get hurt because of me. But this is the best way. I help protect Cheyenne-chan, pleaded Naruto. I don't care, and if you try and do that, Naruto, I will go out there and let them catch me. I won't let you get hurt because of me, spoke Cheyenne stubbornly. Fine then, if that is the case, then we just have T-dash, said Naruto before he quickly disappeared and reappeared behind Cheyenne and gave her a chop at the back of the neck and knocking her out. Sorry, Cheyenne-chan, but this is the best way. I can protect you. Should be all right here, said Naruto as he caught Cheyenne before she hit the ground and then gently put her on the ground behind some bushes. After which Naruto then quickly hinged into Cheyenne and started to run off near where the Amnines were. The Amnines? Where the hell did those brats go? Asked Ken. How the hell should I know? Spoke Kame angrily. The two of you shut up and keep looking. If we don't find them soon, then the High Priestess will send her men here to look and find out what happened, in which case she will send her entire royal guard as well as her samurai after us and we be finished, spoke Maku. Look there, the girl, shouted Kame when she saw the disguised Naruto running through the forest. After her, shouted Maku as he and his teammates gave chase. With Cheyenne. Oh, groaned Cheyenne as she woke up. When she finally regained her bearings, she quickly remembered what had happened to her. Damn you, Naruto. Why did you have to do that and be a hero? Grumbled Cheyenne. If anything happens to you, I never forgive. She then quickly got up and started to try and retrace her steps to try and get out of the forest to go and get help. But unfortunately, as she tried to remember, she soon realized that she was lost. What am I going to do? I'm lost, and if I don't get help soon, those ninjas may kill Naruto, thought Cheyenne worriedly, and she tried to find something familiar that would help her get out of the forest. But unfortunately, all the trees looked the same and didn't know which way they had come from. As Cheyenne was trying to gain her bearings in the forest, she did not notice the figure coming behind her until it was too late. With Naruto and the Amnines. As the disguised Naruto ran through the forest, he turned his head slightly to see if the Amnines were following him. When he turned, he saw two of them, and before he could wonder on the whereabouts of the third, he suddenly found himself being grabbed by the third Amnine Kame. Got you, you little brat, smirked Kame, which ended quickly when he found himself holding a log with exploding notes on it, and before he could throw it away, it exploded right in his face. Fortunately for Kame, the explosive notes that Naruto had used were low-grade ones, so the explosion did not kill him, but it did give him a few burns on his face and parts of his body that hurt like hell. Kawarimi no Jutsu, body replacement technique, thought the other two AIM shinobis in surprise. How the hell did that brat do that? She shouldn't have any shinobi training, spoke Ken hotly. Well, seemingly she does, replied Maku angrily. Damn that fool Shuta. He never told us that the girl had shinobi training. This makes things all the harder. As the two AIM nines were talking, they suddenly heard some movement in the bushes and turned to their right and saw Cheyenne running quickly from them. Maku quickly threw several kunai at the disguised Naruto, which he easily dodged, but unfortunately the kunai were never meant to hit him. Since the kunais had ninja wire tied it to them so that when the disguised Naruto dodged them, Maku pulled the kunai back so that the ninja wire would wrap around him. But as soon as Cheyenne was tied up in the ninja wire, she suddenly buffed out of existence. Kage Bunshin, Shadow Clone, 1. Though Maku in surprise before he had to move away to dodge a few dozen kunai. When the disguised Naruto saw that he had missed, he quickly moved out of his hiding spot since he had given his position away when he threw the kunais. But just as he did, he was suddenly grabbed by a strong pair of arms and found himself facing the AIM nin Ken, who in turn believed he was looking at Cheyenne. I have you now, you annoying brat, said Ken. You think? Smirked the disguised Naruto as he threw a pepper bomb into Ken's eyes, blinding him. My eyes. You damn brat, screamed Ken as he dropped hold of the disguised Naruto and roared in pain as he held his hands in pain. After being let go by Ken, the disguised Naruto quickly tried to run away again, but was stopped when several shurikens were thrown in front of him and caused him to stop, after which Maku appeared in front of Naruto. All right, kid, that far enough, you caused us enough trouble as it is. So why don't do a smart thing and come quietly with us and you won't be hurt, said Maku. Let's not, smirked the disguised Naruto and throw a smoke bomb in front of himself, which covered both him and Maku and the area around them. After a few seconds, the disguised Naruto quickly ran out of the smoke-filled area and ran as quickly as he could. But as he ran, he quickly found his legs being kicked away from underneath him and causing him to fall forward. But luckily Naruto was able to keep his wit about him, and as he fell forward, he threw his body forward, which caused him to flip forward and land on his feet. But as soon as he regained his footing, Naruto found a kunai blade against his throat with Maku standing behind him and holding the kunai in a reverse grip. Nice try, kid. But I'm a seasoned chunin from Amigakure, and a little kid like you doesn't stand a chance against someone like me. Although I give this, you're pretty skilled for a kid your age and you put up a good fight, you might have made a pretty good ninja one day. Thanks, but I'm not done just yet, replied the disguised Naruto, and before Maku could even ask what Naruto was talking about, he suddenly felt several tiny explosions on his legs. The tiny explosions on Maku's legs were caused by exploding pouches that Naruto had secretly hooked onto Maku's leg during the smokescreen and had activated them right when Maku had caught him. Thankfully, the exploding pouches had distracted Maku enough to make him move away from Naruto, which gave Naruto the chance to quickly turn around and channel his chakra into his fist, where he then punched Maku in the stomach, where thanks to his training with his mother, Naruto sent Maku 20 feet away and right through 2 trees. Impossible. How on earth did a mere child gain such incredible strength? Who on earth has been training her? Though Maku, as he lay on top of the ruined remains of the trees he went through, since he couldn't move as his whole body was in pain, he knew that he had broken at least 8 ribs from smashing through the trees as well as from Naruto's punch. After punching Maku, Naruto began to pant slightly since he was still not used to using his mother's superhuman strength. After a minute or so after gaining his breath, Naruto decided to start running again and get a head start away from the AIM nins before they could reorganize themselves and start chasing him again. As Naruto was about to start to run, a sixth sense that he had developed from and the training he had done with his mother told him to move away, which he thankfully did, since if he had not, then he would have had his back slashed from Kame, who looked furious beyond words and seemed to beyond all reason, which was most likely due to the burns on his face that disfigured his face slightly. Damn you, you cursed brat, I kill you for what you done to me, roared Kame as he continued to slash at the disguised Naruto, trying to kill him, completely forgetting the fact that his mission was to capture Cheyenne and bring her in alive and unharmed. Damn that fool Kame, he going to ruin everything, growled Maku as he lifted himself slowly up since he still was in a great deal of pain and saw came slashing a Cheyenne with his sword who was dodging each slash. Naruto continued to dodge the Kame sword slashes for a minute or so, during which he tried to make a counterattack that would give him a chance to get away from Kame, but could not since Kame did not give him one since his sword slashes were relentless. It continued like this until Kame made a left-hand diagonal slash at Naruto's head, which in turn he quickly made a counterclockwise spin so avoid the sword slash. This then gave him the opening he needed to strike back at Kame, since as he spun back around Naruto was able to come upon Kame unprotected left side and hit him with a supercharged spin kick. But just as Naruto hit Kame with his supercharged spin kick, Kame turned into a wooden log which shattered once it made contact with Naruto's kick. As soon as Kame turned into a wooden log, Naruto quickly realized that Kame had used a Kourimi no Jutsu and had replaced himself with a wooden log. But before Naruto could do anything, he was blindsided by a kick to the head from Kame which caused Naruto to slam into a nearby tree. Luckily, despite being hit, Naruto was still able to hold his henge, so he still looked like Cheyenne, but even still he was still slightly disoriented from being hit and then slamming against a tree. When he regained his bearings, he looked around quickly for Kame, and quickly saw him standing right in front of him with his short sword above his head ready to cut Naruto's head in two. "Prepare to die, you little bitch," snarled Kame angrily as he was about to swing his sword downward on the disguised Naruto. As Kame swung his sword down, Naruto could not help but try and put his hand up in front of himself to try and stop the blade, even though he knew they couldn't, and closed his eye tight as he saw the blade coming while shouting out, "No!" And at the very moment that Naruto shouted out, "No!" a large wooden spike came out of the ground right in front of Naruto and impaled Kame right through the chest, lifting him in the air slightly, so that he was slightly above Naruto. When Naruto didn't feel the sword slicing through him, he opened his eyes to see what had happened. When he did, he quickly regretted it, since right in front of him was the impaled Kame with blood coming out of his chest and dripping down that wooden spike. He also saw the dying Kame staring right at him with a look of complete shock and horror at what had happened to him. Blood was even coming out of his mouth and landing on Naruto's face, but after a few seconds the life quickly left his eyes and he died. When Naruto saw this, he was completely frozen in horror at what had happened in front of him and did not understand what had happened. WWWWH, what happened to him? Where did that wooden spike come from? DDDI, did I do that with my Mokuton powers? BB, but how did I do it? I didn't mean do summon it. And do that to him, I just wanted to stop him, thought Naruto frighteningly since he did not want to kill the man. Plus he did not know how he even did it. Naruto was not the only person that was completely stunned what he had just done. Both Ken and Maku were equally stunned. Impossible, a mere child killed Kame. And how the hell did that child summon that wooden spike? Thought Ken in disbelief. Mokuton, thought Maku as he quickly recognized the special ability of the Shodame Hokage which he had read about. How on earth can a child with no shinobi blood or link to Konoha have the power of its founder? It's not possible. As the two shinobis continued to stare at the disguised Naruto, who was still frozen from the shock at what he had done, in disbelief, Shuda appeared carrying a struggling Cheyenne over his shoulder. "What the hell is going on here?" cried Shuda when he saw the scene in front of him. "Why the hell are you fools chasing after this imposter when I have High Priestess daughter here?" "What? But how can that be when we've been fighting her here?" spoke Ken as he pointed to the disguised Naruto who was now getting over his shock at what he had done. "Then she must be a fake," said Maku, as he suddenly realized that they had been fooled. "Cheyenne!" cried Naruto when he got over his shock and saw his friends being held by Shuda. "Let her go!" cried Naruto as he stood and glared angrily at Shuda who just smirked. "Who's going to make me, you? Ha! I'd like to see you try, kid. You also might as well get rid of the disguise, we know you're the fake," sneered Shuda as he looked down at him. Realizing that the charade was up, Naruto realized his henge to reveal his true self. "Just as I thought, you're the Cheyenne little playmate, the healer's son. Naruto-kun, run away before they capture you," cried Cheyenne as she struggled against Shuda's hold on her. "No, I won't leave and abandon you, Cheyenne-chan," answered Naruto as he glared angrily at Shuda. "How sweet, you care about your little friend. But you should off listen to her, boy, or just run away earlier, you might have lived then. But since you didn't, and because you have caused us so much trouble, you will have to die," sneered Shuda. "Shuda, don't underestimate the boy, he more dangerous than he looks," Look at what he did to Kame, warned Maku. All that shows me is that you shinobis are not as strong as you have everyone else believe, considering that you were defeated a mere 8-year-old. I finish him off so that we can finally get out of here. We wasted enough time as it is, said Shuda as he drew his sword with his one free arm. Knowing that he did not have much time and could not make a direct attack against Shuda without risk hurting Cheyenne, Naruto decided to try a jutsu that he had been working on for the past few months. The jutsu was one he had created himself but had no real luck at being able to use it, but he knew this was his only shot at saving Cheyenne and stopping Shuda. Please let this work. Please let this work, pleaded Naruto in his mind as he did 3 hand signs and slammed both his hands on the ground and channeled his chakra into the ground and cried out. Mokuton Mokushiku, would release wooden tentacles. After which dozens of wooden tentacles from the tree nearby came out of the ground started to wrap around Shuda's body, forcing him to let go of Cheyenne and dropping his sword and then pulling him to one of the trees behind him. Mokuton. He did it again. He really can use the Mokuton power of the Shodaime Hokage, though a stunned Maku. WWWH, what the hell, what's going on? Shouted Shuda as struggled against the wooden tentacles that pulled his to the tree behind him and wrapped themselves around his body and month once he was against the tree. Once Shuda was wrapped up in the wooden tentacles, Naruto quickly went over to Cheyenne to see if she was okay. Cheyenne-chan, are you okay? Asked the worried Naruto as he helped her up. Hi, I think so. Then come, we have to run before those other 2 ninja guys come after us, spoke Naruto as he pulled Cheyenne with him and started to run. But unfortunately they did not get far before Maku and Ken captured them by throwing their surgeons, which quickly wrapped around their bodies and legs and stopping the children from running and further. As the 2 children tired to struggle free, the 2 Aimnines came and walked up to them. Once they got to them, Ken turned to Maku. So what do we do with the boy? We will take him with us back to Amigakure. What? But why, after all the trouble he caused us and after killing Kame, we should just kill here and now? Don't be a fool, you saw what the boy was able to do and how well he fought, not to mention he has the Mokuton powers of the Shodaime Hokage. If we bring him back to Aim and present him to Hanzo-sama, we will be heroes, since we would have brought him a child with the powers of Mokuton. Plus, considering how strong he is now, imagine how strong he would be once he was properly trained by Hanzo-sama, and if we got him to be loyal to our village, he could help Aim become the 6th great shinobi power. Not to mention he could start up a clan full of Mokuton users in Aim, helping it to become as great as Konoha, just like the Senju clan did for them, spoke Maku with earnest. After hearing this, Ken could not help but agree with Maku, since the boy could be the key to Aim gaining untold amount of power and glory. Not to mention if you combined his power with their leader Hanzo, then Aim would become powerful enough to challenge even Konoha. After that, both the Aim ninjas agreed that once they brought Cheyenne to the Sawadamyathi would bring Naruto back to Aim with them. But just when the 2 Aim-nines were about to pick up the 2 struggle children, Maku saw something heading towards them at the corner of his eye and quickly shouted, "Move," to Ken, where they jumped away. As soon as they had moved, they saw that the object that was about to hit them was a massive tree that was thrown at them. When the tree flew past them and the children crashed into several more trees nearby and destroyed them completely. What hell, though, both Aim-nines when they saw that the object was a tree. Once the tree crashed into the other trees, the 2 Aim-nines started to look around as to who or what had thrown that tree at them. When they started to look around, they quickly saw who had thrown the tree, since the person had appeared right next to the 2 tied-up children. When they saw who the person was, their faces quickly went ghost white and both of them took several steps back in fear. For right before them was none other than Senju Tsuwanda, the Slug Princess and one of the Densetsu no Sannin, legendary 3 ninja. But what scared the Aim-nines the most was that she looked furious beyond words. But if the Aim-nin thought they were in trouble before, what Naruto said next made them wish they had never laid eyes on Naruto. Gathan. Once they heard Naruto utter those words, the 2 ninjas knew they were dead men. Tsuwanda of the Sannin had a child, though Ken in surprise and in fear, since he knew what would most likely happen to him now. The boy is the son of Tsuwanda. No wonder the boy is so strong and has Mokuton powers of the Shodaime Hokage. He's his descendant. No matter what, we need to get back to Aim fast and report this to Hanzo-sama immediately, though Maku. But just as he had finished thinking that, he made eye contact with the vengeful-looking Tsunade and nearly shitted himself from the murder look in her eyes. He then knew that the chances of them escaping, let alone surviving, were very, very slim. As Tsunade glared at the two terrified Aimnines, Shizen quickly appeared behind her with her sunbon needles out and ready. Right next to her was also Taunton, who looked ready to fight as well. "Shizun, take Naruto and Cheyenne away from here. They don't need to see what I'm about to do to these bastards," spoke Tswanda without taking her eyes off the two Nines. "Hi, Tswanda-sensei," replied Shizun as she quickly picked up the two tied-up children and ran off to somewhere safe with Taunton following behind her. As Shizun ran off carrying the children to safety, Tsunade then focused her full attention of the two Aimnines. "You bastards made two mistakes today. The first was that you bastards took the job that the daimyo of Sawa no Kuni hired for, and the second was, you threat and attacked my son," spoke Tswanda as he roared the last part and released a massive amount of killing intent that practically made the Aimnines shit themselves. After which Tsunade then leaped forward into the air and quickly came falling down to the ground doing a falling axe kick while crying out, "Tsutenkyaku, painful sky leg." After which she landed right between the two Aimnines and created a gigantic crater. Both Ken and Maku barely jump out of the way of the massive attack, but had several large cuts from the debris of the attack. Her strength is monstrous. How can she even be human? It's no wonder she and her former comrades were able to survive battling against Hanzo-sama with power like that, though Ken in both awe and fear of the sight of Tsunade's superhuman strength. "Shit, we have to get out of here now and fast. We don't stand a chance against one of the Sannin, especially one that is a mother," thought Maku as he knew that a mother protecting its offspring was dangerous enough. But the fact that Tsunade was both a mother and a Kage-level shinobi made her 10 times more dangerous than she usually was, and the worst type of person anyone would want to face against. "Ken, we have to get away from here now, we're no match for her," shouted Maku to his comrade who nodded and was about to run. But before he could, Tsunade appeared right of him and delivered a massive uppercut, breaking his jaw and sending him flying into the air, after which before Ken could even register what had happened to him, Tsunade appeared again over him in midair and delivered another massive falling axe kick, hurtling him down to the ground and creating a massive crater and killing him, as well as breaking every bone in his body at the same time. Once Maka saw what happened to Ken, he tried to run but was stopped by some senbon needles, hitting him in the back of both his legs and causing him to fall forward to the ground. When he turned around to pull the needles out, he was just able to see Tsunade falling towards him from the air with her fist smashing down into him. Once her fist connected with Maku, his body exploded from the sheer power of her strength, where Tsunade was then left in the middle of yet another massive crater, but this time covered in the blood of one of the Aimnines. After dealing with the two remaining Aimnines, Tsunade turned and looked over to the impaled Kame. Once she saw that he was impaled with a wooden spear, she quickly realized what must have happened. After which a new surge of rage came over her and she began to wish that she could bring the Aimnines back to life just so that she could kill them again. But this time slower and more painful for what they forced her innocent son to do. After she had disposed of the Aimnines' bodies and stripped them of anything useful, Tsunade then turned again to the struggling Shuda, who was trying, but failing, to get out of the wooden binds. As he struggled, he saw the blood-covered Tsunade heading towards him. As she slowly walked over to him, he could feel a potent killer intent coming from her, as well as see a dark, menacing aura surrounding her. This made her seem like she was some goddess of death, which was made more believable to Shuda due to the fact that she was covered in blood, and he had seen her butcher Ken and Maku with frightening ease. As she came up to him, a pungent stench could be smelled coming from him and a large wet spot seen between his legs. Once Tsunade reached Shuda, she grabbed him by the neck and forcefully pulled him out of the wooden binds and held him up with a vice-like grip around his neck. "You should consider yourself very, very lucky that I'm not going to kill you, since if I was, I would do it very slowly for trying to harm my son and Cheyenne. But since I need you right now, I'm going to let you live for now, since I want you to tell me what the daimyo of Sawa wanted you to do, and if you have better no lie to me. Because I know if you do, and if you try, I will turn you inside out and throw you into a vat of salt. Are we clear?" spoke Tsunade, to which Shuda just nodded and started to spill his guts to Tsunade. A half-hour later, after Shizun had taken the children with her, she ran off to a clearing a bit away from where she and Tsunade had found the children. She then untied them, and after hugging Naruto tightly for still being safe, she began to check the children over for any injuries, which thankfully were minor with small cuts and bruises. When Shizun had finishing looking over the two children, she asked Naruto to tell them what happened. But when she asked Naruto, he refused to speak or even look at her, as if he was ashamed of doing something. Seeing this, Shizun grew concerned and tried to get Naruto to speak, but he wouldn't say a word. Shizun then asked Cheyenne to tell her what had happened. At first Cheyenne was unsure if she should tell what had happened, but when Shizun pleaded her and she saw the concerned look on her face, Cheyenne decided to tell Shizun. Cheyenne then began to tell Shizun everything that happened about how the guards were ambushed and how they were chased by the Amnines, as well as when Naruto knocked her out and disguised himself as her, and then how she was captured and how she was brought to where Naruto was fighting the Amnines and how he defended her until Tsunade had arrived. When Shizun heard Cheyenne's side of the story, she could not help but feel a mixture of emotions after hearing the story. Although she was extreme proud of her godson/little brother/nephew for protecting his friend and being so brave, she was even amazed that Naruto was able to hold off 3 fully trained chunins by himself and was able to create and use a Mokuton jutsu that he himself created by himself without any help. But still she was extremely angry at him for putting himself in harm's way, by acting as a decoy for the Amnines to following him where he could have been killed. But Shizun held off her anger since she still did not have the whole picture as to what had happened. Since she still did not yet know what fully happened in the fight between Naruto and the Amnines since Cheyenne was not there to see it. Shizun then went over to Naruto and gently put her hand on Naruto's shoulder, who flinched slightly at her touch, and spoke to him gently. Naruto, I know you don't want to talk about it, but please tell me. Since I want to help you, since I know something bad must have happened to you between those ninjas and you. I would like to know what happened there as well, spoke a familiar female voice. When the group heard the voice, they all quickly turned around and saw Tsunade, not covered in blood, since she used a water jutsu to wash away the blood, dragging an unconscious Shuda behind her. Sensei, are you all right? What happened to the Amnines? Asked Shizun. I'm fine, Shizun, and those bastards have been dealt with, replied Tsunade simply. Now, as I was saying, I would also like to know what happened, although I have heard most of what happened from this bastard, where Tsunade lifted the unconscious Shuda and then dropped him on the ground. And I have a fair idea of what happened. I still like to hear it from you, Naruto. Even after his mother asked to hear what, Naruto did not answer and continued to look ground, and just when Tsunade was about to ask him again, Naruto suddenly spoke up. If I tell you, you will hate me and think I'm a monster and dash, said Naruto with tears in his eyes, and before he could say any more he was suddenly enveloped into a strong hug by his mother. SSSSSSSSHHHHHHH. Naruto, I could never hate you and you have never done anything wrong in your life. We all just want to help you. That's why you should tell us. Because if you bottle it all up it will hurt you later on. Talking about things like this to people usually help. For the next few minutes Naruto said nothing and just cried in his mother's arms. But after a while he stopped. He then told them everything from how he led the Amnines away and fought them, to how he killed the Amnine, came with his Mokuton powers and protected Cheyenne. When Naruto was finished he then looked to his mother with tear-stained eyes. I sorry Kachan. I didn't mean to kill that man, it was an accident. I swear please don't hate me, said the upset Naruto. The next thing Naruto knew he was enveloped is another strong hug by his mother who was now crying herself. You don't need to be sorry Naruto, it wasn't your fault, you didn't do anything wrong. If anyone to blame it's them for forcing you to do it and me for not being there to protect you when you needed me. As the mother and so cried in each other's arms, Shizun and Cheyenne watched them, since neither of them wanted to interfere. As Cheyenne watched Twanda and Naruto she herself started to cry, since she blamed herself for what happened, since it was her idea to go out here and it resulted in her guards being killed and her friend having to kill someone. Shizun was also crying a little, and when she saw Cheyenne crying and blaming herself she went over to comfort the poor girl, since she believed it was all her fault at what happened. Thankfully Shizun convinced her that it wasn't her fault, but the girl continued to cry a little. As she did Shizun looked over Shuda and could not help but glare angrily at the unconscious man, since if there was anyone to blame it was him, since he was the one you told the Amnines where to attack. As he glared at the man she wished that she could get her hand on the man and perform surgery on the man, while he was awake and without any aesthetics and remove his organs one by one for putting the children in harm's way, since she hated when children were harmed, and for making her godson nephew, little brother kill a man. After a while when everyone had calmed down a bit Tsunade, Cheyenne, Shizun, Naruto, Tonton and the unconscious Shuda, who was being dragged by Twanda by his left foot, walk out of the forest. When they were out of the forest they were met by the high priestess Moroku along with 80 royal guards and 20 samurai. Oka-san! Cried Cheyenne when she saw her mother with the royal guards and samurai. Cheyenne! Cried Moroku when she saw her daughter and quickly ran over to her and hugged her tightly. Thank the heavens that you safe, said Moroku, after which she then turned to Tsunade, who was under her special Genjutsu henge again along with Shizune. Thank you, Hana-san, too. Not only did you save my life, but also the life of my daughter. I'm forever in your debt. Do not thank me, High Priestess, thank my son Naruto. He was the one that protected her until I had arrived, and had he not, it would be certain that she would be in the hands of those shinobis and on her way to Sawa no Kuni now, replied Tsunade. What exactly did the daimyo of Sawa no Kuni want with my daughter? Asked the High Priestess slightly angrily, since she wanted answers. He wanted to take over your country and absorb it into his own, since with you dead your country would be without a leader and be easy to take over. When the first attempt had failed, he had the aim means and this Shuda bastard to kidnap your daughter and hold her from ransom. They would have you go to a certain place with minimum guards and kill you. After that they would bring Cheyenne to the Sawa daimyo, and when she reached marrying age he would marry her. So that when he took over your country it would be a legal takeover, since Cheyenne is your daughter and rightful ruler of Oni no Kuni. Not to mention he want your bloodline power to see into the future. Finished Tsunade, since she found the whole plan disgusting, and when she first heard it she punched Shuda lights out. He will pay this, spoke the high priests furiously, as want to make the man pay for what he done. Here. This will be very useful in handling him, said Swanda as she tossed a rolled-up scroll to the Moroku. What is it? Asked the Moroku as she caught the scroll. It's a letter from the daimyo of Sawa to this bastard, said Tsunade, pointing to Shuda again, stating for him to help with the kidnapping of your daughter Cheyenne and the assassination on you. The idiot had it on him when I searched him. This will prove what the daimyo of Sawa no Kuni tried to do, and if you release the news what happened here and this letter proving the Sawa daimyo underhanded tactics, which will put him in a bad spot with the other nations. Especially with Konoha, since you are our ally, and I don't think he will want to mess with both Oni no Kuni, its allied nations, and Konoha all at once, so it will have to sue for peace on your terms. Thank you, Hana-san, I owe you much, said Moroku to Tsunade, after which she then kneeled due to Naruto to face him. And I owe you even more, Naruto-san, thank you for protecting Cheyenne. You're welcome, Moroku-san, said Naruto quietly with a sad and weak smile, which caused the high priestess to ask Tsunade what happened, since he was not himself. When she asked, Tsunade told her that Naruto had accidentally killed one of the ninjas when he fought them. At this the high priestess gasped and unshed tear threatened to fall, as her heart went out to the poor boy, since no child should have to do what he had to do. This just made anger at the daimyo of Sawa grow and swore she make the man pay heavily for what he had done. I'm truly sorry for what you had to do, Naruto, and I will not forget my debt to you. Thank you, spoke the high priestess, as she knelt down and hugged Naruto in gratitude for what he'd done for her and her daughter. After she got up, she had her guards take Shuda from Tsunade and place him in the dungeon under heavy guard when they reached the estate, and be kept there until he was fully interrogated and was tried for treason. After the guards took Shuda away, the group started to head back together to the estate. Later on, a month after the event with the attempted kidnapping of Cheyenne, things started to settle down. News of the failed kidnapping attempt on Cheyenne spread, although information on Naruto and Tsunade involvement was kept secret per Tsunade request. When the allied countries of Oni no Kuni, which included Konoha, learned of the daimyo of Sawa attempt of kidnapping the high priestess daughter, with the letter proving his involvement, they immediately started to put heavy politically pressure on both the daimyo and his country. They threatened to place an embargo on the country, as well as threatening to declare war if he did not make heftily compensations for what he had done. Eventually the daimyo of Sawa no Kuni complied and had to give a very large sum of money to High Priestess and give up rights to several territories and hand them over to the rule of Oni no Kuni. During that time Naruto, Tsunade, Shizune and Tonton continued to stay in the estate to monitor the High Priestess' health until she fully recovered, as well as to help Naruto deal with what had happened. It had took a while, but eventually Shizune and Tsunade, with a little help from Cheyenne, helped Naruto come to terms with what he had done and deal with it. Afterward, Swanda even let Naruto keep her necklace, since she had a feeling that it would be usefully to Naruto later on in his life. Once Naruto had come to terms with it, Tsunade decided that it was time for them to start moving again. Must you leave? You are all more than welcome here, and both Oni no Kuni and myself owes all of you much, spoke High Priestess Moroku. Indeed, we can never thank you enough, spoke Haru, who had recovered from his wounds. Yes, considering what happened earlier, if we stay we might draw attention on ourselves, which is something that we wish to avoid as we have told you, so I think it would best if we leave, replied Tsunade. Very well then, but know that you are all more than welcome to come back again. For you are all honored heroes here, and when the time is right everyone in Oni no Kuni will know of it, said the high priestess. Thank you, we shall return one day, replied Shizune as she bowed slightly. We look forward to that day, since we can then honor both you Tsunade-sama and you Naruto-sama properly for saving both Cheyenne-san and Lady Moroku, spoke Tetsuho as he bowed respectfully to them. I going to miss you Naruto-kun, you were my best friend, said Cheyenne sadly as tears began to fall down her eyes since she was losing her only real friend. What do you mean by we're best friends? We are still best friends and nothing going to change that, spoke Naruto as he went to Cheyenne. Here this is for your Cheyenne-chan, said Naruto as he handed Cheyenne a small potted Satsuki azalea bonsai tree that he had hidden behind his back. This is something for you, so that you can remember me by. It's a Satsuki azalea bonsai tree that are not that many, since they are hard and slow to grow, but it was no problem for me. The adults of the group of the two groups could not help but smile as they saw Naruto give the small bonsai tree to a blushing but smiling Cheyenne, who took from him. It beautiful thank you Naruto-kun, said Cheyenne as she then did something that surprised everyone especially Naruto. She gave him a soft but gentle kiss on his left cheek. When Moroku saw this she was surprised at first like the rest, but that turned quickly to a smile especially when Cheyenne moved away and Naruto began to blush red from what she had done. The high priestess even giggled like a schoolgirl when she saw that her daughter was now as red as a cherry from what she had done and had her head down trying to hide it. It seems that Cheyenne has a little crush on Naruto, though Moroku as she giggled again and thought how cute the two would be if they got together. Both Haru and Tetsuho were equally surprised but then smiled. When Shizune saw this she could not help but giggle as well. They look so cute, thought Shizune. Naruto going to get a lot of teasing about this from me later on. Even Tonton cried oink in laughter of what happened. The only person that was not laughing or smiling was Tsunade. Just great, it already started. These little harpies are already trying to steal my innocent Naruto-chan from me. Though Tsunade as she started to grumble. But if she thinks she can sink her claws on him then she got another thing coming. After that Tsunade and the others started to walk away as they did the high priestess. Tetsuho, Haru, and Cheyenne waved goodbye to them. After Tsunade, Naruto, Shizune, and Tonton were out of sight, the high priestess and the other head back into the estate. As they did, the high priestess suddenly turned her head slightly and spoke to her daughter. Well, Cheyenne, now that you have gotten yourself a little boyfriend, when should I start planning the wedding? Oka-san! Cried an embarrassed Cheyenne as her mother along with Tetsuho and Haru laughed at the young girl's bright red face. Well, Naruto-chan, you're growing up to be quite the little ladies' man since you already got your first girlfriend. Soon enough you have loads girls chasing after you, giggled Shizune. Oink, cried Tonton in agreement. Can it, Nei-chan? Cheyenne not my girlfriend? Cried a still red Naruto. I just hope that Cheyenne-chan kiss doesn't have any cooties. Author's note. Come on, he only 8 and all boys at that age think girls have cooties. Well, didn't you say that she was your friend and she is a girl, so that means she is your girlfriend, doesn't it? Teased Shizune. She not my girlfriend. I mean she is a girl. And she is my friend. But that doesn't mean that she my girlfriend. I mean it does. But that is, But she is, Hagarargag, cried Naruto as he held his head in confusion at what he was trying to say, while Shizune just giggled at embarrassing the poor boy. Maybe we should give Naruto-chan the talk. Sonate-sensei? Asked Shizune innocently, although smirking at the reaction she knew Tsuwanda would have. Over my dead drunken body, cried Tsunade. There's no way I'm going to let any of those little harlots try and corrupt my sweet baby. While at the same time thinking, this wasn't happen so soon. Things like this wasn't supposed to happen till puberty. I'm not ready. I'm too young to deal with this. At this Shizune just laughed at Tsuwanda's reaction and continued to tease and annoy both her and Naruto about Cheyenne kiss for the rest of the day. It had been 2 years after the event in Oni no Kuni, and during that time Naruto had changed a good bit since then. After nearly being captured and killed by the Nins, Tsunade had doubled Naruto's training regimen as well as his medical studies. She had also called in Jiraiya and informed him of the events that happened and asked him to create a tracking seal for Naruto and place it on him. Jiraiya did this by carving a tracking seal onto a chain earring and putting it onto Naruto's right ear. This way, if ever Naruto was in trouble or was missing, Tsunade or Jiraiya could easily track Naruto with it, since they would wear special rings with seals on them, which would allow them to track down Naruto wherever he went. The seal also worked where if Naruto channeled his chakra into the chain earring, Jiraiya and Tsunade's rings would heat up and tell them that he was in trouble and needed help. Tsunade also put her Sozo Seize, creation rebirth, on Naruto's forehead and then taught him how to focus and store chakra into it and then release it. So to use the Infuen Kai-in seal release, so that if he was ever seriously hurt he could use it to heal himself. Tsunade had done this since she would rather have Naruto shorten his life very slightly than lose it entirely. Naruto had also become more dedicated to his training ever since his fight with the Amnines, where he had gotten a first-hand experience of how dangerous the life of a shinobi was. He had also used his desire to protect his family and friends to focus more on becoming stronger, so that he could protect his friends and family better, since he knew that the day would come when they would be unable to help him and they would need him to protect them in turn. During Naruto's training they focused a great deal on Naruto mastering his new superhuman strength, and although he could use it much better than he used to, he still was not on the same level as his mother, but still could do a lot of damage to people and things. Naruto had also gotten better in using medical jutsus as he was able to assist his mother in healing people with non-life-threatening injuries or illness. He had even proven to be more skilled in certain areas than Tsunade, where he could use Chikura no Mezu chakra scalpels in close combat in a fight. During a training spar, Naruto showed that he was precise enough to be able to effectively cut several muscle tissues and tendons on her arms and legs and made it hard for her to move quickly enough or correctly. Tsunade also trained Naruto in Genjutsu, where he showed to be surprisingly skilled in it, where he was able to quickly grasp the concept of Genjutsu. For example, when Naruto caught Jiraiya trying to peek into the women's hot spring, he put Jiraiya in a Genjutsu, so that instead of seeing naked girls, Jiraiya would see old naked ladies with loads of wrinkles on their body. Jiraiya's screams of horror could heard all around the town when it happened and caused him to have a cardiac arrest, while at the same time Naruto maniac laughing could also be heard, since over time Naruto had inherited several traits from Tsunade. The first was that he liked to gamble, but wasn't as addicted to it as Tsunade was and was very good at it. The second was that he had inherited Tsunade's nasty short temper, although he could control it better than she could, but when he lost it there would be a lot of collateral damage just like with his mother. The third trait was that he got a perverse pleasure of beating up and torturing perverts, much to Jiraiya's dismay, who had been the object of most of Naruto attacks on perverts, which involved him pranking Jiraiya. At the same time Naruto had somehow also gained a taste for playing pranks on people and was very good at it. Jiraiya had also trained him in ninjutsu and taught him earth jutsus like Doton, Retsudo Tensho earth style, tearing earth turning palm, Tsuchi Bunshin no Jutsu, earth clone technique, Doton, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu, earth release, double suicide decapitation technique, Doton, Mogurigakur no Jutsu earth style, hiding like a mole technique, and Doton, Dorika Geishi earth style, earth shore return, while he also helped him learn water jutsus like Sway Tun, Mizurappa, water style, violent water wave, Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu, water clone technique, and Sway Tun, Swaisher no Jutsu, water style, water drowning technique. Also thanks to the Shodai Hokage's necklace which Naruto now wore, his Mokuton skills improved where he could use Mokuton, high rain, wood style, impaling roots, 1, as well as Mokuton Mokushiku, wood style, wooden tentacles. He even taught himself how to use Moku Bunshin no Jutsu, wood style, wooden clone technique, after he learned Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu, Tsuchi Bunshin no Jutsu, as well as Mokuton, henge, wood style, transformation. Jiraiya also helped Naruto improve his sealing skill where he could easily seal objects and tools into scrolls, as well as use the Shikoku Fuin, finger engraving seal, and a couple other sealing techniques. Also after the events in Oni no Kuni, Naruto kept in close contact with Cheyenne where they wrote to one another, but after a year Cheyenne stopped writing back to him. When he mentioned it to his mother, she said that maybe Cheyenne was busy in training to be the next shrine maiden with her mother, since it took a lot of hard work and learning to be one and she was too busy to write right now. Naruto accepted the answer since Cheyenne had mentioned to him that her mother was training her to be a shrine maiden and it was hard work to train to be one, but still he felt concerned as to why she did not reply once to him. A few months later, in the middle of a forest in Mori no Kuni, forest country, Naruto was currently walking alone in the forest to train. Both Tsunade and Shizun along with Tonton were in the local village treating a few people. He had told his mother that he was going to train in the forest for a short while by himself since he found that sometimes he needed train alone. Tsunade had naturally been concerned when Naruto did this, but Naruto had promised that he would avoid any trouble and keep a low profile and keep from being noticed by anyone. Also, since he still wore his tracking earring, she would know if he was ever in trouble and be able to find him quickly. Naruto wore a pair of gray shinobi pants, black shirt with his great-grandfather's necklace underneath it, and a pair of sandals and a gray zip jacket over his black shirt. As Naruto trained alone in the forest, he made sure that there was nobody nearby by sending out shadow clones to keep an eye out for anyone that may be coming his way and see him training. Knowing how important that his identity was kept secret until the time was right for his heritage to be announced. Naruto was training hard in taijutsu, since he had realized that he needed a style of fighting that worked well for him, where he could use his speed and naturally agility along with his super strength to their full extent. Although his mother was a skilled fighter in taijutsu, she had no real style. She mainly used her sheer power and strength to overwhelm her opponents. Naruto knew this would not work for him, since he was not his mother, and overwhelming his enemies with brute strength and power would not work for him. He knew there would be enemies out there that could not be defeated with strength and power alone, and so he decided to create his own taijutsu style. Since he didn't really have a taijutsu teacher to train him, since neither his mother, Shizune, or Jiraiya were taijutsu experts in any real style that he could use. For the past year, Naruto was trying to create a fighting style that was agile, fast-moving, and hard-hitting, where he would use not only his fists and feet, but also his elbows and knees. He would use fast-moving hits, jabs, and kicks to confuse his opponents and keep them off balance, and at the same time use his natural agility to dodge or avoid his opponent's attacks. He would also use variations of powerful knee strikes, elbow strikes, punches, and kicks with his super strength to break or crush different parts of his opponent's bones with a single hit. Thanks to his medical training from Shizune, Naruto knew what parts of the body were sensitive to hits and what parts of the body could cause the most pain to a person. He even trained himself to use several different locks on people that would cause even more pain to them and keep hold of them. Although Naruto had made good progress in developing and creating his new style of fighting, he knew that he was still a long way away from fully developing it. After a few hours, Naruto had decided that he'd head back to his family temporary home and make some lunch. As he traveled, he soon felt 2 very powerful chakra signatures and 3 minor ones coming not far from where he was. Judging by how strong they were, Naruto figured they were shinobi since they were too high to be to ordinary people. Not recognizing them, Naruto decided to go investigate them and see who they were. After about 10 minutes, Naruto finally came up to where he felt the chakra signatures. The people he felt were camped in a small clearing with a fire pit in the middle and several sleeping bags around it. The 5 people he had sensed were in the clearing. 4 of them were kids who looked to be about his age, if not slightly older. 3 of the kids were girls while the other was a boy. The 5th person was a large dark-skinned man who he saw talking to the kids. When Naruto saw the group, his thoughts on them being shinobi was confirmed by the way they were dressed. One of the girls was the same dark skin color as the older man. She had dark red hair that reached down to her shoulder blades and with a bandana on her head. She had golden eyes with small round golden earrings. She wore a gray top, a long black skirt with black shinobi pants underneath it, and sandals. She also had a long katana on her back. Another girl was pale skin and had short blonde hair just around her chin. She had blue eyes and wore a short revealing skirt with a gray shirt and a slight midriff showing that she wore a fishnet shirt underneath it. Her appearance also showed she was already at the stage where her breasts were developing well and her body was also starting to become curvy, showing that in a couple of years' time the girl would be a real knockout. Also, like the red-head girl, the blonde girl had a long katana on her back. The 3rd girl had long blonde hair that was tied up in a ponytail that reached down her back. She had dark eyes that were cat-like shaped and was almost as curvy as the other blonde girl and was only starting to develop. She wore gray shinobi pants with a black short sleeve top with fishnet shirt underneath it and wore black fingerless gloves and gray sandals with leg guards. Like the other 2 girls, she also carried a long katana on her back. The boy was dark-skinned with spiky white hair. He had a gray baggy hoodie with black shinobi pants and sandals and also wore fingerless red teku. Naruto also saw him sucking on a lollipop. Like the girls, the boy also carried a long katana on her back. The dark-skinned man, who was clearly the kid sensei, possessed a muscular build, as well as white hair and beard. On his right shoulder, he had a tattoo that says iron, and on his left cheek, he had a tattoo of a bull's horn. He wore oval-shaped sunglasses and a white-colored forehead protector. He also wore a white-colored one-strap over one-shoulder flak jacket for a jonin, with a red rope tied around his waist, white handbands, and a white scarf around his neck, and carried 7 swords on his back. When Naruto saw the symbols of the headband on the group's heads, he knew that the group was from Kumo, since he had learned all the symbols of the current shinobi villages by heart after the Aimnin incident. Since he wanted to know more about the shinobi world, where should another incident like what happened in Oni no Kuni happen again, he would at least know what caliber of shinobi he would be up against. Naruto could also sense the stronger of the 2 chakra signatures that he had sensed was coming from the sensei, while the other was coming from the blonde girl with the ponytail. This of course surprised Naruto. Even though he knew that some people would be naturally born with high chakra levels, he did not expect as much as what he was sensing from the girl. As he watched them, Naruto saw the sensei taking out one of his swords and then have the boy come forward and take out his own katana. Although Naruto could not hear them, it was obvious that they were having a spar, while the girls watched and no doubt waited for their turn to spar with their sensei. As he watched the boy and his sensei spar, Naruto could not help but be impressed by how well the boy fought with his sword. Although it was obvious that the sensei wasn't going all out and was only really playing with him, it was still interesting to watch. Soon enough, Naruto watched the short-haired blonde girl and the red-haired girl each take their turns to spar against their sensei, after the red girl was defeated. Naruto's curiosity got the better of him, and he decided to move closer so he could watch them better and hear what they were saying. Carefully, Naruto snuck through the trees around the group and moved closer to the group. From his new spot that was closer to the group, Naruto could fully see what they were doing and now hear what they were saying. "Nice move there, little Yujito," the man said as he blocked her sword strike. HPMH, the girl named Yujito replied as she glared at her sensei and got her sword ready to strike again. But before she could move, the sensei quickly put up his hand to signal her to stop. "Hold on, little kitty. I just thought up a good rhyme," the man said. He then took out a notebook and pencil and began to write down something. "Sensei, this is no time for you to write down one of your stupid rhymes, and I thought I told you not to call me that," Yujito yelled angrily. "Hey, don't diss the rhyming of Rhyme Master B," the man replied as he looked up at the blonde girl. "I'll diss them all I want when they interfere with my training, and besides I'm getting pretty sick of Dash," Yujito replied angrily, but stopped when her sensei suddenly threw his pencil, which was covered in lightning chakra. The pencil flew right past her with incredible speed and went through some bushes behind her. After the man threw the lightning-enhanced pencil, Naruto jumped out of the bushes to avoid it, where it then went through the space that his head was in a moment ago. But even as he avoided the projectile, the pencil cut his left cheek slightly and then went through 2 tree trunks before it fell to the ground, much to Naruto's shock. But when he jumped out of the way of the lightning-enhanced pencil, he had also revealed himself to Yujito and the other Kumo shinobi. "I spy with my little eye, some stupid fool, spying on eye," the man said in a bad rhyme when Naruto jumped out of the bushes. When Naruto realized that he had revealed himself to the Kumo team, he quickly ran off into the forest. "Who the hell was that?" the dark-skinned, red-headed girl asked. "I do not know, but we should go after him and capture him. He may be a spy for another village," said the short-haired blonde girl. "Samui is right, we need to go after him now," Yujito said, where she, the girl known now as Samui, and the other 2 students went after Naruto, leaving their sensei alone, who just sighed and went after his students to make sure that nothing would happen to them. With Naruto and the Kumo students. As Naruto ran through the forest, he cursed himself for the 10th time about being so curious and not leaving well enough alone, while at the same time wondered how he kept getting himself into these kinds of messes. Naruto continued to run through the forest until he suddenly forced to stop, when several shurikens were thrown in front of him. As soon as he stopped, he found himself surrounded by the 4 students with their swords drawn. "He's just a kid," the dark-skinned, red-headed girl said. "Hey, who are you calling just a kid?" Naruto angrily said, as he didn't like being called that by a girl who was about the same age as him. "Forget it. Now come with us peacefully and you won't be hurt. We have some questions for you," the boy said. "Let's not," Naruto said as he dropped several small flash smoke bombs on the ground, causing a bright flash and the area around them to be filled with smoke. "Cough, cough, cough, he used to flash smoke bombs on us, cough," the boy croaked. "It's not only that, cough, cough. He also must have mixed some pepper powder into the smoke bomb so to blind us," Sammy croaked as her eyes and throat were burning from the pepper powder. Soon after, the four Kumogenin got out of the smoke-filled area and used the water from their canteens to wash away the power from their eyes. Once the pepper powder was out of their eyes, the boy quickly looked around the ground for any tracks that Naruto may have left. When he looked, he saw several different tracks leading in different directions. "Which way did he go, Omoi?" asked Yujito. "I can't tell. Seemingly there are at least 4 different tracks leading in 4 different directions. My guess is he created clones when he used those flash smoke pepper bombs and had them go in different directions so to confuse us. It's a smart move, since if we all follow one, we have a 1 in 4 chance of picking the right one, and if we split up into pairs, we have a 1 in 2 chance of picking the right one, and if we each split up and each chase after one of us will go after the real one while the other 3 chase after the clones," the boy named Omoi said as he looked to the tracks on the ground. "That is probably what he wants, since we would be separated from one another and will be unable to use our numbers to our advantage. Since the one who picks him would have to fight him by themselves without the rest of us to help," Samui answered. "We have no other choice. We can't let him get away. He's clearly a shinobi as he has the training," Yujito replied. "So who goes where?" the red-haired girl asked. "Samui, you go follow the one that's gone west. Omoi, you go follow the one that's headed north. Karui, you go follow the one that's heading northwest. I'll follow the one that's going east," Yujito said, where the rest of her team nodded and went after their target. With Karui, after about 15 minutes of tracking her target, Karui soon caught sight of her target. As she chased after him, she heard Yujito on the radio. "Cat to fiery red, sucker and cold blonde coming, guys. Over." "I'm here, over," Omoi replied over the radio. "Cold blonde here. Go ahead, cat." "Over," Samui replied over the radio. "Fiery red here, over," Karui answered. "I've just taken care of the one that I was following. He was a clone, but was not like any kind of clone I've seen before. When I destroyed him, it didn't turn into mud, water, or lightning. Yet he was solid," over, Yujito said. "That troubling. Maybe he knows some kind of new super cloning technique that we haven't heard of. Maybe we should fall back. This guy could be a powerful shinobi that is as strong as Sensei," over, Omoi replied. "Don't be an idiot, sucker. No one is stronger than Sensei. Not even the Raikage, and besides, he's just a kid. We can take him. Besides, I see my target now," over, Karui said. "Don't underestimate him, fiery red. He's already tricked us once before he could do it again," over, Samui warned over the radio. "I'll be fine. I call you guys back in a few minutes to tell you if it's the real him or not. Over and out," Karui answered. As Karui chased after her target, she took out a few kunai and threw them at him. The kunai missed him, but as he dodged them, her target lost his balance and fell off the branch he was on and slipped, causing him to the ground hard. Seeing this, Karui quickly jumped down to the ground and went over to her target to see if her target was the real Naruto. As she moved closer, the Naruto in front of her remained still with his eyes closed and his face to the ground. "Ha! Guess you're not so tough after all? But then, that's what you get when you deal with a shinobi of Kumogakure, the hidden cloud," Karui said with a smirk. Karui was so confident of herself that when she walked over to him to see if he was the real Naruto or not, she failed to notice the fresh pile of green leaves on the ground near her target and stood on them, activating a rope snare that would have pulled her up to a tree. Fortunately for Karui, she was able to react quickly and flip backwards to avoid the trap. But once she landed, she found that she had landed on a tripwire that activated another trap where 2 large tree logs came out of the tree line on her left and right sides and were about to collide into her. Acting quickly, Karui narrowly dodged the tree logs by rolling forward when they collided with one another. Unfortunately, when Karui rolled forward, she rolled over another trip wire that activated another trap, where a steel wire net that was hidden under a genjutsu sprung from underneath her and lifted her up into the trees. As she hung from a tree in the net, Karui struggled to get free, but the net was too strong for her to break. She then went to try and cut herself free from the net with a kunai, but when she went to her pouch, she couldn't find it. She then looked around for it and saw it on the ground below her. It was then that Naruto stood up and went over and picked up her pouch and then looked up to her with a cheeky smirk that infuriated her. "First rule of being a shinobi, never let your opponent get the drop on you," Naruto said with a smirk and then walked away, but not before turning around again and thanking Karui for the extra gear, after which he ran into the tree line, where he could hear Karui's screams of anger and rage, swearing she would kill him. Once Karui calmed down a little, she quickly got on to her radio. Fiery red to cat, cold blonde and sucker. Over Karui spoke. Cat here, go ahead. Fiery red, Yujito replied. I hear you. Fiery red, Omoi answered. Cold blonde here, what is it? Fiery red. Was your target the real one? Samui asked. Yeah, I'm pretty certain that my target was him, but he got away, Karui replied angrily. How? Asked Yujito. He tricked me and caught me in a trap, Karui answered angrily as she was humiliated at being tricked so easily. We told you not to underestimate him, but you didn't listen to us, Omoi said over the radio. Shut up, you idiot! Karui shouted furiously as she was red with humiliation and anger. I'm the idiot? I wasn't the one that got tricked and is now trapped somewhere, Omoi replied calmly. Before Karui could respond, Yujito suddenly shouted into the radio. Both of you shut up, this isn't the time for your petty bickering. Cat is right, we need to capture him. Fiery red, which direction did he go? Over, Samui asked. He's still heading northwest, over, Karui replied. Right then, sucker, cold blonde, both of you head in his direction and try and head him off and capture him. I'll try and catch up with you as soon as possible. Fiery red. Once we have captured him, we'll come back and free you, so hang tight. Over, Yujito said. Roger, Samui said. Roger, Omoi replied. Roger, Karui grumbled as there was little she could do other than hang when in the net. Once she finished talking, she tried to make herself as comfortable as possible until her teammates came to help her. As she did, she muttered several different painful things that she would do to a certain blonde hair boy when she saw him again. With Naruto. As Naruto ran through the forest, he could not help but be pleased with himself. He had taken care of the Kumo-genin chasing after him, while the other two were still chasing his shadow clones, and even though the fourth member had taken out the clone she was chasing, she was still too far away to catch up to him. Just when Naruto thought he was in the clear, his mother's training came into effect where his senses warned him of danger. The next second, Naruto was hit in the back by a dozen or so shuriken that had been thrown by Omoi a few meters behind him. But just after the shuriken hit him, Naruto turned into a wooden log. When Omoi saw this, he frowned, since he knew Naruto had used a Korimi no Jutsu, body replacement technique, to replace himself with a wooden log. He also knew that he had now lost the advantage as he had given away his position, while Naruto was now somewhere hidden in the trees. Realizing that he was now at a disadvantage, Omoi drew his katana and cautiously moved through the trees, looking for the blonde, while at the same time keeping his guard up. As he looked around, his shinobi senses quickly kicked in as he quickly spun around and deflected several shuriken that were thrown from behind him. Before Omoi could retaliate, he suddenly saw Naruto appear to his left with his kunai in hand, leaping towards him. Seeing Naruto, Omoi quickly brought up his katana and blocked the attack. He then pushed Naruto back, making him lose his balance. Taking advantage of this, Omoi then slashed at Naruto with his katana. As soon as Omoi slashed Naruto with his katana, Naruto puffed into smoke, revealing it to be a shadow clone. What the? Thought Omoi when the clone exploded, but before he could fully realize what had happened, several small spherical objects fell from above and exploded, releasing a sleeping gas and knocking out Omoi. Before he fell asleep, Omoi looked up and saw the real Naruto standing from a tree branch above him. Realizing what had happened, and that it was already too late to do anything, Omoi could only think of one word: damn. When Omoi lost consciousness, he fell off the tree branch he was on. But before he hit the ground, Naruto jumped off the branch he was on and caught the Kumo-genin. Since all he wanted to do was get away, didn't want to hurt anyone. Once he laid Omoi on the ground, he then ran off in case the others showed up. As he made his way through the forest, Naruto silently thanked his mother for teaching him to make sleeping gas bombs, as well as the sleep gas itself, since it had come in quite handy for taking Omoi out without hurting him. Unfortunately, Naruto did not get very far. His danger sense kicked in again, where he had to duck several kuna thrown at him from his left-hand side. When he turned, he saw Samui on a tree branch several meters away, where she then leapt forward with her katana. Quickly dodging several slashes from Samui's katana, Naruto used another smoke bomb to cover the area he was in, giving himself a chance to get away from Samui and think about what to do next. When Samui got out of the smoke-filled area, she quickly took a defensive stance with her katana out and ready to block or deflect any kind of attack that Naruto may do. Suddenly, from Samui's right, Naruto appeared on a nearby branch and threw several kunai at her. Wasting no time, Samui turned around and deflected the kunai with her katana. In a feat of impressive skill, she then grabbed one of the kunai she had deflected and threw it back at Naruto, hitting him right between the eyes before he could move away. When Naruto was hit by the kunai, he exploded into a puff of smoke, revealing that the Naruto she had been fighting with was a clone. Using the clone as a distraction, the real Naruto moved around Samui and attempted sneak up on her and take her out quickly. Unfortunately though for Naruto, after destroying the clone, Samui had realized what he was doing and twirled around to face him, and slashed at her fellow blonde with her katana. Luckily Naruto was able to avoid her slash, but was forced on the defensive. Saw Samui chased after him. As Samui chased after Naruto, the blonde boy quickly found himself having to put a good deal more effort into his dodging Samui's attack, since he knew that if he didn't, the blonde girl would skewer him or cut up into little pieces. But because his attention on the blonde hair girl had increased, his attention to his surroundings decreased, so he didn't see the large rock that he was quickly backing towards until he stepped half on it and lost his footing. Seeing her chance, Samui leapt forward with her blade already descending upon the boy. In a desperate attempt at self-preservation, Naruto's left hand shot out and managed to catch the girl's wrist, and with a quick twist of his own wrist, he managed to get her to drop the katana. However, that movement also served to pull Samui towards him, sending both of them rolling across the ground in a mass of flying limbs before finally coming to a stop, one that ended with them being in a rather awkward position. Naruto's left hand was still holding on to Samui's right wrist, pinning it to the ground above her head, while Naruto's own right hand had ended up between the girl's left arm and her body, touching her chest. Naruto's right leg had come to rest between the girl's thighs in a very intimate fashion, leaving his left leg as the only thing really keeping their pelvises apart from each other. It took a moment or two for the two to catch their breaths as they were both panting heavily with a slight bead of sweat falling down their brows from fighting only moments ago, and both of them were staring at each other's blue eyes intently. Soon enough they both realized the awkward situation they were in, where they each had their own separate reaction. Naruto's cheeks started to blush red when he realized the intimate position he was in with Samui. But despite the situation, he silently thanked whatever deity he could think of that his godfather and mother weren't here to see this, since if Jiraiya saw Naruto being in this kind of position with another member of the opposite sex, he would never let the blonde boy hear the end of it. His mother, on the other hand, would most likely have gone postal on him and Samui if she saw this, if not do something worse. Samui, on the other hand, kept cool, calm, and emotional look on her face, despite the position she found herself in with Naruto. Although this only lasted a few seconds, where her facade quickly broke and a look of absolute rage and anger appeared on her face and a dangerous look was in her eyes. A look that Naruto was very familiar with from the many times he had seen it on his mother when Jiraiya said or did something perverted, which would result in her beating him into next week for it. It was then that Samui completely lost her cool and screamed, "You pervert!" She then kicked Naruto off her, who flipped backwards as she kicked him, so that he would land of his feet. But as soon as he did, Samui got up and charged forward in full feminine rage and slashed the male blonde with her katana again, but this time much faster and much more deadly than before, giving him little opportunity to do anything other than dodge her attacks. Shit, I need to do something quick or else she might actually kill me, a concerned Naruto thought as he continued to avoid Samui's deadly slashes. As Naruto ducked one of Samui's slashes, he kicked away her legs, causing her to fall on her back, which gave Naruto a chance to jump away. He then rolled up his jacket sleeve to reveal a sunbon launcher on his arm that Shizune and gave him the cried-out Shikama Shinden, prepared needle shot, firing 5 sunbon needles at once at Samui. The needles were loaded with a toxin that Shizune taught Naruto to make that would paralyze his target and then knock them out a few minutes later. Seeing the needles, Samui skillfully deflected them with her katana, but as soon as she did, Naruto was gone, as the needles were a distraction, giving Naruto a chance to hid and plan. Realizing what Naruto had done, Samui fell into a defensive stance and readied herself for any sneak attack that Naruto would make. After a minute or so, she suddenly saw several shuriken flying towards her from her right. But when she deflected them, she felt a sharp pain at the side of her legs and the side of her arms, where they then went numb and she collapsed. When she looked down at her legs, she saw several senbon needles stuck in her legs and realized that she had been duped again and guessed that the senbon needles were coated with some kind of numbing toxin. As she lay there unable to move her arms or legs, Naruto appeared above her, holding a small spherical object. He then brought the object to her nose and crushed it, which released a gas that knocked her out within a seconds of inhaling it. Before Samui fell unconscious, she heard Naruto say, "Sorry." Once Samui was out, Naruto brought her over to a nearby tree and left her there knowing that she would waken up after a little while but would be still unable to move for a bit longer thanks to the toxin he used in his senbon needles. For about 15 minutes Naruto ran through the forest, but just when he thought he was home free, an angry Yujito suddenly appeared in front of him. "Crap," Naruto thought as stop. "This is as far as you go. You may have taken out my teammates, but you will find that I am not as easily defeated as they were," Yujito said. "But if you give up now, you won't be hurt." "Thanks, but no thanks. Giving up isn't in my vocabulary." "Fine by me. It's your funeral," Yujito replied as she got into her fighting stance with her katana. "Don't underestimate the boy kitten. Although he is young, he is quite skilled to take out all your other teammates by himself without seriously hurting them. Also, I feel a strange power coming from him, one that is familiar yet different," the Nibi said in Yujito's mind. "What power are you talking about? There's nothing special about him, he's just a kid from some enemy village," Yujito replied in her mind. "As I said, I'm not really sure. All that I know is that as I look at this boy through your mind, I sense a strange yet familiar power coming from him. One that I have not felt in many years," the Nibi answered. "Then what is this power you're feeling?" Yujito asked. "I do not know, the power is just familiar in a way, yet at the same time it is different. I can't explain it and I can't remember where I felt this kind of power before. All I know for certain is that it was long ago," answered Nibi. "Well, that's great, Nibi, thanks for nothing," Yujito said with a scowl, as the Nibi's advice was useless if she didn't know what she was up against. "Sorry, kitten, but still just be on your guard with him," the monster cat replied. Fine. Soon after, Yujito made the first move and charged forward with her katana. Naruto quickly blocked it with his kunai, which he had taken out when Yujito drew out her katana. For several minutes the two of them traded blows with one another until they came to a deadlock where Naruto's kunai went against Yujito's katana in a struggle for dominance. "You're pretty good for a kid," Yujito grunted as she tried to overpower Naruto. "I could say the same thing about you, since you're pretty good for a girl," Naruto replied with a smirk, which in turn infuriated Yujito, since she despised comments like that. She then pushed Naruto back and tried to slash him with her katana, but Naruto flipped backwards to avoid the slash and then threw several kunai at her. Yujito quickly deflected the kunai, but in the angry state she was in, she could not focus correctly and missed two, where one scratched her left hip leg and the other scratched her right arm. Ignore that scratches, she charged straight at Naruto with her katana. Naruto tried to block with his one remaining kunai, but Yujito quickly deflected the kunai with her sword and slashed at Naruto. But as soon as she slashed at Naruto, he turned into a log, revealing he had used a Korimi no Jutsu. As soon as she realized this, Yujito suddenly felt her right arm go numb as well as her left leg. As she felt her arm and leg go numb, Yujito quickly realized that the kunai that had scratched her had been coated with a nerve toxin to make her arms go numb. When she realized this, she began to curse herself for getting angry and losing focus. It was after this that she then saw Naruto coming behind her with a kunai and was about to stab her in the back with it. Seeing this, Yujito quickly twirled around on her good leg to avoid the attack, and as he went by her, she slashed at his back. But as soon as she did, Naruto turned in a puff of smoke, revealing to be a clone. It was when she realized this that she felt a pair of hands grabs onto her legs and pull her down onto the ground, where only her head could be seen above ground. Yujito tried to move but could not, as the nerve toxin had quickly spread through her body and the ground was too tight against her that she could not move enough to dig herself out. It was right then that she found Naruto standing right above her, looking down at her with an annoying smirk on his face, which infuriated her to no end. "What the hell did you do to me?" Yujito growled as she glared up at Naruto. "Doton, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu, Earth Style. Double suicide decapitation. It's a very useful technique that pulls down a person so that only their head is above ground, where they are unable to move, and I can do anything I like to them. But luckily for you, I won't, since I don't want to. So if you excuse me now, I have to go, but it was fun playing around with you guys. We should do it again some other time." "See you, little kitty," Naruto said, as he walked away and waved goodbye to her and saying the nickname he heard her sensei call her, which further infuriated the girl at being so humiliated by him. "I told you, Kitty, not to underestimate him," the Nibi said to Yujito. "Can it, Nibi? I don't need to hear this now. I need you to give me some of your chakra now so I can get out of here," Yujito said. "Kitten, you're not ready to handle my chakra yet. You could go out of control with it," the Nibi warned. "I can handle it, Nibi. Now let me have it so that I can get him," Yujito replied angrily. "Very well, Kitten, but you have been warned," the Nibi said as she sent some of her chakra to Yujito. As Naruto walked away from Yujito, he suddenly felt a large menacing surge of chakra coming from behind him. When he turned around, he saw it was coming from Yujito, after which a massive explosion of chakra erupted from her, causing earth to be thrown all around and dust cover the area. When the dust settled and cleared, Naruto saw Yujito back above the ground on all fours and covered in a cloak of red chakra that was in the shape of a car with a single tail made out of chakra behind her. While the irises of her eyes were now yellow and cat-like and her fingernails grew longer and sharper, making her hands claw-like. "What the hell?" Naruto thought before he saw Yujito charged forward at him. Naruto barely dodged Yujito's attack by jumping to the side. He then quickly made several shadow clones. The 3 shadow clones then surrounded her and threw several kunai at her. But before the kunai could hit her, Yujito let out a massive roar where a massive pulse wave of chakra erupted from her and blew away the kunai and destroyed the clones in one go. It also blasted Naruto several feet away and caused a large dust cloud to cover the area at the same time. What the hell is going on? What kind of power is this? It isn't normal chakra. It feels dark and menacing, Naruto thought as he skidded on the ground. Once he regained his footing, a long red arm made out of chakra came out of the dust cloud and tried to grab Naruto. Fortunately, Naruto was able to jump away into a nearby tree to avoid the arm. "Shit! I need to think of something fast now before she kills me," Naruto thought as he tried to come up with a plan. He knew he couldn't use any of his more powerful jutsus, since if he did and he defeated Yujito with them, she would tell her sensei and her teammates what he did. Once she woke up, that would then attract even more attention on him, since he was already using Kagebushin, which could cause a big enough scene as it is. It would be even worse if he tried to use his Mokuton powers on her to subdue her, where they would start looking for him and his family and hunt them down. As he moved through the forest to keep his distance from Yujito, he was forced to jump out of the tree he was in to avoid another of Yujito's, who appeared and destroyed the tree he was in a moment ago and destroyed it. Yujito was currently running wild, where she lost complete control of herself thanks to the Nibi chakra. She was unable to handle and control the Biju chakra just as the Nibi had feared and was just attacking Naruto on pure animals. After a few minutes of dodging and trying to keep Yujito from killing him, Naruto decided to throw caution to the wind, since if he didn't do something soon, she would kill him. So when Yujito tried to slash him with her claws again, Naruto quickly used a Kawarimi no Jutsu to replace himself with a clone he made earlier, where as soon as she destroyed it, the real Naruto snuck up behind her and placed a small note on the back of her neck. The note had a chakra-suppressing seal on it, which Naruto had drawn. Jiraiya had taught Naruto how to make such a seal in case he needed it to subdue someone and keep them from using their chakra. Naruto hoped that the seal would disrupt the strange chakra Yujito was using and stop her. Once the seal was placed on her, it began to work as Yujito collapsed onto her knees and the red chakra started to dissipate. But just when Naruto thought it was over, Yujito suddenly let out another massive roar and another massive blast of chakra erupted from her and blasted Naruto back to a few tree away. Once the blast ended, Naruto saw Yujito back on all fours again and with the cat-shaped cloak of chakra around her again. When Naruto saw this, he knew his seal had failed as Yujito's strange chakra was too strong and potent to be suppressed by his seal. When Yujito locked eyes on Naruto, she let out another large roar and charged at him. Knowing he had to move, Naruto quickly jumped away and started to run again, trying to think of a new plan to deal with Yujito. For the next 2 minutes, Naruto jumped from treetop to avoiding each of Yujito's attacks. It was just when Yujito had destroyed her 12th tree. She found herself surrounded by a dozen Narutos on all sides who attacked her. It of course didn't take her long to deal with the clones, and once she had destroyed all of them, she began to search for the real Naruto and found him within a few seconds, not far from where she was. She then charged forward at him at breakneck speed, but just as she was a few feet away from him, for trees that surrounded her blew up with her in the middle of it. What Yujito had not known was that, as she was battling the Naruto clones, Naruto had used Fabako Hajin, sealed bomb square release, technique, where he planted 4 exploding notes on 4 trees and then lured Yujito to where he wanted her to go, by allowing her to see him, so that as soon as she entered the area with the notes around it and tried to leave it, the notes exploded, destroying everything in between the 4 trees. Once the smoke cleared from the explosion, Naruto saw the remains of the trees all over the area. When Naruto saw the tree trunks all over the area and could not see Yujito, he was about to go over and move the trees to find her, fearing that he might have killed her. But before he could, he felt another massive surge of chakra, and the remains of the trees were blown away by a massive blast of chakra. Once the smoke dissipated, Naruto saw Yujito in the middle of the now destroyed area, but she was now sitting up on all 4s, hunched like a cat, while the red chakra was starting to dissipate. The chakra outline only remained around her upper torso and arms, although the chakra outline was very thin. When Naruto saw her standing up with the red chakra around her and saw that her irises were still cat-like and yellow, he knew that it wasn't over just yet. Knowing that she could recall her strange chakra again to full power, Naruto decided to finish the fight before it could start again. He then quickly deactivated the seal weights on his clothes and raced forward at Yujito with impressive speed. He then threw several sunbon needles at certain parts of her legs and arms to disable her for a few seconds, after which he quickly came up behind her and did several hand seals and activated his Chakura no Mezu, chakra scalpels, where he then severed her nerves at the back joint of her right legs and did the same on her arms. This caused Yujito to collapse on the ground, unable to move with her nerves severed. When Naruto saw Yujito fall to the ground and unable to move her arms or legs, he thought he had finally finished the fight. That was until the red chakra she had been summoning came back and covered her whole body again, where it began to heal her and saw her beginning to move her arms and legs and lifting herself up. Ooh, come on. What the hell is with this girl? What does it take to knock her out already? She just doesn't give up? Annoyed Naruto thought, as he was tired, sore, bruised, and his clothes were torn up and filthy. Quickly bending down to Yujito, who was now only just starting to get up, Naruto gave her a quick hard chop to the neck and knocked her out cold, before she could even fully call on her strange power. Once he was certain that Yujito was finally out cold, Naruto let out a tired sigh. Damn, I didn't think she'd be this hard to beat. He then picked Yujito up and checked her for any serious injuries. Fortunately, there were none, since the red chakra cloak seemingly protected her from any real harm. When he had finished checking Yujito over, Naruto could not help but notice that Yujito was quite cute as she slept, or knocked if you wanted to get technical. But as soon as that thought entered his mind, Naruto quickly brushed that thought away, fearing that his godfather's influence was starting to take an effect on him and he was becoming a pervert like him. Once he was certain Yujito was okay, he left her against a tree and left her there so that her friends could find her easily, or she could make her way back to her camp. Just when Naruto was about to leave and get back home, he suddenly heard hands clapping and a male voice speaking up. That was a one-beat bottoming, kick-ass, but kicking of a show little squirt. I gotta say you got some moves, but still you're no match for the master of rhymes, the king of slam, the bring down of beatdown, the melody sir, Lord Eight Tails, Killer B. Oh yeah. It was then that Naruto turned around and saw Kumo Genin sensei standing up on a nearby branch and seemingly watching his and Yujito's fight. Who the hell are you? Naruto asked as he took a step back from Yujito. Weren't you listening, stupid? I float like a butterfly and sting like a bee. I'm Killer Bee, the eight-tailed beast. Yo. The man named Killer Bee replied in a bad rapper impersonation as he moved around in some kind of funny dance. What the hell? Naruto thought as he was weirded out by Killer Bee in the way he was talking to him. Killer Bee then jumped down from the branch and landed in front of Naruto. But as dazzled and as zam as I am, I can't just let you spilt and go after you owned all my students. Shit, what I'm going to do? This guy a Jonin, I don't stand a chance against him. A worried Naruto thought as he fell into a fighting stance. He knew that his only chance was to fight and then make a break for it, and even if he couldn't get away, he was at least not going down without a fight. When Killer Bee saw that Naruto was intended to fight, he couldn't but smile, since although he could tell that Naruto was tired from fighting all his students, He could not help but admire Naruto's guts at still willing to fight even though he knew he couldn't win. "You got guts, little squirt? But none too bright," Killer Bee replied as he signaled Naruto to come at him, which he did. Naruto attacked Killer Bee with a series of fast and strong jabs and kicks as well as elbows and knee kicks from different angles. As Naruto attacked him, Killer Bee blocked all of his attacks with ease, since although Naruto was very skilled for his age, he was still a novice compared to the Kumo Jinchuriki, who was a highly skilled shinobi with years of training and experience. But even still, Killer Bee was impressed with Naruto's fighting skill, especially his taijutsu, since he had never seen or heard of a style like the one he was using. He could tell that the style involved fast, hard-hitting moves using different parts of Naruto's body, and it worked well with Naruto's natural agility, and it gave Killer Bee little chance to fight back. He could also tell that in a few years' time, with a few more years of training, Naruto's fighting style would be quite deadly with enough training and practice. Killer Bee had also been watching how Naruto handled each of his students and could tell that Naruto was quite skilled in the different ways he had handled Yujito and the others without really harming them. He was especially impressed with how Naruto had fought Yujito, since it wasn't every day that a person saw a 10-year-old kid fight a wild and berserk Jinchuriki and defeat it. Granted, if Yujito had been able to control her power, she would have won. But still, for Naruto to have defeated her was nothing short of astonishing, and he wasn't even a fully trained ninja. There had been even times during the fight that Killer Bee thought he would have to intervene and stop Yujito, but in the end he didn't have to. After a little while, Killer Bee decided to end the fight, where he quickly grabbed onto Naruto's shirt and threw him over to a nearby tree, and then quickly took out 3 of his katanas and threw them at Naruto as soon as he hit the tree. The katanas then hit the collar of Naruto's gray jacket and its sleeves so that the 3 katanas would pin him against the tree and he would be unable to move. "Why don't you hang around while I go wake up little kitty from her cat nap?" Killer Bee said as Naruto tried to struggle out of the katanas. Once Killer Bee woke Yujito up with some smelling salt, he told her to watch over Naruto, while he went to free and wake Omo and the others. While Killer Bee went to free her teammates, Yujito watched over Naruto, who had given up trying to get free of the katanas. As Yujito watched over Naruto, the young kunoichi glared at Naruto as she was in a bad mood over how Naruto defeated her. Not once but twice. The first time because she had underestimated his skill, while the second time because she overestimated her own skill. It also didn't help that the Nibi was also telling her in her mind over and over again about how she told her so about underestimating Naruto and overestimated herself. As Naruto was pinned to the tree, he thought about his situation and what he should do. He knew he could get free if he used his superhuman strength. But if he did, he knew Yujito would attack him, and she had already proven to be a dangerous opponent to fight against, and even if he went all out and defeated her quickly, her sensei and teammates would sense the chakra from the battle and come to her aid and overwhelm him. Not to mention it would blow his cover, where they would report him to their village, and they would in turn track him and his family down. The same could be said if he used the seal to call for help from his mother, since if she came they could find out who she really was, and in turn find out that he was her son, ruining the low profile that they've been keeping all these years. Although that's if they survived his mother's wrath, since Shizune had told him a while back what his mother did to the Amnines that had attacked him and Cheyenne, as well as what happened to Shuda once High Priestess Moroku had gotten everything from him. She allowed his mother to deal with him, where according to what he had heard, the prison cell had a new color scheme on the ceiling, floor and walls. The color red, and Naruto wanted to avoid needless bloodshed. Hence Naruto knew that his best chance to get away without anyone getting hurt was to give them a convincing enough story to prove that he wasn't a threat to them and that they could let him go. In the event that idea didn't work, then they would most likely try and take him back to their village for questioning, where he would use his superhuman strength to break out of his bindings and sneak away. And if they tried to kill him, then he would go all out and try and escape and call for help from his mother with the seal earring and worry about the consequences later. After a little while, Killer Bee returned with Omoi, Samui and Karui, where when they arrived, Karui and Samui glared at the young Senju over what happened when he fought them. Once they arrived, Killer Bee removed the katanas from Naruto's jacket, freeing him. Once Naruto was free, they all surrounded him. "Okay, little squirt, let's hear it and tell us the beef, yo," spoke Killer Bee. "What?" Naruto asked, who didn't understand what Killer Bee was saying because of his bad rapping. At this, Omoi just signed and decided to translate for Naruto, since it wasn't uncommon for people to be unable to understand his sensei due to his bad rapping and rhyming. He was asking, "Who are you and why were you spying on us?" "My name is Naruto," replied the blonde. "And I wasn't spying, I was only looking," since I sensed two large chakra signatures nearby when I was training and I decided to see who it was. Yeah, right, Karui scoffed, not believing Naruto. It's true, Naruto replied angrily, since he didn't like being called a liar when he wasn't. Okay, fine, let's say we do believe you. Then tell us, where do you come from? What shinobi village are you with? Yujito asked. I'm not from a shinobi village, and answered Naruto, since technically it was true since he wasn't official with any shinobi village. See, he's lying to us, Karui accused as she pointed at Naruto. I'm not lying, Naruto said angrily, while he glared at Karui, who glared back at him. If you are not from a shinobi village, then how is it that you are able to do ninjutsu, and how is it that you are able to move and fight like us? The only way you could is if you had shinobi training like us, Samui said with a neutral face. Ha, try and get out of that one, Karui thought with a triumphant smirk. That's because my mother used to be a shinobi, but retired and left her village after I was born and trained my Wani-san and me, when we were old enough to be trained in the shinobi arts, Naruto answered, since even though it was a lie it was also half true. And who's your mom's? Killer Bee asked. She the local healer here, my Ka-chan along with my Wani-san and me as well as our pet pig Tonton go with her as she travels around healing people, Naruto answered. Oh, come on, you don't believe him, do you? Karui said in disbelief as she didn't believe a word Naruto was saying. I don't know, Karui. I think he might actually be telling the truth, Omoi said. Since when I was getting supplies from the local town, I heard some of the local villagers talking about a female healer that arrived in the village 2 months ago, as well as how she traveled around with her family, a young girl in her mid-20s, a young boy that actually kinds of fits Naruto's description. I also heard that she had a pet pig. I even saw the healer and her daughter distance when she was healing a woman. You can't be serious, they could all be spies sent to either kill us or spy on us. Karui cried in disbelief that her teammates and her sensei were believing Naruto's story. If they were sent to kill us, then why did they just send Naruto? Omoi asked. He could have been a scout to watch us and the report back to them later, Karui replied. Then how did they know we would come here? Since they've been here for 2 months, before sensei even planned to take us on a training trip, Omoi replied. Karui of course had no answer to that since there was no way they could have known they would come here. Fine then, but that still doesn't mean he isn't some enemy shinobi. He could be just using a ruse to throw us off, Karui retorted, trying to find reason to prove that Naruto was an enemy and needed to be dealt with. At this, Omoi just sighed and said, Weren't you listening? I told you I heard that she had a son whose description matches Naruto's. But if you want proof, fine. Omoi then turned to Naruto and asked him to describe them to them, which he did perfectly, 3, which caused Karui to scowl angrily when Omoi confirmed Naruto's description. Very well then, if it is true that your mother is a traveling healer, then tell us, what village did she come from? Samui asked, as like Karui she wasn't fully convinced by Naruto's story. Since I find it strange that any shinobi village would allow one of their shinobi to simply retire and leave with her family. This caused Karui to smile at having some support and believing that she had Naruto caught now. My mother came from Yugikure no Sato, village hidden in hot water. Since the village has disarmed itself several years ago to become a hot spring resort and they don't need or want any ninjas anymore. When that happened, my mother left the village since she used to be a medic nin and her skill weren't really needed there anymore. So she decided to travel around offering her skill to people. Naruto lied. When Karui heard this she scowled, believing that Naruto had just slipped out of that one, which was true. At the same time, Naruto silently congratulated himself on thinking up such a good and believable story on the spot, since he had remembered when he studied the different shinobi villages, that a few years back, not too long after the end of the Third Shinobi World War, Yugikure began to disarm itself as a shinobi village and became a hot spring resort thanks to the large number of hot springs there. The story was so believable that Killer Bee and even Samui and Omoi believed it since they knew all about Yugikure and how it wasn't really a shinobi village anymore. So it would make sense for its remaining shinobi to leave it and search new employment. Fine then, if you are really the son of a former medic nin, then she must have taught you some medical ninjutsu, Yujito said. Yeah, she did. Then prove who you say you are by healing the wounds you gave Samui and me, Yujito said, to see if he really was just the son of a healer. Fine, I will, answered Naruto, where he then began healing the small wounds that he had given Samui and Yujito with little trouble. After he was done, He had pretty much convinced Killer Bee, Omoi as well as Samui and Yujito, since the way he healed them without any trouble proved that he was a skilled healer. The only person that wasn't convinced was Karui, who still held a grudge against Naruto for defeating her and capturing her in such a humiliating manner. Okay then Squirt, you answered what for, but now spill on how you do Kagebushin and use a sealing technique, yo, Killer Bee asked, which got a confused look from both Naruto and his students. He then explained that the Kagebushin was a forbidden B-rank clone jutsu that jonins were only supposed to know, and that it was real and didn't rely on an elemental affinity. He then told him that he saw Naruto use a seal to disrupt the Yujito chakra for a few moments. When Karui heard this, she thought that they had finally caught Naruto out and proven he was a liar. Thinking quickly, Naruto told them that his mother had given him the seal in case he was in danger and needed something to help him if he was in a fighting against a missing nin. He then went on to explain the reason he knew the Kagebushin was because his mother taught him it. He told them that she taught him it since she knew he had large chakra reverses and could handle creating several clones. Thankfully, Killer Bee and the others, except for Karui, believed his excuse since it was possible considering how well Naruto had fought and lasted against them. But still, Karui wasn't about to give up and came up with another reason to not trust Naruto. Fine, but still, why were you watching us? If you really are not a shinobi from another village like you claim, then why would you spy on us? I told you when I was training by myself in the forest I felt your chakra signatures and I was curious as to who you were. That's all, Naruto replied. And why were you training in the forest by yourself? Samui asked. I sometimes like to train by myself, Naruto said simply. But that still doesn't explain why you were watching us. If you were just curious, then you would have just left as soon you had seen us, Yujito said. Alright, fine, I was also curious as to what your sensei was teaching, since I never see Kenjutsu before except from what I read in books. So when I saw what you were all doing, I decided to watch. Naruto answered since it was true as he was interested in Kenjutsu. At this, Karui just scoffed again, not believing a word of what Naruto said. Well, if you what roll with the big dogs, then let's bow wow and see what you got, wow, said Killer Bee. Sensei, you can't be serious, Karui cried in disbelief, while the rest of her teammates, including Samui, looked surprised. What? What did he just say? Asked Naruto, not understanding Killer Bee bad rapping. Why not? The kid got style, he got pizzazz, and gusto to match yo. And he totally pwned all of you. Killer Bee replied with a cheesy smirk while he did his rap dance, which annoyed his students for reminding them of their defeats and because of his stupid rhymes and rapping. Can someone please tell me what you're all talking about, as I can barely understand what he is saying? Asked an annoyed Naruto. Sensei just said that if you're interested in Kenjutsu and if you want to learn, then you can train with us if you want, and that is if you can keep up, Yujito answered, who could still not believe that her sensei was allowing a boy, whom they had just met and knew little to nothing about, to train with them. Sensei, you can be serious? We can't just let him join us, and besides, what if this some kind of plot to kill us, and what if he's lying? We don't know anything about this kid, Karui said angrily. Hey, don't call me just a kid, I'm not that much younger than you. 5. Besides, I was good enough to beat all of you. Also, I wasn't the one who was left hanging up in a tree in a net like a sack of potatoes, Naruto said, and smirked when he saw Karui's face turns red from anger and humiliation when she reminded how Naruto defeated her. That still doesn't say you're not lying or trying to trick us, Karui accused. Before Naruto could respond, Killer Bee interrupted him. The squirt doesn't lie. He's not the type. His eyes don't lie and I like his face. Huh? Said Naruto, as he wasn't sure if Killer Bee was complimenting him or not. He said that he believes you, and that you have a trusting face, and that you don't seem the type to lie or do something behind another person's back, and he kinds of like you. Omoi translated for the blonde boy. Oh, thanks. Oh, alrighty then, let's get this party started and get down to the beat down, said Killer Bee. I'm guessing he's saying that we can start training now, right? Naruto guessed, where he got a nod from Omoi and the others. Come on, you slow pokes, you're slower than post, Killer Bee cried as he told them to hurry up. Does he always talk like that? Naruto asked, to which Omoi and the girls all nodded sadly, where they all followed after Killer Bee to train. For the next 2 weeks, Naruto trained with the Kumogenin under Killer Bee, where he would leave his house in the early morning to go into the forest, telling his mother and Shizune that he was going off to train by himself in the forest. Neither Tsunade nor Shizune knew that Naruto was secretly training with a group of shinobi from Kumo, since he knew that if his mother or Shizun knew about this, they would freak out and forbid him from seeing them and he wouldn't be able to train with them. During those 2 weeks, Naruto got to know the others better. He found Killer Bee to be a funny enough person, although he did find him weird with always trying to rap and rhyme and do it badly. He also learned that Killer Bee demanded respect from his students and others, where he told Naruto to call him either Jinchuriki-sama or Hachibi-sama. It was then that Naruto learned that both Killer Bee and Yujito were Jinchurikis. He learned this since Killer Bee made no secret that he had the Hachibi no Kyogyu, the 8-tailed ox, seal inside him, and Naruto figured out that Yujito was one since it explained the weird chakra he saw her fight with. Yujito and the other were of course surprised when Naruto asked her if she was one, where he told them how he realized it, which of course impressed Omoy and the others at how Naruto was able to figure it out. After which they then told Naruto that Yujito had the Nibi no Bakaniko, 2-tailed monster cat, inside her. Naruto also became good friends with Omoy, where they found that they had a good bit in common. Since, for example, both of them were nearly always surrounded by girls. Naruto was nearly always with his mother, Shizun and Tonton Girl Pig, while Omoy was nearly always with Yujito, Samui and Karui. Hence it was nice for both of them to have some male companionship around their own age. Despite their rocky start, Naruto and Yujito got along okay and developed a sort of rivalry and respected one another. They would often spar against one another in taijutsu, where Naruto usually won thanks to his advanced training with his mother, and in kenjutsu, where Yujito always won since Naruto was only learning. When Naruto asked Omoy why Yujito was always challenging him to spar against her, Omoy explained to him that Yujito was the strongest genin in their village. She was top of their class in nearly everything, where the only other genin that could rival her was Samui, who was the second best genin, but no one could actually beat her in a fight. So in Yujito's mind, Naruto is the only person she deems worthy of being her rival, and the only person around her own age group that can challenge her and who she wants to beat in a fair fight. When Naruto heard this, he could only sigh and think about another fine mess he got himself into. Although he had to admit it could have been worse. She could have been some weird girl or guy with bushy eyebrows and wearing a spandex suit and shouting at the top of his or her voice all the time. The only person on the team that he seemingly couldn't get along with was Karui, as she still held a grudge against Naruto for beating her and hanging her up a tree, where she had to be rescued by her sensei. It also didn't help the fact that she was often remained of her defeat and humiliation by both her sensei and her teammates, as well as the fact that she did not trust Naruto, as she still thought he was a spy or an enemy shinobi. But for the most part, she mainly ignored Naruto and only acknowledged him when she had to, although she still kept a close eye on him in case he would try anything, and so that she would be ready for it if he did. Finally, then there was Samui, where despite the awkward position that she and Naruto ended up together, the blonde boy had no problem with her, as she basically treated him coldly, like everyone else, but neutrally, as if the incident never happened. At least until when Samui had asked Naruto for help in bringing water back to the camp from a nearby stream. When they went to the stream, Samui had suddenly stopped and turned around to face Naruto and comforted him about what had happened. Samui then proceeded to tell Naruto that she was willing to ignore the incident between them, as well as forget that it ever happened if Naruto was willing. Naturally, Naruto was more than willing, although there were times when he found it hard to forget it, especially whenever he saw Samui and had to fight the urge to blush red when he thought of it. Once they both agreed to forget the incident, Samui also then told him that should he ever mention the incident to anyone, she would castrate him with a dull and rusty kunai and do several other things that would result in Naruto having a very slow and painful death. Once she had finished telling what she would do to him, Naruto could not help but start to sweat a little and gulp, as well as fight the urge to cover himself, where he nodded his head several times, very quickly telling her that he understood perfectly. Unfortunately, as they were having their private conversation, Omoy had been nearby gathering wood for the campfire, where he had heard the whole conversation as well as the incident between Naruto and Samui. Once they left, he quickly raced back the camp and told his sensei and the other girls what had happened between Naruto and Samui. When the two got back, they were comforted with a screaming Karui, who was accusing them of being intimate, while Yujito just stood back and looked at them with a raised eyebrow, not knowing how to react to the whole situation. While Killer Bee stood back with Omoy chuckling away and singing bad rhymes about young love blossoming between Naruto and Samui, while Omoy just smirked and enjoyed the show and helped to tease the two. He also even congratulated Naruto on being the only boy to ever cope a feel of Samui and survive, as many boys had tried to back at Kumo and all failed with very bad results, since Samui was Kumo's proverbial ice queen due to her cold appearance and attitude. Naruto had tried to explain exactly what had happened and deny that there was anything between him and Samui, but they ignored his explanation, where Killer Bee and Omoi continued to tease them, while Karui continued to shout at them. This continued until Samui finally had enough, as she had remained calm and emotionless during the whole event. She then quickly told Karui to shut up with a sharp and cold tone of voice, which silenced the dark-skinned girl Karui. She then silenced Killer Bee and Omoi teasing with a cold and frosty glare that made both men shut up and made them shiver slightly. After which she then went over to Omoi and grabbed onto his arm and dragged him behind a few trees a bit away from the camp and did not appear until 10 minutes later, where Samui came out behind the trees and went over to the campfire to start cooking their lunch. She was soon followed by Omoi, who came out from behind the trees and as white as a ghost and shaking with fear. When Naruto and the others asked what happened, Omoi looked over at Samui, who just gave him a cold look and refused to answer, as if he was too terrified to even say what she had said to him. Seeing this, Killer Bee, Naruto and the others decided to leave well enough alone and not rattle the cage of the tiger known as Samui. 2 weeks after meeting Naruto, Killer Bee decided it was time for his students and him to head back home to Kumo, since he knew that his brother A would start to worry soon and probably send every shinobi to look for them. Killer Bee was currently watching Yujito and Naruto spar with their katanas, 6, against one another, while not too far away Samui was sparring against both Omoi and Karui, where despite being outnumbered, was winning. As Killer Bee watched them spar, the elder man could not help but be impressed with how quickly Naruto had grasped the basics of Kenjutsu. Although he was still a long way off for being at Yujito's, Samui's, or any of the others' levels in Kenjutsu, he had still made impressive steps in learning it in just 2 weeks. Killer Bee had also given him some tips on to improve his taijutsu. Once Naruto explained that he was trying to create his own one, which greatly impressed Killer Bee further. Killer Bee also could tell that Naruto would have been quite a shinobi one day if he was with a shinobi village, since he always had an eye for seeing talent when he saw it in someone, and he could see that Naruto had a lot of it. So much so that when Naruto left for home, Killer Bee followed him, just to make sure that Naruto was telling the truth about himself. Although stealth wasn't Killer Bee's specialty, he was still skilled enough to keep hidden and not let Naruto notice him. He then followed Naruto to a small house at the edge of the village, where from a distance he saw Naruto enter it. Later on he saw Naruto come out to greet his mother and sister and their pet pig when they came home, and saw that they were indeed the healers that Omoi and described to him, proving that Naruto spoke the truth. In a way, Killer Bee was also disappointed that Naruto was not born in Kumo, or at the very least in Kaminari no Kuni, Lightning Country, where he would have been accepted as one on the spot, since talented kids like Naruto weren't very common, and if he was with Kumo, Killer Bee was certain Naruto would have risen high there. He was almost tempted to bring Naruto with him to Kumo and try and have joined Kumo, but he knew his brother would never accept a kid with shinobi training that was from another country regardless of how skilled he was, since his brother was paranoid when it came to Kumo's safety and would most likely fear that Naruto was a spy from another village. Not to mention that if he found out that Naruto had defeated Yujito, when she used the Nibi's chakra, he would most likely order Naruto to be killed, fearing that he would be a future threat to the village, and he didn't want that to happen to Naruto or his family, which was why he wasn't going to mention Naruto to his brother when he got home and have his students swear not to mention Naruto either. After a while, Killer Bee had Naruto and the others stop their sparring matches and to come over to him, where he then told them that they would be leaving tomorrow morning to head back to Kumo. When he told them, he could see the disappointed look on Naruto's face, since Naruto had told them that he didn't really have many real friends since he traveled so much with his family from one country to the other. Killer Bee could also see that even Omoi was a bit saddened, as well as Yujito when she frowned slightly. Karui and Samui, on the other hand, kept a neutral expression on their faces, so to keep everyone else from knowing how they felt about the news. Deciding not to leave without giving Naruto a few parting gifts, Killer Bee took out a small paper note out of his pouch and handed it to Naruto, who had a confused look on his face. "What a piece of paper?" Naruto asked as he held it up. But before Killer Bee could explain what it really was, Yujito spoke up, knowing how her sensei would explain it in one of his bad rhymes. "That is not an ordinary piece of paper. It is a paper made from a special type of tree, which is grown and fed with chakra. They are used in products that react to even the slightest hint of chakra in any number of ways, depending on the nature latent in the chakra. This allows a person to know what nature affinity they have." "Do you know about nature affinities?" Yujito asked, where Naruto just nodded since his mother had told him all about nature affinity and how everyone had at least one natural nature affinity and could learn others if they needed. Naruto also knew his affinity already, since he had the Mokuton bloodline and his mother had told him that Mokuton was based on combining earth and water-based chakra to create wood. But he decided to play dumb since he had heard of these cards from his mother, and they were only supplied to shinobi from shinobi villages since they are so hard-grown. Where, if he told them he already knew his affinity, it would raise unwanted questions. Good, just so you know, all you have to do is place your hand on the paper and channel a bit of your chakra to it and it will react to whatever affinity you have. So if you have an affinity to fire, the paper will ignite and turn to ash. If you have an affinity to water, the paper will become damp. If you have an affinity to earth, it will turn to dirt. If you have an affinity to lightning, the paper will crumple up, and if you have an affinity to wine, the paper will split in 2-inch, explained Yujito. Naruto nodded his head as he already understood it all and then channeled a small bit of his chakra into the paper. But what happened next surprised everyone, including Naruto. Instead of cutting into 2 pieces, the paper cut into 3 pieces as it fell to the ground. Where the first one turned to dirt, the second became damp, and the third crumpled up. This showed that Naruto had 4 natural nature affinities, 1 for earth, 1 for water, 1 for wind, and 1 for lightning. For natural affinities, that can't be, Yujito thought in disbelief. No way, Karui thought. Wo Omoi thought. Impossible, Samui thought. Damn. The kid is jam-packed with surprises, Killer Bee thought. Naruto was probably the most shocked of all as he had never expected this. He knew he would have earth and water affinity but not wind and lightning. After a little while, everyone got over their surprise and regained themselves. Well, ain't that a kick in the pasm? You got more surprises than a barrel of jokers, Killer Bee joked, which caused Naruto and the others to sweat drop since Killer Bee jokes were as bad as his rhyming. Once the shock had worn off, Killer Bee then asked Naruto to give back the katana he gave him, which Naruto did. After which Killer Bee then took out a scroll and then bit his finger to make it bleed and spread some blood on the seal in the scroll, where a long katana in a green sheath appeared. The tsuka handle was double length so that 2 hands could grab onto it, and it was green, while the tsukurito, the wrap of the handle, was brown, and the tsuba, hilt, was round shape with a series of designs and shapes on it. Killer Bee then threw the katana to Naruto, who caught it. What is it? Asked Naruto. What do you think, stupid? It's not a butter knife, it's a katana for you, fool. You gonna need one to kick ass, Killer Bee said with a smirk. For me? Asked Naruto in surprise, where Killer Bee nodded and smiled. Hearing this, Naruto ran over to Killer Bee and hugged the elder man, saying thank you over and over again. This caused Killer Bee to smile further and say, Grandmaster Bee is so cool. He's cooler than all and still ain't a bad guy at all. Once Naruto had stopped saying thank you, Killer Bee then gave him a few scrolls on Kenjutsu to learn from, so that he could train to get better, which Naruto was grateful for. The next morning. In the early parts of the morning, Killer Bee and his students finished having breakfast and packed up their belongings. But before they could leave, Naruto arrived to say goodbye to his newly made friends. See you around, Naruto. Take care of yourself. If you and your family are ever near Kumo, don't be a stranger and pay us a visit. We can show you around our village, Omoi said as he shook Naruto's hand. Naturally, Naruto said he would, although in reality he knew he wouldn't, since his mother wouldn't go near any shinobi village for fear of their exposure. I suggest that you stay alive, Naruto-san, and that you get stronger, since I promise I will be stronger next time we meet again, and the next time we fight the outcome will be very different, Yujito said. At this, Naruto smirked since he was used to Yujito saying stuff like this. Sure thing, Yujito, and you can expect a tougher fight as well when we do fight again. Naturally, Yujito smirked at this and said she would look forward to the challenge. Samui, for her part, kept her face emotionless and neutral as always, but offered her hand and said a simple goodbye, Naruto-san, which Naruto took her hand and shook it and said a friendly goodbye to her. Karui simple nodded her head and grunted out a goodbye, since she still didn't fully trust Naruto and still held a slight grudge against him for beating her. Although despite that, she did think he was an okay person. Killer Bee said goodbye to Naruto and was going into one of his long rhymes, but before he could even get halfway, Yujito and Samui each grabbed one of their sensei's ears and started to pull them, causing him to yell in pain and telling them to stop, so that they could get going. At this, Naruto could only laugh and was going to miss seeing this kind of stuff with them. Eventually, though, the 5 Kumonins jumped into the treetops, where they waved goodbye to Naruto one more time and then disappeared into the trees. After which Naruto then went home, where as walked through the forest his thoughts were filled about Yujito and the others, who he wondered if he would ever see again, and if so, where would he? Author's note. Well, that's another update for the hope of the Senju clan done. I'm sorry to say that this chapter was not the one I promised, where Naruto finds out that he has the QB inside him and that he is the Yandame's son. But as I was writing this chapter up, I saw that I would be making this chapter too long, and so I decided to split the chapter into two separate chapters. In the next chapter, it will be where Naruto finds out about being the Yandame's son and having the QB inside him, and it will happen in a few months after this event happened, where unlike my usual time skips where it's a few years, although I promise you that the chapter after that will be when Naruto goes to Konoha, and to make up for little failure on my part, the next chapter will appear something next week. Also, if Killer B talking didn't really match him, then I'm sorry, it's just that it's very hard to write Killer B when he talks, since you always have to have him rhyming and do it in a bad way as well. Hoped you all enjoyed the chapter with Naruto fighting Team Killer B and his training in his own taijutsu style, and the news that Naruto has 4 elemental affinities and that he now training in kenjutsu as well. Please read and review. Also note that any and all suggestions for this story are welcome. If you have any, I will listen to them and tell you what I think of them. Another thing, please note that flames are unwelcome, so if you don't like my stories, then don't read them, and if you do send any flames, then they will be ignored or answered back with a firm reprisal where said flamer will be flamed back by me.